Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to one of the biggest days of the year in iRacing. This is Podium Esports coverage of qualifying day for the third annual Podium 500. And a warm welcome to all of you on this February 6, 2021. James Pike, the voice of Podium Esports, alongside Jacob Shielman as we get set to begin an odyssey today. There's no other way to put it. We have 12 races. We have 400 laps at the World Center of Racing. We have 344 drivers that are going to compete in today's action. And by the end of it, Jacob, we are going to know the 43 drivers that are going to compete for $1,000 in tomorrow's 200-lap, 500-mile Podium 500.
Did we mention this is one of the biggest days in all of sim racing? I feel like that deserves a second mention if we haven't gotten there yet. Good afternoon to everybody watching here on Podium Esports. This is going to be arguably one of the most fun adventures we've all taken on. This Cathedral of Speed is getting set to play host to some of the most intense racing that you will see anywhere all year long on the iRacing platform. It does not get a whole lot better than this, and over the course of the next about 10 hours or so, we are going to be in for a major treat. So glad to be a part of it once again. Obviously, heat race action coming up in just a couple of minutes, and all I can say is from top to bottom, this field is easily one of, if not the best that I've ever personally seen on this platform. James, the talent is immense from, all the way at the top from pole qualifying last night all the way down to the bottom. There is no driver that doesn't have a shot. And to me, that is what makes this event, this day, this set of races so much fun, because it doesn't matter who you are. You have a shot to make the Podium 500. And over the course of these next 8 heat races, we're going to see those dreams, those aspirations play out.
It goes back to what was said in the promo that was released back in December. On one weekend, anybody can go from zero to hero and hero to zero in an instant. And that's exactly what we're going to see today, because it doesn't matter what you come into this race with. All that matters is how you perform on this day. And you could, in theory, be a Class C 1500 Oval IR driver, but if you race the right way, you can get your way into the big show on Sunday. That, I think, is the biggest piece of all.
Daytona is where dreams are made and where hearts are broken in an instant. And that is another one of the things that makes the unpredictability, the allure, the overall atmosphere of this race this week so special, because we're going to come out of here, I'm sure, with some big names that we expect should be in the field on Sunday that don't get there. We're going to come out of this with some names that we never expected to be in the field to have a shot at the $1,000 prize at the end of the Podium 500. So, it's moments like that, it's stories like that that are going to make today, tomorrow so special. And there are a lot of people here to help us tell those stories. I know you and I, coming up a little later this afternoon, are going to be excited maybe to tell 2 of the most stacked stories as far as heat race action goes, but this is going to be fun. That's the buzzword of the day, I think, is fun.
I certainly don't disagree. Now, for those who haven't had the opportunity to be a part of Podium 500 festivities in past years, probably not a bad idea to go through the format and how we get here, because there have been a lot of questions, and it can get a little bit complicated when you're dealing with almost 350 drivers. So, we opened up registration back at the end of December. It was the same day as the Pro Series finale that registration opened up. Within that period, from December 22nd to this past Thursday, we had 359 people registered for this race. Those who came into it with either an I rating below class or I rating below 1500 or a safety rating below Class C raced on Thursday night. In the preliminary race, we took the top 8 drivers from that event and they transferred into time trials. They are all spread out across the 8 heats, so you won't have more than one driver from the preliminary race in each heat. They're spread out. They'll be competing today as well. Everybody else took part in time trials last night. We opened up 10 servers where Everybody put down a qualifying time that was in there. It took us about 5 hours, I think, deep in the middle of the night. You can go see the replay on my own Twitch if you're super curious. But it took a lot to go through everything and sort through everything to get to 8 grids of 43 drivers a pop. But it's a full field. This is the single biggest independent event of all time, breaking the record of the Firecracker 400 from last summer. That went 344. This went to 359. Now, we know 9 drivers that are already competing in tomorrow's Podium 500. There are 7 drivers that came into today with a provisional, and they are as follows. How about the 2 champions of the Cars Esports Tour from a year ago, Ryan Matthews and Matt Cucker, the 2 former Podium 500 champions, Seth the Merchant and Daniel Eberhardt, Michael Frisch, who won our first in Flight 400 back in June when we took the 87 cars back to North Wilkesboro, Garrett Maines, who's the champion of the Podium Esports Oval Series truck class from 2019, and the driver who registered with the highest iRating in the field, Casey Kerwin. They will join the 2 drivers who qualified tops out of 331 attempts that were made last night. The 2 fastest drivers, how about Richmond Raceway Esports' Jimmy Mullis and Brandon Howe. Those 2 are locked in, and they get to sit back and kick back and relax and watch all the madness today, Jacob. They are the front row for tomorrow's 500, and you'll see them on Sunday. So we are racing today for 34 positions that will add to the 9, and it will eventually be the top 17 drivers from each duel that aren't already locked in that will get into the show. From these heat races, it is the top 8 that will advance directly into the duels, and then the next 10 drivers behind them will go to the last chance qualifiers, of which there will be 2 starting at 7 p.m. tonight. From those last chance qualifiers, it's the top 8 out of those 2 races that will make it into either Duel 1 or Duel 2. And then from the duels, it's the top 17 drivers that aren't already locked in that are going to come in, because we're going to see most of the provisional drivers jump in the duels. Daniel Eberhardt and Garrett Maines have elected to run the whole gauntlet because they're animals, warriors. They just like racing, whatever. But they are incidentally both in this first heat coming up, so we'll see them in just a bit. But everybody else elected to start at the rear for the duel races, so you'll see all the provisional people then. But that's how we get to the duel, or how to the LCQs, to the duels, to the 500. My brain's already fried. But it can get a bit complicated. But I guess if there's a buzzword, it's, as I said on the stream last night, Jacob, top 8, top 8, top 8, top 8, top 8, top 8. If you want one thing to remember today, top 8.
Did you manage to say that 8 times too, just for good measure? I think you did.
If I did, I wasn't counting. So if I did, I just did that.
Yes, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I have some company that's already decided to make their voices known as well as we get set to go. So the excitement level is literally through the roof, Pike. We're enjoying it. It's oh man, you're excited. I'm sitting here. I'm giddy. I said that before we came on air. I'm completely giddy at what we're about to do, and I know you wanted to glance at this first heat. You mentioned Eberhardt and Maines, and I think the buzzword that you were looking for there was insane. Both of them are completely insane for wanting to run the gauntlet when they already have a provisional to lock in. But this first heat is going to be one of the most stacked lineups that we see all day long, I believe. Sit back, relax, and enjoy, because a bunch of the heavy hitters actually line up and take the green flag right off the gun here.
Yeah, we've got some big names in this first heat. I looked at it last night once we were done with everything, and heats 1, 3, and 4 in particular jumped out to me as the stoutest of fields, I think, across the board. So definitely a lot of guys you need to keep track of. Most notably, the driver for JTG Daugherty Racing in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, Derek Justice, is starting on pole for this heat. He was the fastest guy of all the guys who have to run the heat races, so the first man out of that front row. But he's in here. Justin Knobloch, who won the Xfinity Series Speed Weeks race for Podium 500 festivities a year ago. He's in this race. Patriot Briar LaPrade is racing here. Daniel Eberhardt, who begins his defense of the Podium 500 title he won a year ago, is in this race. Presley Sora, veteran of the ERL, is in this race. And Garrett Maines, driver for Elliott Sadler Esports in the number 2 car for the 2021 Coke Series season. He's in this race too, along with Matt Danson, racing from Australia, and Daniel Day, who I got grief, so I'll make sure I get this right. Daniel Day from Nevada is racing in this too. I don't think I screwed it up this time.
I apparently missed what you screwed up last time, so
I said Nevada, and I got
Pike.
that, so
Pike.
it was like 3 a.m. I could be forgiven.
Dadgummit. We've already had
I'm vindicated, though. That came through chat, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It's all right. Oh goodness! And before anybody is wondering what you're hearing right now and the fun and the chaos that we're generating in these first 15 minutes, yeah, that's going to continue all day long. So we hope you're here for some entertainment, because it's not just the on-track entertainment that is going to be enjoyable for all of us here at Podium Esports today. Sometimes the off-track entertainment that we get to have here in the broadcast booth is every bit Pike as fun as most of our crew well knows.
Yeah, I think of all the people that are coming into this, and we've got a star-studded cast of folks that are going to be involved. It's not just me. It's not just Jacob. We've got some of the best from our team that are going to help to call the races, and it's only going to amp up further and further as we get to the duels tonight, which, for the most part, I believe are going to have the same crew that you're going to see in the 500 tomorrow, which Jacob figures to be one of the best sim racing's ever seen, period, and I don't think that's an exaggeration.
No, I don't think it is either. And if you weren't listening to the stream post qualifying last night, I don't want to spoil all the fun. I want to keep the surprise in for those who weren't listening to the bonus coverage. But yes, needless to say, when we get to the duels tonight, stylistically, it's going to sound very familiar for those who are longtime motorsports fans. You'll recognize what we're trying to accomplish, and the talent level from the broadcast booth to down on pit road, yes, is every bit as good as I think anything this platform has seen, and certainly the biggest effort that we've ever put on here at Podium Esports. So fasten your seatbelts. It is going to be an enjoyable day.
A very, very enjoyable day indeed. I think at this point, probably not a bad idea to hold the reins off, unless there's anything else you feel like we need to say, Jacob. I don't think there is.
No, I think we've covered it. I think we're just as well served to get ready to send it to the folks who are going to take us through this first heat.
Well, how about it? So, we said we've got a lot of folks that are going to be involved in today's broadcast. We've got two very capable people that will lead us off with the call of the first heat. We're going to rotate people through the heats and the LCQs. The duels, we're going to have the same team, but you're going to see different folks come in throughout the day to call these races. So don't be surprised if you hear a few different voices over the course of the broadcast. But to start us off with heat number one, it is time for us in the studio to turn it over to Windsor, Ontario's Justin Prince and... oh, goodness, he'll kill me, and I want to make sure I get this right. Oh,
Edgewater,
Florida. Yeah, so let's try it again. From Windsor, Ontario, Justin Prince, and from Edgewater, Florida, Taylor Burris. JP and TB, the floor's all yours. Let's see what happens in this first heat.
Thank you very much, James, and welcome to Heat 1 for the third annual Podium 500. I'm Justin Prince. Alongside me is Taylor Burris, as we're getting ready for what's expected to be an intense race today. It was talked about just moments ago by James and Jacob, where the intensity level is expected to be very high to start things off for the day here, Taylor. A lot of big names ready to be involved in Heat number 1 to determine who can try and get into that key word, top 8.
It certainly is. I mean, we have drivers such as Garrett Maines, who's competing in here. We have drivers who have won some big races that were broadcasted on Podium Esports. Dalton Collins, who won the Nashville race a couple of months ago. He's going to be in heat race number 1. Can he manage to win here at the High Banks of Daytona in heat race number 1? Or will somebody else, someone who we are not sure yet, will be able to work their way up through the top 8 and get into the big show for tomorrow?
Drivers are now making their way towards the starting grid. It's time to look at the starting grid for heat number 1 for today's action for the Podium 500 for heat number 1 to see who can try and lock themselves in here at the virtual Daytona International Speedway, where drivers will be trying to make their way around this 2.5-mile circuit over the course of 20 laps to try and determine how they get around this 31 degrees of banking. High speeds expected today of 200 miles an hour for our competitors today. And it's going to be interesting to see how things get underway with Derek Justice bringing them to the green flag. He'll start alongside Justin Noblock with Brian LaPrade in row 2 alongside Dustin Johnson. In row 3, it's Daniel Eberhardt coming off his success from 2020 in this race. He'll start alongside Presley Sora. Then, row 4 sees Blaze Crawford, one of the Smith Racing Team machines. He'll start alongside Liam Sheens, number 77. Brett Bucari, the Canadians, driving tonight in the North Machine in 9th, while Garrett Mays, one of the drivers with provisionals, and Elliott Summer Esports rounds out your top 10.
Chad Oxidine is going to be starting in the 11th position, followed by Sean Stevens in 12th. Adam Thompson starting in the 13th position, followed by Matt Danson in 14th. Brandon Murray will be starting in the 15th position, followed by Matthew Hibbs in 16th. Daniel Day, we talked about him during pre-race, he'll be starting in 17th, with Randall Cobb starting 18th. Rounding out your top 20 is going to be Braden Boulos from Horizon Esports, and then Kyle Trudell rounding out your top 20.
Bill Schoonover starts 21st today with Mario Mendena in 22nd. Shane Cochran will start 23rd. Lucas Strayer in 24th. Patrick Britton starts 25th. Dominic Lumowski in 26th. Rounding out the top 30 will be Mike Wimbold, Nicholas Sacco, Devin Rogers, along with Rance Tato. The drivers to keep in mind towards the back of the field to keep an eye on as well: Alexander Kronke of ERL fame, Brian Blackford, Dalton Collins also going to be deep in the field in 40th position. Andrew Fayosh, the third, is the driver towards the rear of the field. But the green flag is out. Heat number 1 is underway for the 3rd annual Podium 500 qualifying day, and Derek Justice with a great launch.
Getting up to speed right now as they work their way down the front straightaway, heading into turn 1 for the first time. They are just now getting almost at full speed. They'll be at 200 miles an hour plus as they come down the Daytona Super Stretch. But right now, it is going to be Derek Justice, your race leader, off of turn number 2. Justin Knobloch is sitting in second right now, pushing him down the back straightaway.
And these drivers are going to have to be very aggressive, to say the very least. You already see several towards the back trying to find their way up to the third line. Some of them trying to get to the bottom early, but many also trying to sort out some bumps along these groupings. Track position going to be very critical, to say the very least, because you never know what can happen over the course of 20 laps.
It certainly is. This is a sprint race to the finish here. You have to give it everything you have, but be smart and make sure you get in the right lines. Find the momentum you need in order to get you up towards the top 8, or at least inside the top 15 to have a chance to go into the LCQ later tonight.
Take a look with Brian LaPrade at the moment. He's the second car on the bottom line, and just prior to today's action, he hinted at those pink numbers. And yes, you're seeing that right. Those are numbers similar to what you see with Front Row Motorsports, the Lockdown Racing Machine, representing one of the drivers running for that organization in 2021 in real life. Anthony Alfredo, of course, working with Lockdown for its Road to Pro efforts this season. So, Brian LaPrade with a bit of a different look today. Hinted at that on Twitter just 10 minutes before the action today.
Yeah, having a good run right now, sitting comfortably inside the top 6, as he's going to be now having some issues falling just a little bit back, as we'll have a battle for the race lead right now between Dustin Johnson in that number 60 Reaper Speedlab Ford Mustang, as he is trying to get in front of Justin Knobloch in the 94.
Right now, things continue to circulate around, and here's one of the main key things I want to ask you towards your direction. How do you want to try and play this, knowing you need to be in the top positions, yes, but you also don't want to put yourselves in a bad position in this type of race where you make the wrong move, you can lose all your spots, like Dustin Johnson just lost 3 spots in the corner.
Well, the best thing to probably try and do is, if you're inside that top 8, it's best to ride around. Don't really try and push yourself in order to get into another position. If you're comfortable, inside lane is probably the best position to be in right now as you try to make it work. But right now, that outside lane is one that's prevailing as they come out of turn 2.
And to the lead, once again, the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver, making his first points-paying appearance of 2021 in a couple days. Derek Justice to the front. And Derek Justice, one of the drivers that is expected to be one of the favorites for this type of event, was talking with a few competitors, including Garrett Maines, as well as a few others for preparation for this, Taylor. They expected many of the drivers who run on Mondays and Tuesdays, rather, to be competitors throughout these entire heats.
It certainly is. These drivers who are the main heavy hitters that run in the top split races on Mondays and Tuesdays, it's very important that these come out here and show what they have. Of course, also, this is showcasing for Derek as well to get ready for the season opener of the 2021 eNASCAR iRacing Coca-Cola Series.
Yes, indeed. He's right now in control of that bottom line at the moment. Currently, you're following on board once again with Liam Sheen, trying to make his way on the third line at the moment. Remember, started in 8th position. Currently, the driver in the bubble spot plays Crawford in a side-by-side with Daniel Eberhardt. Now, keep in mind, with the drivers with provisionals that can shuffle things on down one position based on those respective roles, where Eberhardt is talked about by James and Jacob, was the driver who won the 2020 Podium 500. So, keep an eye as well on Garrett Maines and Brett Picari, among many others who are amongst those drivers charging their way up the top line. Maines coming up from the mid-pack.
Been very good, consistent racing right now as we are about 6 laps in, 15 laps to go in today's race as they work their way out of turn 2 down the back straightaway. That now puts Dustin Johnson up in the race lead. Garrett Maines now in that number 1 Toyota. He's decided to go to the outside lane, trying to give Daniel Eberhard a push to get inside that top 3.
Once again, Briar LaPrade up to the race lead and now has the help of Liam Sheen. Sheen trying to give some good shoves, but Dustin Johnson has that bottom line help to be able to boost his way to the race lead for the first time. And keep in mind, drivers have talked about throughout the preparation for the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series race that the cars this year have a lot more sucking power, as in a lot more ability to draft off the back end of these cars, meaning the runs are going to be big from some of these competitors today.
It certainly is right now, and if you go a little bit further back outside the top 20, you see those drivers trying to utilize that big run. One driver is the 95 of Dalton Collins and the 52 of Justin Winters. They're getting an outside lane going as they now try to go to the inside of the 24 of Matthew Hibbs, who decided to pull out in front of them to try to prevent that run.
You see them all the way up against the wall, and that's also another talking point, is the side forces from the wall, which can affect the ability of the cars and their speeds down the straightaways. Dalton Collins is actually backed away from that wall. It's going to force things to be a little bit more tighter down the straightaways, drivers expect.
It certainly is. I mean, these aerodynamics of these new updates of these Cup cars is certainly interesting to watch and see of how able and how difficult it can be. Even the side drafting can be a little bit difficult at some points for some of these drivers, as you'll see some of them trying to do that later on in the run to pull back their competitors, not really, slowing it down, but just using the air to pull them back a little bit to where they're able to pass their competitor and get the position right now. So far, though, throughout the top 25, everyone's 2 by 2 as they come off of turn number 4.
All in a little bit of an unstable moment as several drivers forced to snake around. Dustin Johnson got really loose off the corner. Daniel Eberhardt now going for the race lead as a result. Garrett Maines trying to help him along. And here comes Sean Stevens with the big boost as well to the outside.
That's a big change in shuffling in position as here comes Eberhard up on the top side. He's going to slot down right in front of Briar LaPrade and take over the race lead now as they go down the Daytona Superstretch once again. Big push from LaPlade as they go down the back straightaway, heading into turn 3 right now as we see Garrett Maines trying to work that top side.
Of note, a couple drivers are already out of the action. Devin Rogers and Patrick Britton at the very back of the field were involved in trouble as well. Jay Harhill has also pulled off the racetrack. He's gone in and out of the pit stalls. 3 drivers are now out of the lead pack. The rest of the group is still together for now. That's the key word because these cars are getting really loose at the moment. Right now, minimal wind, but the track is very hot, so minimal grip as several drivers at the back of the pack, you can see as a result from some of those trouble spots, have lost said draft.
It certainly has, and they're going to be struggling, especially. They're going to need a caution in order to have any shot of getting back up to that lead pack right now as they continue on their way down the back straightaway, heading into turn 3. A couple of cars are trying to utilize that outside lane, but it might not work for them. Only 2 cars right now, as we see the 30 of Matt Danson and his Chevrolet trying to get to the back bumper of Justin Knobloch in the 94.
Matt Danson coming off a successful campaign in RSR's Winter Series competitions, trying to bump his way into the show at the moment. Halfway, that time by the stripe. Right now it's LaPrade, Eberhardt, Maines, Johnson, Knobloch.
Trouble in turn 2. We have cars around. The big one happens as looks like Dalton Collins and it looks like the 30 of Anthony Poston and another vehicle got together a little bit. Unfortunately, that's going to slow the pace down here once again for the first caution here today.
And the caution flag is out for the first time for qualifying day for the 3rd annual Podium 500, just like that. And you had a good angle at that one, Taylor. in the middle of the pack is not a good sign, and these cars have been really, really snaky throughout the early portions of this one.
They certainly have. The cars were a little bit sideways as they entered into turn number one. As you take a look at the replay right here, it's going to be between the 30, the 95, and the 48. The 30 came down just a tap on the 95 of Dalton Collins, which then Collins gets into the 48. That 48 car is currently driven, if I'm looking at timing and scoring correctly, I couldn't catch the driver of that car. That is
right there.
Adam Thompson.
Yeah, you see right there, 4, 5, 6 drivers bounce off each other. Crockett getting some of the worst of it. Went all the way around down in the corner. Dalton Collins was your biggest mover, by the way, right before that.
Yeah, started outside the top 40 and has worked his way inside the top 20. He's still sitting in 23rd right now, but with some significant damage. Thankfully, though, for these heat races, the administrators have decided to give one fast repair to these drivers. Only one, though. Once we get later on to the show, especially for the last chance qualifier, there will be no more fast repairs for these drivers. So they can come down pit road, get a fresh new car, get back out onto the racetrack, and continue on their way.
We'll see how drivers select to go here, if they elect to keep the track position or if some take the grip, because it's looking like for some of these drivers, grip is a premium today, where it was similar to what was seen in the Clash last week, for those who tuned in for the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, where drivers really had to be up on the wheel to hold on to the race cars, Taylor.
They certainly are. I mean, these cars are very finicky, especially when they're in the aerodynamics and in the draft, so they're going to have to make sure they hit their marks, hold on to the race cars, almost white-knuckle it sometimes if you're not careful, and continue on their way. As we see the field come down pit road, get their fast repairs completed, tires and fuel if they decide to, but it looks like just those who are involved in that caution have decided to come down pit road.
The following drivers have come down to pit, by the way. It's Anthony Boston, Dalton Collins, Andrew Fayosh, Alexander Cronke, Randall Cobb, Justin Winters, Pat O'Brien, Rance Tatro, along with Zachary Ortiz. Jay Harrell also came back down the pit lane. He is one lap down, however. But what a good job by, as well, the drivers with the provisionals trying to show what they can do in the early going. Daniel Eberhardt, good on the super speedways. Have seen strategies work out where he's gone, starting in the back for much of the race, had to charge his way to the front. And other times, some drivers wanting to stay at the front as a whole. Looking like Eberhardt and Maines making it clear they want to be up at the front.
They certainly are showing that indeed as they work their way up inside that top 4 right now. A couple of other drivers who have been extremely strong. We saw him earlier on, Dustin Johnson in that number 28. He had a tough time with getting a little bit loose, but it was managed to stay inside the top 5. And of course, Derek Justice, the eNASCAR iRacing Coca-Cola Series Pro driver for 2021 in that number 37. He's been showing a lot of speed here, getting things ready to go as they get ready to go back green flag racing.
Absolutely. To look back towards some of the preparation for some of these drivers, Taylor was talking with Garrett Maines last night. He's been racing for 7 weeks in various different leagues, hosted events, everything he can to gain extra experience on the super speedway, because he wants to be able to know how to maneuver for this event and for the opener for eNASCAR. It's been a lot of experience gained on the super speedways for Garrett Maines, someone who likes to be up at the front.
It certainly is, and that's one of the things when it comes to practice and testing here at Daytona International Speedway. You know, unlike at other tracks where you could probably go out by yourself and learn the track that well, you need to be in a group situation when it comes to racing at Daytona Talladega to see how your car reacts in the draft, whether it be leading, behind a car, behind a pack of cars, or pushing another competitor down the straight or into the corner. And as well, in a sense, feel the air with your car, in a sense, as trying to make sure you find the right groove in order to utilize that slipstream to slingshot past your competitors, or find the run in order to take it before you end up getting past or end up in another big one, as we saw earlier on. So that's one of the big things when it comes to super speedway racing, when it comes to practicing and testing and getting things ready to compete in some of these big events like we'll be seeing all throughout this week.
Let's again remember, P8 going to be a crucial position here with 6 laps to go. Currently, your top 10 is this: Daniel Eberhardt and Brad LaPrade, row 1. Dustin Johnson, Garrett Maines, row 2. Knobloch and Justice, row 3. Sora and Danson, row 4. Crawford and Pukari, rounding out the top 10 positions. Also keep an eye on Daniel Day, who's up to 11th position. Dominowski is already up to 14th spot. One of the drivers who was up in the top 8 for the early going, Liam Sheen, is already back in 20th. The drivers who had to pit are 28th on back. Green flag's back out. 6 laps to go.
This is going to get exciting right now as we see Justin Knobloch go outside lane as he started on the inside lane. He's going to get in front of Derek Justice as they work their way down into turn 1, trying to get up to full speed. But right now it's the battle between Eberhard and Briar LaPrade for your top spot.
And you can see some of that side force trying to be used to side draft off some of these cars to build off that speed on the top line. LaPrade getting a huge jump from Garrett Maines down the back straightaway, coming up to 5 laps to go in Heat 1.
Here they go down into turns 3 and 4. It is side by side, nose to tail, about 6 rows deep as they come off of turn number 4. Eberhard, your 2020 Podium 500 winner, leading the way in heat race number 1 off of turn 4, but Briar LaPrade getting some help to try to see if he can get the spot.
Daniel Day is already up to 9th position at the stripe as well. He and Matt Danson need to find their way around Justice and Crawford if they want to try and bump their way into the show. Presley Sorrell also currently holding on to one of the final transfer spots inside that top 8 to begin today's action. Here's a look at Justice, though. He's stuck on that high line, coming up to 4.5 laps to go. He does have a bit of help that is now starting to leave him. Danson is just cut to the outside.
That might not be the case. He has no help whatsoever on that outside lane as they continue on. That now leaves the 30 of Matt Danson stuck on that outside lane, and he's going to fall back if he doesn't get in line as quickly as possible. But as we see right now, he is struggling to get back into that top group.
No hole, and to the back goes Matt Danson with 4 laps to go. Daniel Day is now in the battle for the transfer spot as a result with Derek Justice. The bottom line starting to gain some numbers. The 36 of Chad Oxidine also moving into the group. Lucas Strayer and Dominic Lunelski are also moving their way to the pack.
A lot of drivers trying to pick their way through the field right now, trying to find where the runs are going right now as we keep an eye on that back half of the field to see who can make it at least into the LCQ chances races later on tonight as we watch and see who will survive as they come out of turn number 4. It is going to be 3 laps to go when they come to the line.
Going to be very critical for the drivers to be inside the top 18 as well for the LCQs. Currently that cutoff position held last time by the stripe by Nicholas Sacco, this time by Brian Blackford, who's up 21 spots. 3 to go for Heat 1. Huge shove again, Brad. He's loose as there's Brian Blackford trying to gain some extra positions. He's now back to 18.
He's trying to hold on for dear life on that outside lane. He has no help right now whatsoever as they try to work down the Daytona Superstretch. A little bit of lap traffic up in front of the leaders now. That could cause a little bit of situations for them as we get closer, but this is going to be close as they come to trouble in turn 3.
And it's Sean Stevens around. Caution is out, coming to 2 laps to go, and things are about to get interesting. For heat number 1, Briar LaPrade, the race leader. Several drivers around in turn 4 in the battle, going around for around 16th on back.
It looks like it started around towards where the 21 car was. Or the 27, that was driven by Sean Stevens right there. As he gets a bad bump in the middle of the corner from the 33 of Brian Blackford. So a tough break for them as Blackford is involved. The 6, the 95 of Dalton Collins is involved. The 86 as well is around. And then Mario Miranda as well in the 99. Heavy damage to their cars. And unfortunately for them, they've already used their fast repairs for the most part. So their day will be done.
Here's a look once again. And you can see, just try to lock it up. And if you hit the brakes too hard, it just shoots your car up. One car went up in the air, and that was Blackford.
Yeah, a tough break for Brian Blackford, the former Coke Series driver, as he is now involved in a heavy incident, severe damage to the nose as he goes up in the air. The 48 as well of Thompson as well, heavy damage to him.
And that just potentially may have hurt a lot of the chances for drivers to battle for an LCQ spot, as we are in green-white checker territory as a result of this caution flag. One of 3 green-white checker attempts. If we take the white flag, race would be official. It would be a race to the checkered flag. If we get a caution flag before the white flag, then we will re-rack them and stack them until a 3rd attempt if need be and necessary. So, To reset at the moment, up at the front is Brian LaPrade, Daniel Eberhardt, Garrett Maines, Dustin Johnson, Justin Noblock, Presley Sora, Derek Justice, and Blaze Crawford, who are the drivers who are inside the top 8 at the moment. Then it is Punkari Day, Oxidine, Lubelski, Sheen, Strayer, Braden Bulos in 15th, Sacco, Danson, and Matthew Hibbs, who are in transfer spots. Dalton Collins is in 19th position after being involved in the earlier incident, Taylor, and a good recovery drive.
Well, he got involved in that second incident as well. As you can see, he doesn't have no front nose clip or anything right there, so he's going to try and see if he can manage a way and pull off at least getting into the LCQ. It's going to be a tight call for him as he comes across the line. He's going to be sitting in 19th, just one spot ahead, but with that damage, it's going to be difficult.
Taking a look at Derek Justice as well, and your thoughts on how he's done so far. Of course, a major fixture in iRacing for the past few years, especially someone known for big-time streaming across the community, as well for big-time speed in many different races.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's going to be one to watch it, whether he works his way up through the field. Another driver, of course, is Garrett Maines in that number 1 Toyota Camry, of course, with joining Elliott Sadler Esports this season, as he tries to see if he can have a shot at the Coke Series, as well as winning this season's Podium 500 as they work their way off turn 4. We should see the lights go off for us to go green flag racing this time by.
It's going to be interesting how this all plays out for today's action. Again, remember, the Podium 500 feature race is tomorrow. 43 drivers will end up starting Sunday's 500-mile, 200-lap, $1,000 to win feature event. The broadcast starts tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time on twitch.tv/Podium Esports, as Heat 1 is now getting ready for the restart for the first GWC. Who do you feel is in the best position to try and get a run to make sure they're among those top 8 positions?
Pretty much anybody or nobody right now. I mean, with how the draft works, these drivers can easily be leading this lap and behind the wall and behind a transfer spot the next. I mean, that's how critical it is. Even actually, they could be leading off of turn number 2. By the time they enter turn number 3, they could be down in 3rd, 4th, or even outside the transfer spot to get into that top 8 and have to fight in the LCQ. That's how important and difficult the drafting can be.
So in other words, say you're in the mid-pack, what's the best shot you've got to try and get a run to build up a chance to make a move?
Listen to your spotter. You'll have to see if there's a run coming on that outside or inside lane. And if you see it, you need to take it immediately. Try to time it just right to get in front of that driver in order for him to push you up through the field. If you're too late and try to throw it to block at a wrong time, you can either end up in the wall, and your chances of making a shot into either the Podium 500 or the LCQs tonight is gone.
It's going to be interesting. Once again, it's Brian LaPrade in control of the field. Daniel Eberhardt on the outside. Garrett Maines, Dustin Johnson, Justin Noblock, Presley Sora, Derek Justice, and Blaze Crawford are inside the top 8 transfer positions. Pukari Day round out the top 10. Pace truck is off. Green flag's out. 2 laps to go from Daytona for Heat 1.
Cars are getting stacked up as they come across the start-finish line to get things rolling right now as they work their way down the front straightaway, heading into turn 1, possibly for the second to last time as they work through there. Everyone's double file 2 by 2 as they enter turn 1 and 2. It is still going to be Brian LaPrade, your race leader.
LaPrade has maintained control for this entire heat so far, for the most part. Garrett Maines, though, now working his way up to second for the first time. Several drivers now shuffling about 2-3 wide in the mid-pack, trying to get to that top 18 for a shot of the LCQ. That has allowed the top 15 or so to break into a half-second group or so. It's getting intense up towards this front.
It certainly is. The 30 of Matt Danson currently holds that spot as they come down the front straightaway. White flag should be in the air.
One car around in the middle of Calamity Corner. No caution. We stay green. That was Brandon Murray who spun around in the backdrop. Now, LaPrade tries to work his way against the O-line. Maines with a push.
Maines gets a great push right now from the 28 of Dustin Johnson, or actually Dustin Johnson's getting a big push to Daniel Eberhardt, while LaPrade is having the help from Garrett Maines. The 98 of Presley Sora as well as in the mix. They're working their way down the Daytona Super Stretch. Here they come.
Side by side, up towards the front, the transfer spot, also side by side. Crawford trying to work on the high side of the moment. Derek Justice trying to work on the bottom. Cars up in the air, cars crashing. That determines things for Heat 1. Brian LaPrade will take the victory, while the drag race will see Daniel Eberhardt, Garrett Maines, Justin Nowak, Dustin Johnson, Justice, Sora, and Day move on in the top 8.
What an exciting finish to cap off today, start today's racing extravaganza here at Daytona for the Podium 500 weekend. As we see what happened toward the back half of the field, that was pretty interesting.
And that really shuffled about who is eligible for the LCQ transfer spots as a result for those positions. Let's take a look what happened. The driver who got 18th, Bill Schoonover, was among the drivers who was starting to lose the draft. And then calamity ensued off turn 4.
That's why you try and run to the end, even though you may not have a damaged race car. When it comes to coming to the checkered flag here at Daytona, you know a big one is going to happen, and we just saw that here today, where several drivers who thought they were going to at least make it to the LCQ, well, their chances of that are gone, and several of the drivers who thought they were out are now in the LCQ or even made their way into the Podium 500.
A crazy, crazy run there. Let's take a look once again. And Daniel Day in a drag race, battling hard, was able to break on through as the top 8 essentially ran off. Blaze Crawford, though, was the first one out.
Tough break for Blaze Crawford right there, as he was definitely one of the watch this season, and seeing that, he's going to be outside looking in.
An interesting stretch here for those respective drivers, as now Heat 1 has come to its conclusion and the top positions are filed in. It's time to take a look at the full field rundown for Heat 1 to see where your favorite driver finished. Up at the front, it was Brian LaPrade who took the checker flag by 0.056 seconds over Garrett Maines, while Daniel Eberhardt finished in third. Justin Nowak, Dustin Johnson, Derek Justice, Presley Sword, Daniel Day rounded out your top 8 for today's action, Taylor.
Certainly is, and now as we go a little further down, Blaze Crawford, Nicholas Sacco, Cliff Mullins, Matt Danson, Rance Tatro in 13th, Zachary Mertes in 14th, with Anthony Pastone 15th. Mike Wombold will be 16th, Shane Cochran 17th, and Bill Schoonover will be rounding out your 18-car field, who will go into the LCQ.
19th position goes to George Williams, with Alexander Cronkite, the second driver, on 20th. Sean Stevens, 21st. And these drivers are among those who are amongst the big one as well. Keep in mind, Chad Oxenine, Justin Winters, Braden Bulos, Kyle Trudell, known for speed on the super speedways, 25th. Andrew Fayosh, who is among the drivers who is starting to lose some draft from an earlier on incident, 26th. Randall Cobb, Brian Blackford, Lucas Strayer, Matthew Hibbs, who was that transfer car for the LCQ for the green-white checkered attempt, ends up being 30th, Taylor.
31st goes to Dominic Lemowski. He's going to be the last car on the lead lap, or first car one lap down. Brett Picari will be 33rd. Liam Sheen, 34th. Dalton Collins, 35th, with Jay Harrell, 36th. Adam Thompson, 37th. Mario Morenza, 37th or 38th. Pat O'Brien, 39th. Devin Rogers, 40th. And Patrick Britton rounds out your 41-car field.
That's a look at the drivers once again. And one thing to keep in mind is, for those who tuned in on Thursday, some drivers had a preliminary race essentially to qualify their way in for the opportunity to compete in the heats today. One of those drivers did end up moving on, and Anthony Pastone in 15th position from 31st spot, Taylor, to be able to avoid the trouble and get through to move on.
That's exciting for him. I'm pretty sure he had an exciting run all the way up through the field and trying to get that way up there. Another driver as well, Rance Tatro, started 30th. Zachary Mertes, 36th. Great runs for them.
Absolutely entertaining race, to say the very least. And as well, you have to give a shout out to the drivers who stayed up at the front, qualified well, and in turn were able to maintain the track position.
They certainly did. I mean, these drivers who stayed up towards the front of the field, they're actually probably the safest drivers since the start of the green flag, as they stayed up there, held their positions, held their lines, and just survived, which was something very important when it came to this type of race.
Overall, though, what do you feel is going to happen for the remaining of the heats once things continue on here?
Well, I can say this. One thing is for certain is that we're going to see drivers who are going to be some of the top drivers that we expect to see make their way. Or one other thing is we're going to see drivers who we will not expect making their way into the heats or the LCQ, and maybe some drivers who we thought were not. And that's the thing when it comes to heat racing.
With that, we'll take a quick step aside. You're watching coverage of qualifying day for the 3rd annual Podium 500 on Podium Esports' Twitch channel. Stay tuned.
Prove it, I'm ready to do it, I can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now, I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real, I'm feeling so ruthless. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Yeah. So what are you afraid of? Those feelings are made up. Get in the game, your moment of fame, show them what you made of. It's time that we stand up, it's time that we man up. For anyone asking who is the best, we putting our hands up. My time, nothing can keep me from reaching the top. This time, like the last time, I'm moving so fast, I'm ready to rise. I'm ready to throw down, it's time for the showdown. I'm ready to rise, don't be surprised, I'll take on the world now. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. My town, my crown, we know what it takes to be reaching the top. We're reaching the top, we're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. My town, my crown, we know what it takes to be reaching the top. We're reaching the top, we're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. Lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Turning the track up, I'll never go back down. Hand over my heart, I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Yeah. I'm ready to play now. Put me in the game now. I came here to
Welcome back to coverage of qualifying day for the third annual Podium 500 on Podium Esports Twitch channel. We are getting ready for heat race number 2 after an exciting heat race number 1. Hi, I'm Taylor Burris, and joining me in the booth is my colleague Gary Weaver. And Gary, we saw an exciting heat race where we saw drivers such as Briar LaPrade, Dustin Johnson, Garrett Maines, Daniel Eberhardt, and many more qualify their way in through the heat races. But what can we expect maybe in heat race number 2?
Well, heat race number 2, these drivers most likely have been watching that first heat race and trying to figure out what moves they could make, what moves they really can't make. So it's going to be a lot, it's going to be worthy to watch these other heat races to see what drivers are doing, what strategies some drivers in the future heats could pull off, and maybe even in the LCQs at the end of the day.
Talking to a couple of drivers in between Heat Race 1 and Heat Race 2, Heat Race 1 drivers such as Dustin Johnson and Briar LaPrade had some issues with engines overheating, sometimes hitting engine heats of 294 degrees, which is dangerous when it comes to racing here at Super Speedway. So they have to make sure they keep those engine cools in order to help stay in the race for today.
Yeah, it's going to be a very key thing. These engines can withstand about 300, but once you get over that or stress the engine that long, it's going to pretty much explode. And unfortunately, I know that from a bit too much experience. So it's definitely going to be something to keep an eye on heading into this afternoon's event.
It certainly is, and as the field gets ready to go, we have a couple of heavy hitters in here. Sean Kalis, of course, in that number 43, a Podium Esports favorite here, of course, competing in several Podium Esports events. Of course, Adam Gilliland as well, another fan favorite on the service to keep an eye on as well. And with that, we are about to get ready to roll off the grid. Of course, just as a reminder, the top 8 are guaranteed a spot into the duels here tonight, while the rest of the field from 9th to 2018 are in the LCQ. But here's your starting lineup for today's race. On the pole, of course, is going to be Brendan Kohler, followed by Adam Gilliland in 2nd. Hunter Johnson is starting in 3rd, followed by Nick Olsen in 4th. Timo Toika will be starting in the 5th position, followed by Troy Sabat in 6th. 7th goes to Ben Horst, followed by Brad Neer in 8th. Alan Baccigliano is in 9th, followed by Nicholas Short, rounding out your top 10.
Mike Knight starts off in the 11th place position with Bryson Tomlinson, starts off in 12th. Philip Martin starts off in position number 13 with the number 4 car of Matthew Dula on the outside lane. Garrett Brown rounds out the top 15 in the number 21 car. And then the 818 starts off in 16th place, that being Caden Thor. Sean Kalis starts off 11th. Thomas Stewart starts off 17th, Thomas Stewart starts 18th. The 72 of Noah Sherwinski starts 19th, and 20th is going to be, what's scheduled to be Mark Frimpong, who has not gridded.
21st is going to be the 45 of Christopher McCullough, followed by Marcus Ulmer in 22nd. Brett Adams starts 23rd with Paul Moraine in 24th. Mike Neely in the 48 will be starting in the 25th position, followed by Cody Ballin in 26th. 27th goes to Chastain Teets and James Knuckle in 28th. 29th is Aaron Valley, and rounding out your top 30 is Christopher Hureta.
31st going to be Soch, Casey Soch, more specifically. 32nd going to be Brett Baldick. Michael Sturgill starts off 33rd. 34th is going to be Devin Mistak. Derek Watson starts off 35th with Julio Villalobos Jr. starting 36th. 37th going to be Joseph Gulada, and 38th is going to be Jared Torres.
38 cars trying to get into either the top 8 spots or at least inside the top 18 to guarantee their shot here. As for drivers 19th on back, their run for a chance of going into the Podium 500 tomorrow will come to a close. But the pace truck will lead them down off of turn number 4 here at Daytona International Speedway, the world center of racing. And we're about to go 20 laps of excitement once again for heat race number 2. Pace truck makes the hard left turn down pit road. We are about to see a great race as the number 36 green flag is out, and we are underway for heat race number 2. Right now, cars are getting up to speed right now as Brendan Kohler and Adam Gilliland are going to be slided up side by side as the 12 of Hunter Johnson will be pushing Brendan down into turn 1.
At the moment, everyone's scrambling for position in the sense of really who's trying to get that peak out forward. And so far, that's going to go both to the 36 and the 12 as they go down the back straightaway.
Cars getting up to speed right now as they go down the Daytona Superstretch once again. Hunter Johnson right now is going to be leading them as they enter into turn number 3 right now, as we see Adam Gillen giving them a little bit of a push as they enter in 3 and 4. Here they come out of turn number 4 to complete lap number 1. Right now, the car who is on the outside looking in is going to be Brad Neer in 9th. He is trying to get around Alan Balaciano in that 8th spot as they come across the line, 1 of 20 completed.
And it's only 19 laps to go here for this entire top 8. For drivers like Brad Neer just sitting outside of this, it's going to be something to really look ahead for. But we take a look at Alan Balancino as he sits right on that cusp as well, just in front, just enough, 4th car on the inside lane. So he's definitely going to be just riding around here on the inside.
That's probably going to be the safe spot, is for drivers to be right there on that inside lane to try to keep it clean for them in order to stay in shot. But of course, as we saw in heat race number 1, you could be inside the rules, you could be in the LCQ, but in one corner or one lap, you could be outside looking in, as we have a battle once again for the race lead as Timo Tuika in car number 146 is trying to get up towards race lead. He is battling with Brendan Collier as they go into 1.
And they'll continue side by side. Brad Neer, who that's going to be commentator's curse, unfortunately, is going to get shuffled out just a little bit, actually. A couple lanes. We have a crash in the back. Caution is out.
Caution is out once again, and it's trouble for Brett Baldeck. For those of you who are fans of Monday Night Racing, that number 30 is definitely seen some better days as he is involved in our first caution of the day. We'll take a look at the replay to see what had happened to that number 30. He just gets a little bit loose in the middle of turns 1 and 2, loops it around, collects the 28 of Julio Garbolas Jr., and thankfully they still have a faster pair, but for the Fox 35 news reporter, he is definitely going to be having some issues right there, as Brett Baldeck is currently going to have to come down pit road.
Just unfortunately nowhere to go. Unfortunately, they're up on the outside lane, but that's something that I've actually never seen. So wondering if there are any issues beforehand for that number 30.
Looking at him watching him at some prior laps, he was trying to keep a stream, but we also know how difficult the aero is here at Daytona, where one false step could send your car a little bit squirrely, as he did dip below that yellow line, which then sent him back up the racetrack, collecting the 28 of Garbolas Jr. So we'll have to see if he's able to come down pit road, get that fast repair needed in order to continue on his way, so he can have a shot of getting into the LCQ or into the big show on Sunday. Field works their way down the back straightaway, heading into turn 3 and 4. The pace truck will lead them towards pit road. We'll see if any takers, probably at least 2 for sure, but for the rest of the field, most likely going to be staying out on the track, as we have completed at least 4 of the 20 scheduled distance here. Now, we saw right here, one driver is, on heat race number 1, we saw that we had one attempt of a green light checker. Could we see another one here today? We could.
And 30 of Baldeck, of course, going to be going into pit road and get that car as quickly fixed up as possible, and at least get to the top 18 so we can get into LCQ1. Meanwhile, 37 of Devin Mistak had actually gotten a warning for changing lanes before the start-finish line, so a lot of close eyes being made for these restarts and starts.
Yes, we have a great race control up over in race control tower, keeping an eye, making sure everyone is trying to keep it safe and green, and in order to have some great racing action, no one trying to jump the start or changing lanes, as we just saw for the number 37 of Devin Mistak, as he will come down and go to the tail end of the field.
30 of Baldeck able to get that fast repair. He's down and away, so I'm pretty sure with this he's going to be taking it incredibly easy. As for the 36 of Kohler, he'd been doing a great job just keeping that defensive inside lane, where, well, in this case the 146 of Tuika was sitting behind him. Well, now it's going to be Hunter Johnson, who was originally up on the outside lane leading that charge on these on those first 3 laps.
It certainly is, and that's one of the things we talked about. We saw Collier up on the outside lane. Now he'll be starting back on the bottom of the racetrack here, as Toyka will now be on that outside lane, seeing who is going to be able to get the better run off corner exit. We've seen the outside lane come into fruition quite well in heat race number 1, but also there was times where that inside lane was able to maintain and hold on, especially off turn 2 down the long back straightaway.
We saw a look at the transfer spots essentially for this heat, as well as going into LCQ1, the 0-0 of Troy Sabat, who's going to be starting up on the outside lane. Not exactly the best line, especially going into this restart in the final 15 laps, just about. As well as the 73 of Noah Sherwinski, also up on the outside lane, restarting in 18th. He is that transfer spot for LCQ1.
Going to be a tough fight for those two drivers as they try to hold their positions, but while the pace car is leading them, we'll give you a rundown of your top 10 right now. It's Brendan Collier who will lead them to the green flag, followed by Timo Toyka in second. Ben Horst will be in the third position, followed by Hunter Johnson fourth. Alan Balacchino will be starting in fifth, followed by Troy Sabat sixth, Adam Gill in seventh. Brian Thomason is now in the transfer spot of eighth, with Nick Olson ninth, Mike Knight will round out your top 10 as they work down the Daytona Superstretch once again under green caution for the first time here tonight to get things ready and continue on the way. And we have a long day of racing ahead of us, Gary. This is just heat race 2 of 8, followed by 2 LCQs, and then, of course, the duels in order to set the field for tomorrow's big show of the Podium 500.
I wouldn't be surprised if you were either the 0-0 or the 73 that you'd be at least a bit worried going into this. And it's definitely going to be something to just remember, that all you have to do is be there by the end, right around at least on the inside lane, and you will be pretty much all good. Well, at least hopefully on the fact that the outside lane doesn't get that late race charge.
You will have to see who will get those charges toward the end of the run right now, but in the meantime, the pace car is off turn 4. It's about to make that hard left turn down pit road, and we are about to go back green flag racing here on lap number 6. As they come to the green flag right now, Collier, Toyka will lead them to the green as everyone tries to get lined up behind their competitors in order to try to get the draft going. We see one car dive down to the bottom of the racetrack. That looked like to be the 19 of Alan Balacchino, who decides to drop down as he now is sitting inside that 7th position, one spot ahead of Mike Knight as they come through turns 1 and 2. The top 7 separating themselves a little bit.
And Sabat going to get shuffled out on the outside temporarily. He just slots himself in front of Garrett Brown. Now, this is going to be the 38 and the 146 just leaving themselves up on the outside lane, and Sabat goes back up to the outside lane. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure everybody was listening apparently to the broadcast, because everyone that's decided to run right on that inside lane.
A couple of cars still stuck on that outside lane. Timo Toyka as well as the 38 of Ben Horst are stuck on the outside lane, trying to see if they can find an opportunity to get to the inside lane, but it's going to be a little bit difficult right now as they are pushing their way up towards front of the race lead to see if they can get around Brendan Collier for that race lead as they come out of turn number 2.
Making their way off the banking, and right now this is going to be, again, just a matter of, at least for the top 8, getting to the end, and essentially top 18 in general. But at the same time, while the drivers outside looking in are just chomping at the bit, say the 55 of Paul Moraine, who was at the start-finish line last time around, scored outside of the top 18. He's got to run on the outside lane, and he's going to try and at least do his absolute best to use that draft, that open space in front of him, to charge his way through.
Outside lane is starting to get a little more organized now as drivers such as the 99 of Nicholas Short as well as the 00 of Sabat have now joined the pack, along with Blake Neer and the 17 of Brian Tomlinson. So we now have about caution is out once again as we have a big one off turn 2.
And it's a huge crash in the back, about 5, 6, maybe about 10 cars for sure getting a piece of that. One car was upside down, and it was actually around what started that, the 77 of Cody Baldwin, except he had gotten turned.
Cody Baldwin was actually one of those drivers who was inside the transfer spot as they worked their way out of turn number 1, but it looks like the issue of the 30 was the reason for the caution, as race control has confirmed. We keep an eye and see where he was on track when the incident has happened.
may have been something unrelated to the last yellow, but my goodness, what just an unfortunate luck there that time with Sherwinski, especially, as well as the 77. And at that point, once the car went around, it was just the wrong place, wrong time, and hoping for the best.
Certainly was. Thankfully, some of these drivers do have that fast repair needed in order to continue on their way and continue to go. But for some, that might be difficult.
In the meantime, though, it's unfortunate for some of these drivers. A huge wild ride for the 77. My goodness, what an angle that was, and it's just unfortunate there for the 77. But especially the other drivers involved, the 73, who I believe may have taken a tow, in fact, for especially some of these drivers to get their fast repair.
Certainly is, as Cody Baldwin has come back out onto the racetrack right now after getting his fast repair completed. He is no longer have any more to use, so as he's involved in another incident, his day will be done. But right now, everyone's trying to catch up to the pace car in order to get back to green flag conditions here momentarily. As we continue here, it is going to be Brendan Collier and Timo Toika, your top two, as we are under caution here. We are just past the halfway point here at Daytona for heat race number 2 of the 8 heat races here today for the Podium 500 qualifying day.
Right now, I'm just taking a look at the standings going through as we're still under caution in the meantime. And Sabat, luckily, the 00 still sitting inside the top 8 at the moment. Driver getting a wave around up on the outside lane. That is the 23 of Mark Frimpong. But meanwhile, back to Troy Sabat. Not too bad so far on paper. Starts 6th, only currently 8th, of course. So he's not having too bad of a day. But if I was Troy, I'd be at least a bit worried, to be honest, because you are right on that cusp. You don't really have that buffer zone that you could have when you're a couple positions up, especially on the inside lane.
Certainly is the case. A couple of the biggest movers who are on track right now is the 33 of Jared Torres. Started 38th, is now running 20th, so just outside the transfer into the LCQ. And Joseph Gulata, who started 37th, is now running in 21st. A couple of other drivers who have worked their way up through the field who are in the transfers, whether it be LCQ or into the duels later tonight. Mikey Neal started 25th. He's now running 16th. And Paul Moraine started 24th. He is just running one spot ahead of the transfer spot in 17th.
Right now, just go ahead.
One more thing, of course, Landon Huffman has joined us here live on twitch.tv/Podium Esports for the Podium 500 with a part of 30. So we want to just say thank you, Landon, for coming on.
Hopefully he recognizes me. I've come across him on Twitter a couple times, but that's neither here nor there. But it's going to be pretty exciting here going into the final 9 laps. Great timing, in fact, as well, or final 8 laps, I guess, because well, good timing regardless. We're going to be getting into the final few laps of heat race number 2. I'm really I'm both excited and a bit nervous for some of these drivers, and I'm not even racing here, and I'm a bit nervous for seeing these transfer spots again. 9th to 18th essentially go into the LCQ, the first LCQ, and top 8 immediately transfer. But it's still very, very nerve-wracking for some of these drivers. Say you're, I believe, a 55 Paul Moraine, who might be, if I saw this correctly, actually now the 818 of Caden Thor, who's one position out, starting on the inside lane out of the top 18.
It's going to be so close here to the bitter end, and these final 8 laps to go here at Daytona International Speedway for heat race number 2. Drivers are trying to get themselves lined up, keep themselves calm and ready to go. The tension will continue to rise as we work our way all throughout today's action of the Podium 500 qualifying day, as the pace truck will lead them into turn 3. Drivers trying to get settled in, get ready for these final 8 laps to the dash finish here at Daytona. A couple of drivers we're keeping an eye on as well who've worked their way up through the field. Nicholas Short started 10th. He's now inside the top 6 right now as he is working his way. And Alan Balacino, he is going to be one to watch as well, battling with Troy Sabat, Nick Olson, and Brad Meir to get into that final 8th place transfer spot into the duels later tonight. The pace truck is about to make that hard left turn down pit road out of harm's way, and we are about to go that green flag racing. Green flag is out. We are underway here as Brendan Collier, Timo Tueka will lead them to the green. Here comes the 12 of Hunter Johnson, giving Collier a big push on down the front straightaway here, while the 38 of Horse will now try to see if he can catch up with Timo Tueka in order to push him up into the race lead as they enter turn 1.
Everyone bobbling left, right, and center. In fact, trying to form a third lane are both the 33 and 86. That is Torres and Goleta. And now just jumping out, well, that might actually now settle out to a second lane. We'll see on how that fares around the back of the top 18. But still a very solid charge and very solid control from both Kohler and Johnson as they lead the inside lane.
Working their way out of turn number 3. Here comes the 12 of Hunter Johnson. He's going to duck out to the outside lane. Tueka's going to get behind him, pushing him up through the field right now as Hunter Johnson with a head of steam. He's going to try and lead this lap. He will not as it goes to Collier. Adam Gilliland now slots in behind Collier in that second car in the inside lane. Working their way down into turn 1. Hunter Johnson now as Collier will take over the race lead again.
Continuing to go side by side as usual. The inside lane getting that small burst of momentum, but watch the outside lane just get this run right on down the back straightaway here as we ride on board Troy Sabat, who's just hovering around the edge of the top 8. Look at that run that Hunter Johnson gets up on the outside lane with help, of course, from the 146, but it's just not enough. It is so close, yet so far to clear that inside lane. He'll get it in the trial. Does he move down, or does he bring the 146 with him? He looks indecisive. He moves down, and he'll lead that lap this time by with 6 to go.
One thing you cannot be at Daytona is indecisive. You have to be ready to take any lane, any spot that you can. Right now, though, the one driver who's trying to do that is the 00 of Troy Sabat. He is trying to find any lane he can to get around the 02 of Alan Balacino to get into the LCQ. He's going to duck out to that third lane. Will he have help? No. Brad Neer is going to go right there in the outside lane. The 17 as well of Brian Thomas is going to follow. That's going to send Sabat to the back of the field.
And that's the one move that you never want to make here at Daytona. Not only that, but he's also got the outside wall slowing him down as well from the arrow. It is not going to go well for Troy Sabat. While he does have help behind him, at least he'll try and get to the second lane. But unfortunately, that 21 machine of Garrett Brown is right there.
It's going to be tight indeed as they work their way through turns 1 and 2. We are closing in on 5 laps to go here at Daytona International Speedway for heat race number 2. Right now, the battle for 8th is between Mike Knight and Nicholas Short as they will battle for that 8th position. Short has the position as he is trying to get up in front of Mike Knight with help from Brad Neer.
No spin, I believe, in the back. It is the 64 of Thomas Stewart's involved. It's the entire back half of the field in turns 3 and 4.
Trouble in turns 3 and 4 once again as we see the big one happen at Daytona. And Gary, I'm pretty sure that's going to be one of the words of the day, the big one happening, and just pick a corner as they are under caution. We should be able to go back green flag racing without a green white checkered attempt, but we'll have to wait and see as Mikey Neal, Matthew Dula, Sean Kalist, the 88 1 of Caden Through, and the Joseph Goleta involved, along with Casey Sawtek as well. So a tough race as Troy Sabat narrowly gets through.
That's unfortunately a huge wreck. The 4 and the 818 or the 818, I didn't say that correctly. Unfortunately, involved in that, the 818 had maybe tried to slow down actually in the process of that, but no, unfortunately, Dula just couldn't really tell as we ride on board. It's going to be a huge wreck. Yep, there it is. Nowhere to go as the entire back half is involved.
It's a tough break indeed for those drivers, and for those ones, those might be the day may be done for some. Some may be able to still have a faster pair to get back out onto the racetrack, but with how much time's left in the race, not a lot of room for errors or mishaps as they will only have probably anywhere between 2 to 3 laps to go once we go back green flag racing. If not, maybe a green white checker.
And there's the initial crash by the 17 and 818, and it is just absolute carnage going through turn number 3 there. The 22 may have gotten a piece of that, but somehow managed to slow up enough to stay on the outside lane, riding on board here. And I'll just see what Sturgill went through as he just misses it. Oh my goodness. I don't, oh my goodness.
And he's still having to negotiate through.
Wow.
Let's go on board on again with him again, because that was exciting. Let's see here. They're coming down the back straightaway, as you see on board with him. And there it goes. There's the incident. We're slowing it down and just parted the seas for him as he goes through the incident. Almost hits another car as they go through turn 3 and 4. A couple of cars almost coming back up the racetrack as they continue on, but he is able just to survive. And if that's not considered one of the moves of the race, of course, that is the 22 of Michael Sturgill who survives. That is, as the chat says, Days of Thunder as you get right here at Daytona.
You know, I don't know about you, Taylor, but I think that'd be worthy for an iRacing top 10 moment for this month. That is... Wow, that is insane. If I was Sturgill, I would both be panicking and also breathing a sigh of relief right after that. That was an avoidance and a half there. He did a great job. He slowed it down. He kept it to the top of the track because he did know, of course, he was aware that, well, it's in a way like Dover with these wrecks. The banking does help in a way. It clears everybody out to the inside lane.
Certainly does right now, and he's just only a couple of spots behind before getting into the transfer spot of Chastain Teets in that number 18 spot, in that number 51. But he has damage right now. No front nose, neither does, by the looks of it, the other car behind him, car 86 of Joshua Guletta. So that could be a big help for Michael Sturgill, who has the cleanest car out of those drivers.
This is going to be one heck of a restart. Going into actually green-white checkered territory in the process. Boy, oh boy, if that doesn't spice things up a little bit or worry some of these drivers, it definitely would for me.
Certainly is the case. So we're going to give you a quick rundown of your top 10 before we go back green flag racing. Adam Gilliland and Hunter Johnson are going to be your front row starters, followed by Timo Toika and Brendan Collier in 3rd and 4th. Ben Horst and Nick Olsen will be 5th and 6th, followed by Nicholas Short. And Alan Balacino is that 8th spot, that 8th transfer spot in order to make it into tonight's duels. Then it's Brad Neer and Mike Knight rounding out your top 10. And down in 18th, the final transfer spot into tonight's LCQ races is Sean Kalis, who's holding on to 18th. Now it goes to Michael Sturgill, who we just talked about getting through that major big one into turn 3.
Yeah, Sturgill starting up on the outside lane, 18th place. I'm not going to say it. We're going to knock on wood, but I'm not going to say just yet. We'll wait till the end of this before I say anything because I'm not chancing this at all with the commentator's curse today. Let's not play a little bit of fire with that as they go through turns 3 and 4. Could it be for the final time is the question, but I don't know. It's going to be a very wild couple of laps here.
We usually expect to see fireworks in July, but we're seeing them a little bit early here today for Podium 500 qualifying here at Daytona International Speedway, as the pace truck will lead them out of turn number 4 and get out of harm's way as we are here for attempt number 1 of a green-white checkered here at Daytona International Speedway for heat race number 2. Pace truck heads down pit road, and we are underway for the race here of heat race number 2. Cars getting up to speed as they work their way down the front straightaway heading into turn 1. Johnson has a little bit of help from Collier. Toyko is pushing Adam Gillen as they enter turn 1. As Nick Olsen, Ben Horst, and Nicholas Short watch on as they come through turns 1 and 2, getting up to speed, approaching speeds of 200 miles an hour. Alan Balacino, you're on board with him. He holds on to that 8th place, trying to hold off Mike Knight, Brad Neer, and Christopher McCullough as they go down the back straightaway as the caution is out once again.
At 31, Derek Watson around on the back straightaway off turn number 2. And it's actually from potentially inadvertent contact from another driver, the 86 and the 818, unfortunately making contact. Luckily, in a sense, that was really with, we still do have a few more attempts, but I'm pretty sure some of those drivers up in the top 8 were really eager to get going, like Kohler.
It's a tough break indeed for that 31 of Derek Watson. He was involved, I believe, in the previous incident that we just had. But that just means one thing. We rack him up and do it all over again here for green-white checkered flag attempt number 2.
We still have one more attempt, luckily, as we take a look at the replay here, going down the back, or going down into turns 1 and 2, up onto the back straightaway. Keep an eye on the 86 and 31. Both go for the same real estate. Unfortunately, Watson just gets turned hard into the outside wall, and now it's just inadvertent contact as well as the difference in momentum there.
Certainly is the case. And Gary, Daytona International Speedway and any super speedway that we come to requires heavily on spotters. How much so would these drivers be depending on their spotters here today? Whether they use the services spotter or actually get one of their friends or teammates to come out and spot for them during these races.
There's the contact one more time from the back view. That spotter is absolutely important. The thing is, you have to be absolutely quick on the draw when you are the spotter, because, well, things are happening so fast, and with that, you really wouldn't know where to go. You can't expect, say, something like the 818, to move down right at the same time. So unfortunately, that was just the case of just wrong place, wrong time. Unfortunately for Watson, he hopefully will be able to get going, and in fact, we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, he still does have damage. He might be actually going to pit road, so it's really unfortunate there.
Certainly is unfortunate for drivers such as Derek Watson, who was involved just trying to get through and get to the end, and unfortunately gets collected in the third caution of today's race here for heat race number 2, as the field works their way up in through turns 1 and 2 in order to catch up to the pace car. And we will now go to a second attempt of a green-white checkered. Right now, it is Hunter Johnson, your race leader. In the 8th spot in the transfer is the 99 of Nicholas Short. He holds that coveted 8th place finishing position right now. And as we go a little further down, in 18th, Sean Kalis holds on to that race.
I've also raced with Sean Kalis a few amount of times. Great person to race with. Puts on an incredible battle. So I'm pretty sure that Kalis will not let 18th go down without a fight.
Certainly will not in that SK Sim Racing Chevrolet, as he works his way up and see if he can get a little bit more comfortable positioning, at least into the LCQ of tonight's race as we work this way. Another driver who's made a decent recovery, the 30 of Brett Baldeck from Fox 46 up in the Charlotte, North Carolina area. Of course, fan of the Monday Night Racing competitor as well. He started 32nd, is inside the top 20 as he's trying to see if he can have a shot of breaking into the top 18 to work his way into the LCQ later tonight.
Hopefully this will pay dividends as we get the 1-2 green signal this time around. Lights or caution lights on the racetrack and on the pace truck will go out. 2 positions out for the number 30 machine. So he sees that 18th place directly in front of him. All he has to do is just work. He could even work with Sean Kalis on the outside, but really, how long would you want to work with somebody here?
That's going to be the question that we'll have to see. How long will these drivers do? And of course, we want to thank all of you who are tuning in today for Podium 500 qualifying day, and all for those of you who are clicking that follow button to catch all the greatest events all throughout the year for Podium Esports coverage. And of course, for all of those who are here for this race, the top 8 will transfer into the duels here tonight. And then, of course, from the positions 9th to 18th, we'll go into a last chance qualifier, which will be later on tonight. So top 8 will go into the duels, while 9th through 18th will go into the LCQs later tonight.
So essentially, everyone beat me to the punch here, both in chat and you as well. But you pretty much finish in the top 18, and you're relatively okay. That's the TLDR of this whole thing. But this is going to be absolutely nerve-wracking for some of these drivers in the top 8. They know they could still get in. All they have to do is just finish the race. Nicholas Short in at 99, that last driver in the 8th place position.
It's time to pull those belts tight, a little bit tighter on your sim seats if you're in your sim seat, and get ready for a green-white checkered number 2 here as the pace truck makes that hard left turn down pit road out of harm's way, and the green flag is out. Hunter Johnson, Adam Gilliland leading them to the green flag. Collier and Tueka will be pushing them as they work their way up to speed through the front straightaway heading into turn 1.
A very far jump ahead for Hunter Johnson as he makes his way into turn 1. But if I was Kohler, I would not push the issue. I would not move to the outside lane, just sit behind and just hope for the best. Just know that you'd make it to the end. You got here this far. Why make your chance, a bit more at risk here going into these final 2 laps?
One driver, though, who is trying to risk it all in order to make sure he makes it into the duels is Nicholas Short on the 99. You are on board with him as we go full screen to see him as he works his way through turns 3 and 4. We will see the white flag this time as they come across the line. Hunter Johnson leading the way.
Whatever happens at this point, it is pretty much down to the wire. It is official, putting the absolute meaning to checkers or wreckers. Through turns 1 and 2, the top 8 still strung out, much like they were on the first restart lap here.
Here they go down the back straightaway, down the Daytona Superstretch for the final time. This is where we'll see a lot of interesting passes for position. Still right now in 8 is Ben Horst in the 38. He's now pushing Timo Tueka and Adam Gilliland on the outside lane. Side by side as they get to that second car of Brendan Collier, but Dustin Johnson holds on to the race lead. Coming out of turn 4 for the final time, it is going to be Hunter Johnson trying to hold the block as Gilliland tries to get the push from Tueka. Coming to the line, it will be Hunter Johnson winning heat race number 2 and Ben Horst. Now Nicholas Short finishing in 8th, holding on to that 8th coveted spot. And then Matthew Dula in the 4 will hold on and transfer into the LCQ as we have issues of cars wrecking off of turn 4, cars spinning out of control as they try to get to the line. And several drivers who we talked about, Michael Sturgill, well, he makes it into 16th.
And what great timing for that to end, because Kohler was pushing, just absolutely stressing his engine out so much that he blew up just as he got to the start-finish line. Nicholas Short luckily does advance as well in the 18th place position. Matthew Dula advanced, looking around for the number 30 machine to see where he finished. Unfortunately, 30th place.
A tough break for several drivers such as Brett Baldeck, Sean Kalis, Marcus Ulmer, Jaron Valley. I mean, several drivers who were up toward the front. Mikey Neal, Thomas Stewart, third run for a chance of going into the Podium 500 tomorrow are over. But with that, it's time to give you the full field rundown here to show you where your favorite driver finished in today's race and who moves on to either the duels or tonight's LCQ. Winner of heat race number 2 goes to Hunter Johnson, followed by Brendan Collier in 2nd. Adam Gilliland will come home in 3rd, followed by Nick Olson in the 4th position. Timo Tueka will come home 5th, followed by Alan Vallecino in 6th. Ben Horst will come home in 7th, with Nicholas Short rounding out your 8th spot. He will be the last driver into the duels tonight. Coming home in 9th will be Mike Knight, followed by Christopher McCullough in 10th. 11th goes to 10th goes to Christopher McCullough.
11th place is Brad Neer. Philip Martin finishes 12th place. Brian Tomlinson finishes in position number 13 with Garrett Brown 14th. A 0-0 of Troy Sabat finishes in 15th. Michael Sturgill 16th. What I was going to say is that, well, imagine if he avoided that and he got in, and in some fashion he did so far. James Conkle finishes in 17th, and Matthew Dula, the last driver to go into the first LCQ, finishes in 18th. Mikey Neal, so close yet so far, just under a 10th of a second away from getting into the first LCQ, with Thomas Stewart only a few hundredths of a second behind as well, rounding out the top 20.
Paul Moraine will come home 21st, followed by Jared Torres 22nd. Caden Thurer will come home 23rd, with Chastain Teets 24th. Joseph Galata will come home 25th. Sean Kalis, tough break for him. His run for the Podium 500 will come home 26th. Marcus Ulmer 27th, Casey Satchwick in 28th, Jaron Valley 29th, and Brett Baldeck, car number 30, will finish 30th.
Among the many drivers involved in that last corner crash, where Julio Villalobos Jr. finishes in 31st, Devin Stack finishes in 32nd, 33rd is Derek Watson, 34th being rounded out by Cody Baldwin, top 35 being rounded out by Christopher Herta, with Brett Adams finishing in 36th, 37th is Noah Sherwinski, and 38th is Mark Frimpong.
Well, with that, we come to a close for heat race number 2, but don't worry, we got more great racing coverage of qualifying day for the 3rd annual Podium 500 on Podium's Esports Twitch channel. Heat race number 3 is still to come.
Hello, race fans, and welcome back to Podium Esports coverage of the Podium 500 qualifying day. David Schildhouse here with you for heat race number 3. Joining me in the booth, my other Arizona-based connection, Devin Henry. Devin, hello, welcome in. Are you ready for some racing?
I'm ready for some racing. I'm ready for some chaos. These first 2 heat races have had quite their chaotic moments. Top 8 has been just borderline calm, and then you look at the guys trying to make that LCQ, and that's where things have been getting pretty crazy.
Yeah, we've seen in the first 2 heats already. Coming to the checkered flag, as expected, chaos breaks out. The guys in the top 8 spots feel pretty good, and then from 9th back to 18th to get into the LCQ, they just keep wrecking. You think you're in, and then by the time you cross the checkered flag, you're out. So sometimes maybe it's better to be outside that top 18 and weave your way through that wreck right before the line. But that's the fun of it. There's a whole bunch of people trying to get into a few spots, and that's why we love qualifying day for the Podium 500. Another stacked field here for heat number 3. Excited to bring you the call. 20 laps, 1 quick repair. And Devin, I'm going to tell you, if I'm in this field, as I've been watching so far throughout the day, I like aggressive drivers in this race. I think you got to be aggressive, get your way to the front, and hold it there.
Well, you have to be aggressive if you're starting outside the top 18, because if you finish outside the top 18, well, your day is done. But there's nothing better than being able to transfer straight to the duels tonight. If you don't have to go through that LCQ where only 8 drivers move on out of 43, that makes it that much better, right? So you're going to see guys in 9th and 10th who are locked into the LCQ go and try to take away that 8th spot, because that's just one less chance that you don't have to take tonight if you want to make that Podium 500 roster.
Absolutely right. I'll take my top 8, and we'll see you later tonight. If that's me, that's my perspective on it. Just keep it simple. I'm all about keeping it simple. But, cars are starting to hit the grid. We're getting ready to roll off here. So why don't we take a look at the starting lineup for heat race number 3. On the front row, 2 very well-known names and 2 very aggressive drivers. On pole, it's going to be Dylan Alt in the number 42 to his outside in the 2nd position, Garrett Conrath. Vicente Salas from Space Station Gaming clocks in that 3rd position. Dylan Jones in 4th, Eric Stanford in 5th, Thunder Dan Falkingham in P6, Fast Pasta Anthony Alfredo in the 7th position, Michael Guest from Jim Beaver Esports in 8th, Guillaume Hesno in the 9th position, Ray Rittenauer in 10th, Aaron Roofs in 11th, and Michael Jeans rounds out the top 12.
Looking at P13, Eric McCurchin will start inside of row 7, Dustin Shepard starting outside of row 7, Colby Babber starts inside of row 8, Chris Akers, starts in 16th. Will Drefke starts in 17th, and Michael Ramos starts in that dreaded 18th position. He's got the target on his back to start off the night. Jackson Crowder is one spot out looking in. Dominic Dornberg will start in 20th. Robert Hanrada will start off inside of row 11. Michael Smith Jr. outside row 11. Seth Eggert will start off inside of row 12, and Zach Johnson rounds out the top 24.
Aaron Miller in the 25th position, Ian Copperthite in 26th, Ralph Vandervorst 27th, Ray Jensen in 28th, Kendall Lever in 29th, and Justin Carey rounds out the top 30. Judd Danielson 31st, Chase Pearson 32nd, Kyle Knapp Sr. 33rd, Dustin Reeves in 34th, Jacob Grant 35th, John Pillion in 36th, Joe McAdory in 37th, Rob Connors 38th, and the 39th and final position going to Alexander Goydom. 39 cars strong here as they work down the back straightaway, Devin, getting ready for a race that they know where they got to finish. If you're in the top 8, you're good to go. We'll see you in the duels tonight. If you're 9th through 18th, you fall to the LCQs. If you're outside of the top 18, thanks for showing up. We'll see you next year.
Man, I'm already nervous. I mean, it's not like top 10, top 11 move on. It's top 8. There's going to be no one racing defensively. It is go or bust right now. These guys are going to get out of here. We've seen almost every lap, everyone slipping and sliding across this hot, high bank track.
31 degrees of banking tries to hold these cars down as they go through the turns. The tri-oval, 18 degrees of banking themselves. And that pace truck is going to get out of the way so we can move on with 20 laps here in heat number 3. The field in the hands of Dylan Alt. And the number 42, he and Garrett Conrath, front row green flag in the air. And we are underway for heat race number 3 as they spill off into the second half of the front stretch, heading down to turn 1.
Everyone already starting to separate out just a bit. That outside lane, a few drivers going down to the bottom, and that's going to disconnect them. Only 5 drivers in that top lane here. And you can guarantee, hey, that's around the top 10. Now you have to wonder, what moves do I need to make next to try to gain those couple of spots? Because 3 wide, and it doesn't always work here at Daytona.
We'll see that third lane try to get formed, I imagine, before this thing is done. It's just so hard to make it work on the outside. You need a really strong group of pushers if you're going to make it happen. But right now, 2 by 2 all the way through this field as Dylan Alt continues to lead him out of turn 4. Should get it back to the line first. Dylan Alt, a very accomplished super speedway racer himself, aggressive and getting a great push from Vicente Salas.
And you can already see that inside lane is moving a little bit more. In my mind, when I race at those super speedways, it almost feels like that inside line. That's the defensive line. You know what? Just hold the bottom line, follow the guy behind us. We're along with Fast Pasta, Anthony Alfredo. You know, you can just kind of hang out here, especially if you're in the top 8. The outside lane, that's where you're aggressive. If you push out too far, you might get bumped out. There's some risk to being on that outside lane, but you see right there, you can be a little bit more aggressive and maybe slide in front on that bottom row, just like we see a new leader here.
That's Garrett Conrad slides down in front of Dylan Alt to take control of that bottom lane. That's going to put Daniel Falkingham in control of the outside lane, getting a push from Michael Guest. So a very accomplished pair of racers there leading that outside lane. And you'll notice the way the energy works as they complete a lap through the turns. That inside lane is going to pull ahead because they take that tighter radius. But as they get onto the straightaways, that top side gets the better run off the corner and pulls more momentum that way. So it's so fun to watch when you're not in the car. When you're in the car, it can get a little frustrating, especially if you're on that bottom side. You're packed up behind somebody. You want them to go, and you just can't go anywhere, Devin. It's a big track, but it's not that wide. It's not like a Talladega where you have more room to operate. You sort of get into gridlock even 2 by 2.
And that's where things will get sketchy. You'll see guys on the outside maybe try to push the issue. Go to that outside lane and make it 3 wide. If you need to make a move, and that's the only lane available, that's what you have to do. And you will see, you mentioned gridlock. I mean, it's just like on the freeway then. 3 rows of just everyone door to door, bumper to bumper, and that gets a little sketchy. You see here the outside lane is already almost up to the wall, kind of shifting around in their little snake motion. So yeah, it gets scary when you go 3 wide here at Daytona. It's not like Talladega.
You talk about gridlock. We know what it's like driving on I-10, or hell, we even take the 101 loop. We look at this, a little door action. Fast Pasta up through the middle, 3 wide. Took Michael Jeans 3 wide. I don't know if Jeans really like that. Puts it right on the quarter panel. They get back to 2. A bold, aggressive move there as Anthony Alfredo takes the Rambler. Michael Jeans 3 wide through 3 and 4 to put himself now 3rd car in the outside lane.
And that puts him in the 8th position, the final transfer straight to tonight's duels. And that's where, when you're in that outside lane, sometimes you do not have control. And that could have been much worse if that outside lane was a little bit more filed up and closer together. Then he might have been stuck on the outside, went back, who knows, 20 positions or so. Being in that outside lane, that's part of the risk, because now Stanford shoots to the outside trying to get around the 55 machine here.
That's what you got to do. If you're in that bottom lane and you want to get up top, you got to look for where that hole is and then see if there's somebody coming with a run. Because the way this package works, you jump up in front of somebody, they got 2 choices. Either they're going to push you forward or they're going to move up to that 3rd lane. If they don't have help, that 3rd lane's not really an option. So you really put yourself in a great advantage position there, as Falkingham's going to lead the field across the stripe this time, shuffling positions all the way through. 5 laps now complete, starting lap number 6, and we're still 2 wide through the majority of this field. But that move by Alfredo, that was a bold one, but I liked it.
And now I do want to mention your pole sitter, Dylan Alt, right now is seeing 3rd row on the inside lane. He started on the pole, but now he's back in 5th. The
problems halfway down the back straightaway. Cars in the grass, 3, 4, 5 around. Jeans is around with others going through the grass. That's going to be Eric Stanford and others collected in that wreck. Unbelievable right there, and it looks like just one of those cases down the straightaway. Cars got too close together, and they went for a wild ride through the grass halfway down the back straightaway. Let's take a look at it here on the replay cams. And it's easy to do this, Devin, as you go down these straightaways, you get a little too close to somebody or you give somebody a bad bump, and it looks like that's what it was, a bad bump. Turn that first car sideways from the outside line down across the inside line, and it was on from there.
Yeah, the 08 tries to give a little bit of a push. You see the red and white car right in kind of the middle, the front middle of that pack. And I mean, it's so minor, but he was just a little bit too much on that left rear quarter panel. And that right there was the battle for the eighth spot, the last transfer to the duels tonight. We're right on board here with Jeans. And just see how fast this happens. No one can do anything about it. He's just a little bit to the left side of that rear bumper, and that is all it takes. And now that battle for the final transfer spot is completely mixed up.
That was Ray Rittenauer involved, Jeans involved, Eric Stanford involved. A nice job by a lot of these drivers. Guillaume Hesno involved in that as well. A lot of drivers spinning through the grass. I don't know how Michael Jeans kept that car from coming back up into the pack. Unbelievable control. He was on a crash course with the rest of the field, right on the yellow line. Somehow pulled the car back to the left and spun it out of harm's way. Unbelievable, but a common occurrence here on the super speedways. You're just following the guy in front of you, but again, as Dale Jr. said, you have these giant spoilers on the back of these cars, and you can't see what's going on in front of you. So if they're bobbing and weaving and you're just following the guy in front of you, sometimes there's that delay, and you're just trying to follow the guy. And Jeans got a little bit off-centered and ended up turning him, but a normal wreck, I think, for this package of Daytona. Very lucky we didn't tear up more race cars, as a few of these guys come down pit road to effect some repairs.
And another thing when it comes to these cars is, besides the Ford Mustang, as you see the leader go by, Conrath there kind of has that really flat looking front bumper. Those connect best with the rear bumpers. When you get, say, one of those Camaros with a little nose on the front of it, they make it a little bit better for super speedways in the real world, and I think they kind of take that in the sim as well. But you still have that point. And so when you hit someone off kilter, that can happen sometimes. Even those Toyota Camrys don't have the nicest bumper. If you don't have that Ford Mustang front bumper, it makes it just a little bit more difficult to push if you're not in the perfect spot. And again, that's just part of super speedway racing and learning, okay, how much can I go on someone, or how far away can I push someone with whatever nose I happen to have. Not every Cup car is made equally.
Not all Cup cars made equally is right, but pretty decent race in there. I gotta say, I'm going back to the Alfredo thing, that 3 wide that he made. It was kind of a late move on Jeans. I don't think Jeans really cared for it, and I'm not sure if that sort of frazzled him a little bit as he gave up a few spots. We noted that he fell back a little bit in that outside lane, perhaps just lost focus there, and that's what led to the incident. But again, bold moves, you got to make them. Alfredo in that 8th position now, as you see that bright. I mean, you can't miss that car. That car is bright. Speedy Cash, bright car, looking good. But at the end of the day, you got to do what's best for you. You can't worry about what anyone else needs to have done for them. It's a selfish position to put yourself in, but that's how racing works. As the field gets formed up 2 wide to go, green flag racing. We're going to take that green flag with 11 laps to go. Not quite to halfway, Devin. I think it's safe to say the best is still yet to come here.
And like you said, we're just about halfway. This is a sprint. So Alfredo saw, I'm right near the cutoff. I don't want to race in an LCQ tonight. And so, yeah, you force that move a little bit, and that's another risk of being on the outside. When you do get pushed out, or when you think someone's going to go with you and they don't, you can get shuffled back more than just outside the transfer. You can get shuffled back outside the LCQ transfer. So that's just part of the risk of driving in that outside lane. Sometimes, though, you get to be like Garrett Conrath, get pushed out front, and you get to control what happens next in this race.
Conrath's done a really nice job sort of trading the lead a little bit with Dylan Alt, but as you mentioned, Alt has fallen back to the 4th position. Let's take a look at the top 10 heading into this restart. It is Garrett Conrath in the lead right now. To his outside is going to be Dylan C. Jones in the number 29. Thunder Dan Falkenham will line up in the 3rd position. Dylan Alt 4th. Michael Guest in 5th. Vicente Salas in 6th. Alfredo in that 7th position. It's going to be Guillaume Hesno in 8th. Aaron Roofs 9th and Chris Akers 10th. So a big break there for Guillaume, who was in that wreck and still finds himself in the top 10.
And coming back to the line here, we will see, we saw in the initial start some drivers swapping lanes immediately after the checkered or the start finish line. We'll see if they do it again.
Green flag back in the air. Garrett Conrath on it. Everybody rolling 2 wide all the way through. There's a lane change and a little bit of contact there. That was the number 5 of Aaron Roofs coming down in front of Guillaume on the restart. That looked to be maybe a little bit premature. I don't know. See if Race Control looks at that, but that was a big aggressive move. Almost a wreck right off the bat there, but you can see, as you mentioned, Devin, how important it is to get to the bottom. Aaron wanted to get to the bottom.
Yeah, he forced the issue. I think that was just after the start-finish line. Is now Alfredo will move up to the top here and try to team up with Salas on the outside lane. And I think that a lot of drivers, you like to be on the inside lane. It's a little bit simpler there. There's not as much risk involved. It's just when guys on the outside get to move forward and take that lead position. If you get to the inside, especially on an initial start, you're going to have the most speed coming out of turn number 2 because you have the shortest way around. Chris Akers here now on board. He's trying to work into that final transfer spot. He's in P9. Got to get by Roofs in P8.
6 cars on the top side, 5 cars on the bottom as they work through 1 and 2. That is the lead pack right now. Guillaume Hesno leads up that second pack in the 12th position. They will catch them here down the back straightaway. They got the push. Guillaume getting a whale of a push from Aaron McEachern, 2 by 2 behind them. It's just about positioning right now. A lot of people treat this like a game of chess, right? Chess, a thinking man's game. You got to think 3 steps ahead. And when it comes to super speedway racing, those who succeed typically follow that same strategy. And you don't worry so much about where you are right now on lap 11. It's where you want to be 5 laps from now and how do you get yourself there. But both these lanes pretty even right now as they go across the stripe one more time.
Well, I don't know about you, David, but my heart rate has never been this high just watching a chess match. So this is a little bit more intriguing, I think, at least in my mind. Little bit of shuffling in the back. They move around. One driver nearly going around. This is inside the LCQ transfer spot. The 30 car, the 00 of Rob Connors going around. This will bring out the caution.
Yep, there's a wreck off of turn 2. The the 00 rather of Rob Connors has gone around. That started well in front of him, actually. That started with Michael Smith Jr. in the number 40 machine, who scored in the 16th spot last time by. There was a huge checkup. Aaron McEachern pulled the e-brake there going into turn 1, and Michael Smith Jr. had nowhere to go, piles into him, straddles the banking, loses control. They scatter behind him, and as they do so, Rob Connors, left with nowhere to go, spins the car out onto the banking, back up across the track. How nobody hit him until Aaron Miller plows in, I have no idea, but really nowhere for these guys to go. Interesting checkup on the bottom line. Devin, you said the bottom line was the safest. What happened?
Stuff happens. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
and that's super speedway racing for you. It's still kind of where you drive a little bit more defensive, and sometimes that is where those checkups come from as well.
Oh my gosh, that was a big hit right there. But the checkup on the bottom lane was just massive for Aaron McEachern. Something happened, he didn't like it. He stopped that brake pedal, but in these close confines as you're racing here at Daytona, you don't have time to react to something that fast. You just don't. You're going 200-something miles an hour. You just can't react that quickly. And even if you do, it doesn't mean the guy behind you is going to be able to either. So just one of them deals. But ooh-wee, that was a nasty hit. That'll settle it down for yet again another caution flag, but that's only 2. That's only 2 in what, 12 laps? That's not bad.
Yeah, that's not that bad. Although we do have 3 attempts at a green-white checkered. Cautions. I mean, what are all the other things that we can say? I guess I don't know. There are so many things that can happen in these coming laps still.
All right, so we got our top 8. They make it into tonight's duels. 9th through 18th, go to the LCQ. Who do you see that's outside of the top 18 right now, Devin Henry, that you like to make it in to that top 18?
Boy, that's a tough one. I mean, so many things can happen. The Professor Seth Eggert is coming up close. You see Zach Johnson here in the 527. I mean, first of all, the quarter panel number is questionable, but nonetheless, he's right there. This is someone we're driving in 19th, 1 spot up. Everything can change right here on this restart.
I can literally hear Landon Huffman screaming at the top of his lungs over the placement of that number. I can hear it.
I know he's on the Twitch. He was on here earlier.
Oh my God, I don't even live near him, but I can hear him screaming about the placement of that number. Oh my gosh. We look at Chris Akers here in that number 4 Reese's machine. Akers currently scored in that 8th position, just behind him, Aaron Roofs. We talked about that aggressive move on the restart to drop down to that bottom lane for Roofs. That tells you just where he really wants to be. Sometimes guys can tip their hand, I think, a little too I don't watch a lot of chess, as you said, Devin. I've never really gotten excited to watch it. Poker, maybe a little bit. There's some stakes, going on. There's money involved. I just say, when I'm sitting in the seat, I know where I want to be. If there's somebody stopping me from being where I want to be, I got to figure out how to get around that. And sometimes you can do it, sometimes you can't. But for Aaron Roofs, he made it very clear. He doesn't care if you're on his quarter panel. He's moving down on the restart.
And we saw Roofs kind of come down on Hedsno's nose right on top of it. And that actually created a distance between the first pack and the second pack was forming up. Something even that minuscule, really between two drivers. There really wasn't anything else to it. But that disturbed the lanes enough to make a second group. And that might be an issue moving forward when you're trying to get that one last spot. Or for instance, since there's 8 heat races, one spot forward on your finishing order is not worth one spot in the duels or the LCQ. They're worth almost 8 spots. So the difference here between starting wherever you want to be in the LCQ or in the duel and starting, say, 5 spots behind there because there's still 5 heats to go, that's just one spot on the track. You want every spot you can get. Because if you're in the LCQ, only 8 move on. 8 out of 43. Your odds aren't very great at that point.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Devin. I'm glad you mentioned that because every spot does matter because that helps you start further up if you don't make it into the top 8, as you said. And listen, I'll take everybody in my rearview mirror that I can get. I'd rather see less people out the windshield. But somebody who doesn't have anybody out the windshield right now, Dylan C. Jones, leading the field, coming to this restart. He's going to have Conrath on his outside, Dylan Alt now in 3rd, Vicente's up to 4th, Falkingham 5th, Alfredo, Guest, Akers, Ramos, and Roofs, your top 10. Will we see another big aggressive move from Aaron Roofs to get to the bottom, or he is on the bottom, but will we see somebody else make that same move and possibly stack up the field? If you're on that bottom side, you're feeling pretty good. If you're on that top side, maybe not so much.
And what kind of jump will Conrath get here? The Nexus Esports driver, sometimes that outside jump by the lead driver can determine what happens in that outside lane.
Pace truck off, green flag back in the air. Not a good start on the inside for Dylan C. Jones, but he will get back up to speed with the push from Dylan Alt. That really stacked things up there as now everybody jumps up top as they perceive no momentum on the bottom lane. A very disjointed start there for Dylan C. Jones. Kind of awkward when you're the leader.
And that separated this inside line. On board here with Aaron Roofs, now gained that giant burst of momentum to come back up to the rear bumper, the cars in front of him. Not quite enough of this separation, though, for the outside lane to get much momentum. But look out, Michael Guest and that 9 machine starting to come up.
Yeah, don't forget about Guest there. 4th car in the outside lane, getting a push from Chris Akers. Haven't talked a lot about Guest yet. He's been sort of silently riding around, but I guess that's what we expect from someone like him. He knows how to be there at the end of these big races. He's very accomplished when it comes to big racing in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series as well. But side by side all the way through, 4 laps to go. No perceived advantage, top side or bottom side, but I see right now, Devin, that top lane pinching down just a little bit more than they were before.
So for you rookies who are in the Street Stock Series a lot like me, it's almost like the Street Stocks at Charlotte, where if you can pinch down that bottom lane and kill their momentum down the back straightaway, that will give guys like Garrett Conrath a little bit more boost and momentum trying to move up. And he's got plenty of help there from a couple of names that you like to see. Salas and Alfredo. Not too bad names to have pushing you to the front of the field. Oh, yellow
flag's gonna fly. Yep, we got problems there in 3 and 4. That's Joe Pillion around on the apron there in the number 23. As oh my goodness, what in the world happened here? We're 3 wide under the yellow line down the back straightaway. What in tarnation are we doing here, boys? That is not the play. We got Pillion 3 wide on the yellow line with Dornenberg and Jeans. Also, Kyle Knapp Sr. involved there. I don't know about that one.
This one here seems a little over aggressive. You're going to, yeah, you got to lift at that point. If you're the one who makes the move under the yellow line, and you're still stuck there going in, yeah, that. And hey, David, do you know what this means? Do you know what this means?
I know what it means, but I'm going to say it.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
I mean, I know there's no. I mean, I get it. I get the move, but where are you going to go? I mean, he didn't have that much momentum to even complete the pass, let alone. That's just.
That is desperation at its I was going to say finest. Maybe not finest. Desperation at its most desperate.
And that's for like 30th.
And that means he had a lot of spots to make up, so. Desperation.
Oh my
Desperation.
gosh. I mean, he got all 4 tires off the ground. He rode like a surfboard on top of Dustin Reeves. That's hilarious. Wow. All right. Well, there we go. As Race Control just put into chat, strike number 1 for the number 23 of John Pillion, wrecking for 90th. Yikes.
Yeah, that one will get you in a little bit of trouble if not being so far outside the final 18 transfer spots. Now let's take a look back at 18th here, because this is where you want to be. I honestly, I don't know at this point, but Jay Jensen right now is in 17th. Here's Aaron McEachern right here in the 89, 16, I don't know what number the car is. Kendra Leveren in 19th, 1 spot out. But then Alexander Gudium and Justin Carey and Zach Johnson, Judd Danielson, they're all going to be gunning here, David, because this is either hopefully race 2 more times tonight or race no more tonight spot.
Yeah. Well, Aaron McEachern, Pontiac Kid, the Blue Emu Machine. I mean, listen, I like him. You know, I'm not going to lie. I like him. Good guy, good community member, big supporter. Like to see good things happen for him. He's in a tough spot right now. He's probably one of the most nervous people in this entire field right now, knowing he's in that final position to get into the LCQ. But, I mean, let's dream a little bit bigger here. Let's go for the gusto. Let's get up to that 8th position so you don't even have to worry about it, right? I mean, if I'm in his position right now, I'm telling you, if I'm in his spot or anyone near his spot, I'm just going to assume that there's going to be a wreck in front of me that I'm going to have to try and avoid and get through. 3 green-white checkered attempts, why not?
Well, Leveren's here in 19th, which the only problem in my mind with starting 18th means the guy on the outside, if that lane has to check up because of a bad start by the guy up front, because they don't control the restart, obviously, the guy in 18th can very quickly become the guy in 19th. So on the restarts, when you're in these transfer spots, in my mind, it's typically better to be on the inside, and then you might even be able to control if you want to move up to the outside depending on the gap. So I don't know. It's tough being P18 on these restarts because you know you're at a disadvantage being on the outside.
Well, not if that inside line doesn't go like it did on the last restart. I'm not really sure what Dylan C. Jones. Yeah.
Probability. Roll me some dice.
Yeah, that's all this is. I got who said it? Somebody said it was like an educated lottery. Somebody said that about this type of racing one time. I don't know if it's an educated lottery. I mean, each race is specific, I guess. Some people might argue that, but I mean, I like being Dylan C. Jones' position right now. I think he's got a good thing going. He's got Dylan Alt there behind him. You know, you gotta hope, and it's kind of an unspoken thing, Devin, when you're in this lead group, when you're in a top 8 position or a grouping of people who are automatically going to move on. It's just that unspoken hope that everybody knows they're locked in, so there's really no need to do anything stupid.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dave. It's time for the Podium Esports trends of the race. In the first 2 heats, drivers inside of the LCQ transfer spot wrecked going to the checkered flag. So if you weren't nervous before, increase the heart rate a little bit.
Oh, brother. I like it. They pay you extra for that?
I don't know. I will have to ask Pike post-race, but that's what I'm gunning for. Yeah.
I like it. I like it. All right, it's going to be Dylan C. Jones in control of this first of 3 green-white checkered attempts. Conrath to the outside. Dylan Alt, Vicente Salas in row 2. Alfredo Falkingham, row 3. Gueston Roofs in row 4. Akers Crowder, row 5. How will it shake out? We're about to find out. It's either going to be heartwarming or heartbreaking for somebody in this field. Green flag back in the air. Dylan C. Jones, a much better getaway here. Dylan Alt, a great push there. That bottom line's got good movement.
And some games being played towards the middle of the field. Robert Hanrada was caught up in a little bit of a checkup, and this has discombobulated the inside lane. Even the outside had to check up a little bit in places, and that will completely mix up some of these transfer positions to the LCQ.
A lot of space there as the field sort of falls apart outside of that top 10. A lot of gaps being filled in here, and now without pushing, where do you go? Side by side for the first 4 rows, 5 rows now. The top 10 under a blanket as Chris Akers in that 10th position. He knows he needs to get 2 more spots. Michael Guest there, 4th car in that outside lane, holding down that 8th and final automatic transfer position to tonight's duels. Coming to it, white flag in the air. They're going to get back. 1 more lap here at Daytona.
And this is going to be tight for P8 here. Roofs holding on to the final spot. He's mixing it up with Michael Guest right now. Jackson Crowder, Chris Akers, the first two out. Can they make a move here down the back straightaway? They're in position to do so.
If you're one of these drivers outside the top 8 or near it, hopefully you've been banking some engine temperature, because now you got to push and push for everything you can to get your line moving. Who is it going to be? Side by side, 5 rows deep into 3.
Big push from Crowder. He's in P9. He needs to get around the 9 of Michael Guest. That number 9 machine is the final transfer spot. We're starting to wiggle off a 4 here, David.
Here we go. 3 wide on the bottom. Here he comes. It's Jackson Crowder, 3 wide under the yellow line. Across the line, it's going to be Dylan C. Jones with the win. Chris Akers gets that 8th and final position, barely over Aaron Roofs. Oh my goodness, what a finish.
And we'll look at this in a moment, but if you want to guess where that massive wreck started, it's right in the middle of your LCQ transfer, so we're going to have to sort this thing out. The LCQ transfers have completely mixed up after that.
That was a massive wreck behind this lead group. Absolutely everybody spinning, wrecking, and crashing behind them. We had an amazing finish, 3 wide under the yellow line to the checkered flag, and the gap from 8th to 9th, 2/100ths of a second.
Watch the 4 and the 5 right here in the 5:41. That is 8th, 9th, and 10th. Where do they all end up? Coming to the line. That's all it took. That is the difference between the 4 car being in the duel tonight and the 5 and the 54 going to the LCQ. Now, how about this wreck? Okay, this is way back here to the final LCQ transfers. This was a wreck in the second group. The final guys to move on to the LCQ tonight or go home.
This was a big one again. Another big wreck across the line, but I mean, they were going for it. I mean, that's all you can do is you just got to go for it. And the initial contact looked to be between Jay Jensen and Alexander Goydam as they came across the stripe. But again, another big desperate move, 3 wide to the bottom, and everybody trying to get everything they can. And the 18th position does go to Goydam. Jay Jensen barely missed it. And I guess you could say for Jensen, it was a Hail Mary. He took a swing at it, just didn't quite get it.
And right there, not even half a car length is the difference between at least to have a shot in the LCQ tonight and pack up your sim rig because you're going home.
Take a look at your final results here from heat race number 3. Dylan C. Jones by 7/1000ths of a second over Garrett Conrad. Vicente Salas in 3rd. Dylan Ault, Anthony Alfredo round out the top 5. Michael Guest, Daniel Falkingham, Chris Akers the top 8 moving on to the duels tonight. Aaron Roofs in 9th. Jackson Crowder your top 10.
Still moving on to the LCQs, and although not moving on to the duels tonight, in P11 is going to be Robert Honrada. Michael Ramos comes home in 12th. Justin Shepard in 13th. Hesno comes home in 14th. He had a rough night, but able to make it to the LCQ. Aaron McEachran able to move on into 15th. Will Drevicki, the final spot, or excuse me, no, Colby Beber, and then Alexander Goydam, the final spot, moving on to the LCQ. Jay Jensen and Justin Carey round out your top 20, but they're going home tonight.
It's going to be Ralph Vandervorst in 21st, Eric Stanford 22nd, Ian Copperthite 23rd, Kyle Knapp Sr. 24th, Ray Rittenauer 25th, Zach Johnson 26th, Rob Connors, Judd Danielson, Michael Jeans, and Joe McAdory round out the top 30.
And for your Tough Luck Awards here tonight, Aaron Miller, Seth Eggert, Dominic Dornberg, a lot of these guys ending up in one of those final wrecks. Dustin Reeves, Michael Smith Jr., John Pillion, Chase Pierce, Kendall Everin, who was up front for a lot of this race, and then Jacob Grant, all will have to take a hike home.
Yeah, well, you know, that's the way it goes in big-time sim racing like this. Devin, a lot of fun here in a very exciting 3rd heat race for the 3rd annual Podium 500 qualifying day. I can't wait to see what we see the rest of this day. We'll be back later, the 2 of us here for heat race number 8. But we got heat race number 4 coming up next your way right here on Podium Esports. Thanks for watching. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
can't be afraid now. Put me on the stage now. I'm ready to rage now. I feel like an animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real. I'm feeling so ruthless. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down. Hand over my crown. Hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Yeah. So what are you afraid of? Those feelings are made up. Get in the game, your moment of fame. Show them what you made of. It's time that we stand up. It's time that we man up. For anyone asking who is the best, we putting our hands up. My time. Nothing can keep me from reaching the top. This time, like the last time, I'm moving so fast, I'm ready to rise. I'm ready to throw down. It's time for the showdown. I'm ready to rise. Don't be surprised, I'll take on the world now. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down. Hand over my crown. Hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. My town, my crown. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. My town, my crown. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. Lower the lights down. Hand over my crown. Hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Turning the track up. I'll never go back down. Hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
Welcome back, sim racing fans, as we continue through qualifying day for the third annual Podium 500. And Jacob Seelman, James Pike back with you. Just as we kicked off the day, we approached the midpoint of heat racing action, getting set for heat race number 4. James, after this, we will be at the official midpoint of heats for the day. And if you were looking for action, I'd say we've pretty well gotten it so far. 3 heats. We've wrecked for the final transfer spot to the LCQs in every single one of them so far, and we've had just about photo finishes to the line in every single one of them so far. So let's keep the trend going, huh?
How about it? 7 1,000ths of a second to determine the winner of heat number 3, and they were 3 wide for the last transfer spot too. So this is everything going according to plan, I think, within these heats. And yeah, I expect nothing less from pretty much any of these all day, because I think everybody knows what's on the line, and you do have to get up on the wheel at some point just to give yourself a shot. So.
That you do. And we were talking about it off the top of the show, getting set for heat race number 4. And when you look down the lineup for this one, 41 cars scheduled, and this could be one of the most stacked heat races in terms of talent that we see all day long.
Unreal, the amount of skill in this race. Tyler Dalton is in here. Malik Ray is in here. Christian Peterson is in here. WinVal 8820, Michael Cozy Jr. is in here. Colin Bowden is in here. Connor Harrington is in this race. It's a bit absurd how good the people are here.
And if you go down a little further, EJ O'Rourke, Dylan Hastings, Michael Polasek is in this one. I know we don't always call his name from an oval standpoint, but Polasek going to try to race his way forward and have a shot at this as we bring you back to the virtual Daytona International Speedway and approach the bottom of the hour, get ever closer to this one. And the fun part for us is you got to bring in a voice, James, Thursday night for the preliminary race, that now that all 3 of us are back together, the original band is back together. We'll have Rence Brown in the booth for us to help call the action these next couple heats. And Rencer, you and I were talking about this earlier today. It has been a long time since we've been able to jump on a microphone together. This is about to be a blast, my friend. Welcome back.
You know what? It has been a long time. And hello, everyone. How is everyone doing today? Happy Saturday. Jacob, the band is back together. And what a better way to do it than to watch these heat races to see who makes the 2021 Podium 500. What a stacked field. What an absolute joy it is to call it with my friends. This is just going to be a fun night. Fun day completely all the way through.
That it will be. Pike, we are just moments away from bringing the starting grid for heat race number 4. You mentioned Tyler Dalton, getting ready to start on the pole of this one. And I think the interesting thing here is we get ready to look at the starting grid and you see Tyler Dalton and Connor Horn on the front row. It is, I would say the talent is stacked very, very deep in the first half of this field. There's Tyler Dalton in the 19 getting ready to lead him down. And you look a little further back, Anthony Burrows starting 4th, one of those that I think we're going to have to watch as well.
Yeah, TD, who was complaining about how he botched his 8:40 qualifying time and should have been on pole where Jimmy Mullis is. Here you go, a little bit further back. Bobby Cheney, Michael Cozy, we talked about Josh Parker, who I think could really make a run. He's been around this for forever. Colin Bowden was in the 500 a while back. Jacob, I mean, just where do you begin with this?
Oh, gosh, I'm not sure where you do begin with this. EJ O'Rourke back there on the inside of row number 8. We mentioned Michael Polasek inside row 11. He's going to have a ways to come forward. Luis Calderon back there, another one who could stir the deck a little bit, starting 27th in this one. You'll see the rest of the starting grid. Scroll down your screen, 41 strong, and Jacob Bell bringing up the tail. 20 laps as the field gets ready to roll off pit road. And takeaways, James, thoughts? I mean, we've seen consistency through these 3 heats so far. What are we looking for in heat 4 as we get set to go another 50 miles?
More of the same, and I think, what do you expect from the drivers who start in the LCQ positions to begin this race? And in particular, I think of a Connor Harrington who comes over from Lionheart. He's an open wheel guy that's trying his hand at the 500. We know he can do it in the wing cars. Can he do it in the stock cars? A Curtis Critchley, a Dylan Hastings, a Parker Collins. It's people like that who I think do have the ability to surprise, but I also expect those top 8 to really lock in. They've been in positions like this before. I think they know what to expect. I expect them to work together very well. It's going to be on the guys from 9th to 18th to work together and try and beat them.
So field working down the Daytona Super Stretch now as we are just less than half a lap away from going green in heat race number 4 for the 3rd annual Podium 500. And glad all of you are tuning in here on Podium Esports as the field works into the 31-degree high banks here at the World Center of Racing of turns 3 and 4. Again, Tyler Dalton in that number 19 getting set to lead the field to green. If you've been with us all morning through qualifying day or all afternoon so far, we're glad you're still with us. If you're just tuning in, you've missed a lot, but there's still a lot more to come as the iRacing Pace vehicle takes the field out of the banking, gets set to head into the tri-oval and head for the safety of pit road. Tyler Dalton has the field 2x2. Pace car is off field, coming towards the start-finish line. Green flag in the air, and we're underway with Heat 4 of the Podium 500.
TD and Connor Horn up to the top gears they go, first and second, as it looked like Burrows didn't get the best of restarts behind this group, but they'll kick off and go 2x2. There goes Malik Ray already to the inside. You figure you look at Vegas favorites and maybe betting folks you want to put your money on. I have to believe that 11's got to be in the mix for the whole deal, not just this heat. There he goes to the outside before we get half a lap through, Jacob.
Big run a little further back in the pack. Connor Harrington in the 44 trying to get the draft. He's trying to work his way towards the top 8 as you see the leaders work towards turn number 3. Rents 2x2 up front, but that inside lane, a lot of space right there. I don't like how that looks. The outside lane really formed up well when the charge is on.
What I've been saying since Thursday, the outside line is the way to go. As we complete the opening lap, Malik Ray towards the lead, trying to use all of his super speedway racing prowess to get to the top point. We already know how aggressive Malik's going to be, but it's that top lane. Look at how close they are. They lose a little bit of time, Jacob, right off of turn, right in the middle of the turn on the top, but they're going to get that run. Down the backstretch they come. Watch Malik once again.
Big run to the outside for Malik Ray as business picks up at the front of the field. Ray trying to get the shove, get the advantage. They move to turn number 3. Now TD, Tyler Dalton, back on the inside in the 19. They're door-to-door through the banking and off the exit of turn number 4. Reese Baham in the 1 trying to make the move and give the shove to Tyler Dalton. Dalton wants the lead back as they come through the tri-oval. Start-finish line, and still it won't be quite enough. Advantage, Malik Ray back to the banking.
Out Reese Bayham in that one car. Barely talked about him as Ray is going to drop to the inside. I was about to say that Bayham has just sort of snuck up in this, had a great qualifying run, and now here he is pushing TD, who's now pushing Malik Ray to the front as Connor Horn gets the run on the outside runs.
Connor Horn with a run on the outside. It's going to be this sort of dance all day long. You get down to the bottom, and then when you get that breathing room up to the top, you jump. You jump as soon as you can and as fast as you can. Side by side for the race lead. 2x2 all the way back in this pack, Jacob. The action's just starting to pick up. Nobody giving an inch. Everyone given just enough room, though, just to survive the next lap.
Malik to the bottom, outside lane, trying to prevail with Connor Horn on the jump. Cannot do it. They're still side by side in near contact as Tyler Dalton washes up the banking, nearly gets into the side of the 62 of Anthony Burrows. Bayham back there almost had to take evasive action, and Christian Peterson now in this mix in the 23.
How about Connor Horn with a run on the outside? He's got help from Anthony Burrows as Ray's going to drop back a little bit, but he'll keep the nose alongside the 77. They are 2x2 for about 20 rows back, Jacob.
2x2 all the way through the lead pack. Now, Malik Ray going to get pushed all the way clear. He'll start to play defense as they come back into the tri-oval. One of the best at super speedway racing. It's Malik Ray, Tyler Dalton on the bottom of the racetrack. They're working together, trying to control this race. Outside lane, Connor Horn in the 77.
Oh, he gets turned! Well, then the 77 gets turned. He's going to save it. There's a big wreck behind. 24, it's the big one at Daytona. Everyone involved, upside down, multiple cars. It's like a junkyard at 200 miles an hour. Unbelievable. So much carnage in so little time. It looks like there was a little bobble up towards the front. Everyone checked up, Jacob. And we have Calamity Corner so early with 16 laps to go.
That is easily the biggest crash we've seen through 4 heats. The most spectacular of all was Winval, the 99 of Michael Cozy Jr., barrel rolling about 6 times through the banking in 1 and 2. We'll get a look at it on the replay here. James Pike. Rentz hit the nail on the head. An absolute junkyard, and it starts right here, headed for turn 1, when the 77 of Connor Horn all but gets turned in front of everybody.
Anthony Burrows was there. I think it was contact with Tyler Dalton who came up a little bit. He got into the 77, and it triggered all of this, and then everybody got buried in this. It was about 25 cars by my count that got caught up in this of the 41 that started this heat. Thank goodness everybody has a fast repair to work with, Rentz, because they're going to need it now.
You're going to need to burn that fast repair as fast as you possibly can now, because the time is of the essence. I was just about to make the point that EJ O'Rourke was starting to make some moves on the top lane by himself just as contact really started to happen there. That's just a byproduct of Daytona. It's just one guy checks up, someone makes a little bobble, and you got to take advantage of it because it's only a 20-lap race. So as you see on the replay, as everyone starts pirouetting in the air and doing their best impression of Travis Pastrana's Nitro Circus. We're going to come back around and get that fast repair, and we're going to set this thing back up again. But, man, that's Daytona at its finest there, guys.
That it is, and I'll amend what I said. This is the announcer's nightmare, James Pike, when you have multiple numbers in the same race, particularly in these heats. I thought it was the 99 of Cozy that went for the barrel roll. It was not, so that one's on me, but still, that is 15, 20, 25 cars maybe involved in this in the middle of 1 and 2.
I got 2003 Aaron's 499 vibes because it was just about in the same spot on the racetrack too, sort of in between 1 and 2, and sort of the same way it started, albeit no loose right rear tire or cut right rear tire to trigger the whole thing. But we certainly weren't far off of those proportions, I would say.
So, under caution for the first time here in Heat 4 for the 3rd annual Podium 500. Malik Gray leading the party over Tyler Dalton. Then Connor Horn, by some miracle, managed to keep his car going straight or get it back straight. He rides in the 3rd spot. Reese Bayham in 4th. Anthony Burrows in 5th. And back behind them is where basically all hell broke loose. Justin Yee in 6th. Josh Parker now rides 7th. Ryan Goodall in 8th. Christian Peterson in 9th. And Anthony Palumbo completing the top 10, and they will line up in the first 5 rows, James, for the restart. Colin Bowden 11th, and the guy who snuck through there after starting at the back of the field, Jared Wishon 34th, now rides 14th after all that.
How about it? We've had some drivers who didn't have the best of starting spots after qualifying. Some drivers whose times were disallowed or didn't set a time, and it hasn't worked out for them. Jared Torres jumps out in my mind as one of those drivers from earlier, but Wishon making the best of this. He's in an LCQ spot now. Also of note, Justin Yee did a nice job of taking advantage of the calamity to advance his position. He's now up to 6th after starting in 14th.
Rentz, everybody just saw you get really excited in a hurry, and I thought I was the one who had the octave going. You beat me to it today.
You know what? When it's Daytona, when you have to make this run into the big race, sometimes you got to get a little bit more excited because you only have one opportunity, Jacob. Malik Gray right now is in the perfect position. Why do I say that? Because he's out in front. You want to control as much of this race from the front position as you possibly can. That's why he's making all these moves. If you get shuffled back towards the back of the pack just a little bit, even just a little bit, in all my experience on this service of doing super speedway racing, it's safer to be out front because you never know who's going to check up, who's just going to give a little bit of an inch, and who's going to take a foot out of that entire thing. So right now, I would say Malik Gray is probably my guy to watch right here, Jacob. But as we can see, we just had a massive pileup, and anything is still possible. But keep in mind, a lot of these guys just burned their fast repairs.
And that's something big that I don't know, James, that we've really had to think about in the first 3 heats. We didn't have that big bench clearing 20 to 25 car wreck to wipe out a lot of the fast repairs, but that puts a lot of people in a very precarious situation as far as just racing into the top 18 in order to get to the LCQs later.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be interesting to watch because you've got so many drivers who are down that faster pair early. So this heat actually could play out. And honestly, if you're in the back, I actually don't feel like you're in a bad spot because I thoroughly expect another wreck to happen and drivers to lose their other faster pair.
All right, pace car back to pit road. Green flag coming back at the conclusion of lap number 8. It's Connor Horn giving the heave-ho to Malik Gray. They tandem up and go 1-2 with Anthony Burrows down to the bottom. Outside lane is not organized, so Tyler Dalton falls back about 6 car lengths, and here comes Burrows up to the outside lane, forces the checkup. It's game on in 1 and 2.
How about it? It's the 62, the Walter Mobile, who has gone full on to the dog that makes Anthony Burrows so famous, but the Pro Series driver from a year ago, now with help from Tyler Dalton on the outside, Reese Bayham has decided to jump up there too. And how about the green car, Mark Mieszkowski, who raced in the 500 on Sunday a year ago? He's made his presence known at the front after starting in 29th.
Mieszkowski in the mix, trying to move forward up inside the top 10 for the first time in this race from 29th. Now, though, it's Malik Gray controlling the bottom of this racetrack right around that double yellow line. And, Rents, I can almost guarantee you, as we approach the second half of this race, we'll be cross flags next time by that double yellow line. Going to be Malik's best friend.
Malik's best friend is going to be whoever's going to be pushing him as well. Watch for Anthony Burrows to get a surge midway down the backstretch, and particularly off of turn 4. When you start running that middle group, the 77 is going to move up. Connor Horn is going to move up to the outside lane, to the outside for the lead. Anthony Burrows is going to shove him. Oh, we're going to get the 23. He's going to bounce off the apron. 64's to the wall. They're spinning off of turn 4 again. The apron collecting more people. When you bounce off of it, it's going to be caution and calamity with 11 laps to go. And once again, Jacob, we're slowed by the caution.
Another multi-car accident moments after Connor Horn worked his way to the race lead over Malik Gray and Anthony Burrows. But James Pike, that apron is dangerous. You hit it just wrong as you make that transition into the 31-degree high banks, and it will bite you, and that's exactly what happened here.
We'll take a look at the replay, see what happened. There were a few incidents on this lap that separated everyone. This is the initial one that brought the yellow flag out. It's the 8 car that goes down, smacks the fence, and spins around over in turn 2. And then as they were checking up, there was a second incident in turn 4, and I couldn't tell who the initial car was that got turned around in 3 and 4, but I saw Christian Peterson's life flash right before his eyes. I can't wait to get a look at the way the 23 weaved his way through us, because he lost his faster pair in that first track. Well, right on board with CP, and you'll see just how tight it was. I thought he was gone midway through this corner, but you'll see him weave and bob. They get the caution here, they check up. Justin Yee bounces off of somebody. You see the other 23 dance once, dance twice, slide up to the fence. I think he got some damage to the side, but you can tell, Jacob, that was tight for CP.
That it was, and Christian Peterson now going to have a shot to make that top 8 transfer straight to the duels later tonight. 8 go to the duels, 18 in all will continue on. If you're 19th or worse, your day is done here in qualifying day for the Podium 500. And I'm curious, James, your thoughts as far as those who are outside that top 18 currently, who may either have a shot or really need to get up on the wheel in order to race their way in.
One name jumps out to me right around that cutoff, without question. Boyd Hogan in the 96, the Reaper Speed Lab Chevy Camaro. We know how much he loves stuff like this. We know how good he is. We have a feeling that he's going to make his name known at some stage in all of this. But he's got some damage on the front end, so he may have to tuck up behind somebody and make it happen. But right around that bubble, Connor Harrington, Josh Parker, EJ O'Rourke, Robert Duvendak, who won the prelim race on Thursday night. He's in this heat. He's right there too. So there's some big names right around the bubble halfway through this race.
And so the intensity ratchets up another notch. Rents, you've been in this driving position for, maybe not for this race, but for other big races on the service. How much are you feeling the nerves right now with 7-8 laps to go when we go back green, and knowing that 18th or better means you go on, and that's the only way to guarantee that your day continues?
Man, I mean, it's one of those. You take Jacob Bell, for example, and I'm going to make this point real quick because chat is hyped for him. He had Wreck Avoidance of the Year, but that's the type of nerves that you got to have is you made it through the wreck, you missed the wreck, or maybe you're ahead of the wreck. You're still not clear. We're not close to the end of this race. I've been in this position so many times. I think about the Daytona 500 that I had to go through last year where I finished 8th, but it was just survival. You're not clear until that checkered flag falls. Nothing is certain until that checkered flag falls over you. So I would say nobody is safe. Nobody is secure, not even the leaders, Jacob. It's one of those gut-wrenching feelings because Daytona and Talladega are the only 2 tracks that we go to where you are not in control of your own destiny. You are at the mercy of the men around you. And at this moment, I can't even call even the favorites to be safe because anything can happen. We've seen it already. Some of the best in the service having issues already just by mere tiny little mistakes. They're only little mistakes, but they wind up being giant disasters out of little mistakes.
Lights out atop the iRacing pace cars. Here's the reset of the first 5 rows as we get set to come back to green. Connor Horn leads it. Malik Ray in second. Row 2, Anthony Burrows and Jared Wishon, Tyler Dalton, and Colin Bowden on row 3. Reese Bayham and Mark Mishkowski on row 4. Those are your 8 that would transfer directly to the duels as it sits right now. Christian Peterson and Dylan Hastings, the first 2 on the outside looking in. They would go to the LCQs in 9th and 10th with Jacob Bell, Michael Cozy, and others as we get set to come back to the green flag. James Pike Field working through the 31-degree banking in turns 3 and 4, and it's go time now. We're coming to 7 laps to go.
Gonna be up on the wheel if you need to make something happen. And how about Jared Wishon from 34th to 4th? You see him on the outside, that gray number 96 that ICAST fans Ford Mustang. I have to believe he could be a factor in this too, as Connor Horn leads us back to green.
Connor Horn leads the field back to green flag conditions. We're underway once again, and the heave-ho from Anthony Burrows in the 62 to the back of that 77. Connor Horn with the jump to turn 1. Malik Ray working the outside with Jared Wishon. They run 2x2 to the corner. Wishon gets Malik Ray a little bit out of shape, and further back, it's almost chaos. We had the 23 of Peterson on the apron.
The 23 Peterson almost just got doored a little bit. Sorry, James. They're going to back up a little bit. It's going to be side by side for the race lead as they go down into towards turn 3, James. That's what I'm talking about. Guys aren't going to be holding back. They're going to be getting their elbows out. Malik Ray to the outside, going for the lead, James.
Ray is to the outside, Horn to the inside. 1 car length ahead as they come out of turn 4, Jacob.
Out of 4 they come. 6 laps to go when they get back to the line. Connor Horn is there. Malik Ray is there. Top 10 runs side by side. 5 pairs of 2, and they are all going at it. Back to turn 1 they come. Connor Horn out in front by a nose. Here comes Ray on the outside. Now they're 3 wide for a moment.
The 3 wide for a moment as they stack up. This is how super speedway racing goes. The outside's going to get a big run right here. Watch them leak. They're more packed together than the bottom 2. It is side by side all the way down the track for every position they can.
Malik Ray now with that move. He's got help from Jared Wishon, so it's 2 Ford Mustangs trying to make the high line work. And no surprise, it's Ray pacing that high line, but it's still Connor Horn in front, coming to 5 to go at the line.
Here we go again. Outside, trying to get organized. Inside, snakes its way back to the start-finish line. Connor Horn, Malik Ray. Now Connor Horn clears with Anthony Burrows' help. They head back to turn 1. Burrows trying to get the 77 to the point.
They about wrecked in the back, right around EJ O'Rourke. They're on the apron in the back. The 00 is going to be on the apron. He's going to save it. Absolute whale of a job saving as we still stay green. Malik Ray has a pusher now. The 62 is going to try to take this lead right here, James. Everything
How about Anthony Burrows, who just jumped ahead? He got that huge run from Malik Ray, and so the 62 now controls the inside lane, and Ray goes back to 3rd as Anthony Burrows now leads out of 4.
Business has picked up at the front of the field. Oh, and the 19 of Tyler Dalton gets turned down onto the apron, almost slams the inside wall, and it's Connor Horn back to the point with Malik Ray as they cross the stripe. Tyler Dalton, the pole man, is out of it. They head back to turn 1.
What an absolute save as Connor Horn is back to the race lead. That 11, Malik Ray, trying to get back up towards the front. This is how it's been for the last couple of laps. Malik now surging down the backstretch, They're side by side, James.
Look at Malik Gray go. Oh, a little bit of contact for Colin Bowden. Martin Mieszkowski just about turned him around. They'll bounce it. Now they'll wreck a little bit further back in the field, and the yellow flag will come out, and that will set up our first green-white checker of what has been the most calamitous of heats up to this point.
That's 4 for 4 on overtime in heats, isn't it, James? If I'm keeping score right?
I would say so, yeah. So
Wow.
no surprise there. I saw in chat Boyd Hogan punched in that this is the ultimate Thunder challenge, and to be honest, Rents, I can't disagree.
This is take everything you can get and nothing more. This is every man for themselves. Green-white checkered right here, guys. Let's just take a moment, collect our breath, grab a drink of water, as I'm sure these drivers will do, Jacob, because that was insane. The amount of racing we saw, not only just in the front of the pack, but in the back of the pack, just trying to make that transfer spot. Every single position is so important, and every inch of the racetrack must be taken.
Catch your breath now, because I guarantee you we may have to do this about without breathing when we engage overtime here in a couple of laps going back to green. Here's how the running order stacks up right now. Connor Horn, Anthony Burrows, then Malik Gray, Jared Wishon, Colin Bowden, Reese Bayham, Mark Mieszkowski, and Dylan Hastings, currently the 8 transfers right to the duel. Michael Cozy, James Pike, sits one car out in 9th after being in the middle of that parking lot on lap number 4. I must say, fast repair and all, I'm impressed that he's been able to work his way all the way back through the field to even give himself a shot here.
Yeah, and no surprise, I have to believe the Wind Valley 8820 fans who are multi-twitching this are loving seeing their guy rally back up. Although, he did start in 8th in this heat, so if he can finish right where he began, he'll be fine. He'll be in one of the dual races tonight no matter what. The key is going to be who comes out of this group right behind and right around that spot. You've got big names, Dylan Hastings, Jacob Bell, CP, Boyd Hogan, EJ O'Rourke, all staring down the barrel of an LCQ spot. Josh Parker, too, he sits in the transfer spot in 18th, so you got to watch. And Tyler Dalton, too. TD's got 2 laps to get himself into an LCQ after the turn he got right before that yellow flag. It'd be a tough way for him to go out if it ends up going down that way, but TD's got work to do, and that would be a big, big loss if one of the big-time favorites out of this heat gets bounced early.
And that's what we talked about right off the top of the show, isn't it, James? That I had a funny feeling some of these big names could get bounced just due to luck, ill timing, and chaos that we know happens at the end of these heats. And we're potentially in danger of seeing that right now. I mean, you talk about Josh Parker being on the bubble, one of the all-time most notable names from both the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series and the eNASCAR Heat Pro League. I mean, that's not a guy you expect to see scrapping just to get into an LCQ. We expect him to be in the top 8, making a run at it, and yet here Parker is, and he's going to have to play some major defense and probably go on the offensive here over these final 2 laps when we go green to decide this thing.
Biggest issue for Parker, I look behind him. There are clean race cars back behind that 23. I have no doubt he's down on engine power just with the way this pans out. So I think if you're Parker, you're almost hoping that somebody ahead of you wrecks. I almost think if this goes green for both laps, that's the only way he's making it out and even getting to an LCQ to start with.
Field is doubled up behind the pace car once again. Horn and Burrows on row 1, Ray and Wish in row 2, Bowden, Bayham, Mieszkowski, Cosi now up inside the top 8. Hastings and Bell, the first 2 out. Peterson, Hogan, Peterson, O'Rourke, Crump, Corlett, Whitehead, and Parker are all right now in position to make the LCQs, Rents. And if you thought the first 20 laps of this race were crazy, well, OT engaged for the 4th time today. We're going to go extra distance, and these next 2 laps are going to be even crazier than what we've already seen.
Well, everyone, get ready, because everything we just saw goes out the window. This is a whole new race now. You're in a green-white checkered. All that matters now is you bring this thing home in a transfer spot. Just really quickly tying up the Tyler Dalton story. It looked like Malik tried to make a move and tried to stay with the guy he was pushing. They kind of just met off of turn 4, and that's why Tyler Dalton kind of went around off of turn 4 as we get ready to take this restart, it's anyone's game.
It is anyone's game as the pace car gets ready to head back to the safety of pit road and will leave the field in the hands of Connor Horn and Anthony Burrows on the front row. You want to be top 8 to not have to run the LCQs after these next 2 laps. Pace cars off. Horn, Burrows ready to decide it. They need the help from behind. Malik Gray gets on the gas behind Connor Horn, and we're back underway. 2 laps to settle it. Connor Horn with the jump by a half car length out front, outside lane, trying to get wound up as they head to turn 1.
Here comes Anthony Burrows on the top lane of the racetrack. Right now, Connor Horn has the advantage. Malik Ray now clear of the second position. When does he slide up? When does he slide up to make the move? Here comes the 62 once again. There goes Malik there, James.
Malik Ray makes his move to the outside with a lap and a half to go. He's got tremendous help from Anthony Burrows, from Jared Wishon, as that outside lane finally starts to come together. Michael Cozy in the back of it too. We'll wait and see where the 99 lands in all this, but they are 2 by 2 coming to the white flag this time by, Jacob.
It is game on, bailout as they work off turn number 4. White flag goes in the air. Malik Ray now leading the outside lane, trying to get the push. Connor Horn down low, leads uncontested at the white flag. He's now got Colin Bowden pushing him back to turn 1 in the banking for the last time.
Side by side for the race lead, or just about for second. Here comes Malik. Get ready for that run down the backstretch. Watch for Connor Horn to possibly block it. Off of turn 2, here we go. It's about to get exciting.
There goes Malik Ray once again, although the run isn't as good this time as it was last time, so Horn's going to have a shot coming out of turn 4. Ray's only ahead by about a hood length. They're already even in the middle of the corner. This could be Connor Horn's, but it's all about the top 8 as they come out of 4 for the last time, Jacob.
It's Colin Bowden getting loose. That's going to cut the momentum for the 42 of Connor Horn. Horn moves up to block. Malik Ray tries to go to the outside. They're crashing in the tri-oval. Down to the line, Connor Horn wins Heat 4 for the 3rd annual Podium 500 over Malik Ray, Anthony Burrows. Colin Bowden slides across the line in 4th. Jared Wishon 5th. Mishkowski in 6th. Reese Bayham in 7th. And how about Jacob Bell? 41st, dead last on the grid. He steals the 8th and final transfer spot to the duels.
Unreal run from the other 77 in this race. Great work by Connor Horn to control the front of this field in that green white checker, but 41st to 8th. There were about 3 or 4 different wrecks on the last lap to try and make it through, but absolute unbelievable work from the 77 to go from the back of the grid straight into the first duel.
Well. That's a party if I've ever seen one, and I'll tell you what, the Jacob Bell fan club is going absolutely mental right now, Rents, as Connor Horn starts to burn it down in the tri-oval. He's excited. He knows he's racing in one of the duels later tonight. But I'll tell you what, the 77 of Jacob Bell, that is the biggest sigh of relief you can have out of anybody. 4/100ths of a second, the difference.
After almost getting completely destroyed in the wreck in turn 3 a few cautions ago, Jacob Bell puts himself into quite possibly the best position he could have gotten. He honestly could have gotten. That must have been the most stressful last couple of laps in his entire career right there, because anything could have happened at any time.
Absolutely. Here's the results on your screen. Connor Horn wins it. Malik Ray 2nd. Anthony Burrows, Colin Bowden, Jared Wishon, Mark Mishkowski, Reese Bayham, Jacob Bell. They go to the duels. Dylan Hastings and Michael Cozy Jr. among those who were relegated to the LCQ, along with Christian Peterson, EJ O'Rourke, Ross Corlett, Boyd Hogan, Lake Peterson, Justin Yee, James Pike, and behind that group, along with Greg Osmond and Luis Calderon, who gets the last transfer spot to the LCQ. Everybody else behind that 18 is done for the day.
Curtis Critchley, the first man on the outside looking in, as is Christian DeBoer. Tough break for them. Tyler Dalton is done after the heat race. That might be one of the biggest stories, I think, to come out of this. And there were a lot of wrecks. I think he got swept up in one at the very end, but TD is done after his heat race. Chris Bash is there. Connor Harrington, Anthony Palumbo, Bobby Cheney. A lot of big names back here, but TD out already, Rents Brown. That's a huge story.
That's a massive story. I mean, Tyler Dalton had himself a really good opportunity to make it in to at least the duels with how fast he was up front, but then again, nothing is certain. Nothing is certain and nothing is guaranteed. You have to earn everything at Daytona. Just because that you're a favorite doesn't mean that there could be an upset.
Well, I'll tell you what, as we reach the halfway point in heat races for the 3rd annual Podium 500 and get ready to set up in about 15 minutes or so for heat race number 5, James Pike, gut takeaways or instinctual first takeaways from the first 4 heat races. What's on your mind?
They just seem to get crazier and crazier. I almost feel like the people in the first few heats might have had an advantage in that sense, because it feels like the intensity is ramping up, even though technically speaking, we're still at the same stage of the event. So long as we're working through the heats, that was clearly, and I would say by a pretty significant margin, to the wildest of the 4 heats that have been run so far. I wonder what we're going to see in the next 4, because it's going to be just as wild.
That it is, and I'll tell you what, that was a heck of a drive by Connor Horn at the very end there, just to hang on to it, as he was extremely, almost dead sideways, coming back into the tri-oval. That shove on the bottom that he got from Bowden there almost turned him in front of the field.
I mean, that's what you almost have to do, though. Like, you have to protect those runs to the absolute to the absolute second. And I think at that point, it was just guys pushing the pusher. He's trying to get everything he can, because nothing, again, as I said, nothing is guaranteed. If there's a word of the day, or a phrase of the day, nothing is guaranteed. And I think, and even in that point, even as you're trying to control for the race win, he got a huge shot, but he held on to it, just trying to chase it, and it stuck, and he's the winner.
So the Phoenix Design 77 celebrates Connor Horn as the winner of heat race number 4 for the 3rd annual Podium 500. We're going to take just a couple of moments here to reset, catch our breaths, and then we'll be back with more analysis as we head in to the second half of heat races during qualifying day for the 3rd annual Podium 500. Don't go anywhere here on Podium Esports. Welcome back to coverage of qualifying day for the third annual Podium 500 here on Podium Esports. Jacob Seelman, James Pike, Rents Brown with you right now in the broadcast booth, and joined by the driver who just survived probably the wildest heat race so far, winner of heat race number 4 for the Podium 500, Connor Horn. Connor, first off, congratulations, but walk us through that final restart, because how you managed to not either A, get turned, or B, wadded up in front of the entire field. I think we were all from up here marveling at it. It looked wild out there.
It was wild as well. It didn't just look wild. That was absolutely crazy. The whole race was crazy from start to finish. That final restart, I knew if Malik got clear, he was going to go for the win. That's just, obviously that's how Malik is. He's at the front of these super speedways for a reason. I knew he was going to go for that. And then Bowden got the Miura bumper, and he just laid it to me. It was really tough to kind of hold on there, but I was able to manage. He was square on the bumper. He wasn't going to the right rear or left rear. He was pushing hard, but he was pushing square, which was really important. And it kept us in front of Malik and Burrows, who were pushing on the top, and we were able to kind of keep a good line, keep good pace with them all the way for that final lap. And he got a little loose out of 4, which split us up. I think we kind of had it either way there. And when he wasn't locked for me, I just went high to block Malik. I thought Malik would go for a bigger move, but I think he was also just making sure he got to the finish for the top 8. So it was me, Malik, Burrows, Bowden, everyone else who was at the front. We did a really good job keeping it clean. It was a really fun race. Also chaotic, but really fun.
Well, Connor, congratulations, and we will look forward to seeing you a little later tonight when we get to the duels, and I hope you can race your way into the 500.
And thank you, Jacob. I appreciate it.
Connor Horn, winner of Heat 4 for the third annual Podium 500, and getting set now to start the second half of heat races. This will set the lineups for duel number 2 as well as LCQ number 2 later this evening. And James Pike, we talked about talent in Heat 4. Heat 5, pretty good on the talent as well, including a past NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series championship in Zach Novak.
How about the number 90 machine? We'll see if he pops in here in just a little bit, but we know he's on the grid ready to go and getting set for it. But yeah, how about a wild year that he had last year? Did not have a lot of luck, but there we go. We can take a look at the number 90 car that Virginia is for Racing's Lovers machine that debuted only just this morning. These paint schemes both for Zach Novak and Jimmy Mullis for Richmond Raceway Esports making their grand debuts for the season here on Podium 500 weekend. You'll see that car on Monday night as well as the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series takes place at Daytona. 9 p.m. Monday night should be a lot of fun. But 2019 eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion in that machine, and one of a very, very strong pairing from Richmond Raceway Esports. They were first and I think 9th or 7th or somewhere in that on the board, but both Mullis and Novak qualified top 10 out of everybody in time trials last night. That's why Jimmy Mullis is hanging out and probably helping Zach as he tries to race his way into the 500. But Mullis is starting on pole tomorrow, and Novak is going to start on the pole for this heat.
And those two have worked closely together for a long time, very good friends. And yes, I can pretty much guarantee you that Mullis is up there, eyes in the sky right now, trying to navigate Zach Novak as we get set to go. That Richmond Raceway Esports tandem, hoping that they can start towards the front of the Podium 500 tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. Field getting set to start gridding up. And James, as you mentioned, Zach Novak going to lead the field to green for heat race number 5 alongside Elliott White, Matt Quick, Connor Anton in row number 2, Anthony Emery and Michael Fenlayson in row number 3.
Quick, the pole sitter from a year ago, going to have to race his way in this time around. Stephen Korosek, Josh Robin, and Ryan Honeycutt with Timothy Okano. Solid names here in heat number 5 as we keep on scrolling down Rents. And Jack Mace from the United Kingdom in this heat too.
Yeah, so many great names in here, and everyone just trying to get their spot that they possibly can. You look at, you got Dalton Cowden in here, Philip Buck, Chris McLean. There's so many, Jacob, that have a shot here. It doesn't matter where you start at Daytona. You might look at like AJ Henderson starts in the 13th row. Justin Champagne in the 17th row. It doesn't matter where you start, it's where you finish.
Exactly right. And one more name that popped up right there at the end that I wanted to touch on, Matt Stallknecht from NASCAR, who has also been part of the Monday Night Racing League over its 2 seasons so far, rolling off on the outside of row number 19 as we get set to go. He'll be a fun one to keep an eye on in that 41. And how about the eNASCAR colors on there for Matt Stallknecht? So field working into the banking of turns 1 and 2 now as we get set to go. And if you're Zach Novak, and particularly if you've got a good pusher behind you like Matt Quick here at the start, I have to believe, James, that they can probably do a pretty decent job of taking off on this initial start.
Yeah, we know those two are going to be quick. I feel like this heat is a little bit more open than some of the others because you got fast guys at the front, like Novak, like Matt Quick. You got big names in the middle. The Champagne brothers are both in this heat naturally off the way they qualified, I must say, which I think is hilarious. And the controller king, AJ Henderson, is in this heat too. Stallknecht that we talked about, and then Jared Ickes and Raul Alves, we know have pace, had their times DQ'd, so they're starting at the very back of this thing, and they've got work to do if they're going to try and make it into either the LCQs or the heats.
Field in 3 and 4 as we get set to go once again. Field in the hands, the number 90, Virginia's for Racing Lovers, Toyota Camry, Zach Novak getting set to bring them down as we start heat race number 5 here at Daytona International Speedway. Pace car heading off the racetrack. Novak and Elliott White, Matt Quick, Connor Anton controlling the pace as they head for the tri-oval. Green flag goes in the air. Novak on the jump. Quick a little slower to get up to speed, and we're underway as they race towards turn number 1. The 27 of Elliott White on the outside trying to make the run, but it's Novak by a nose as they head for the banking.
Maybe White as they enter the corner, but Novak will get the lead as they exit this 31-degree banking of turns 1 and 2 and head onto the backstretch for the first time. But everybody just trying to get sorted out here, Vince. Nothing too wild, I would say, in these opening few laps.
My guess is everyone watched the previous heat race and kind of saw that it was really aggressive and really early. So it's just going to be about minding your P's and Q's for the first, I'd say, half of the race. You don't want to wad it up too early. You don't want to burn that fast repair. As still side by side for the race lead, Zach Novak continues to lead on the bottom lane.
Off turn 4 they come, down to the stripe, completing lap number 1. Novak leads it by about a half car length. Elliott White, Matt Quick 2 and 3. Anton, Emery, Finlayson, the rest of the front 6. They head back to 1 and 2. Side by side by side by side. It is 2 by 2 all the way back through about 20th position.
The first thing I've noticed in this heat, and I hope I'm not speaking too early and cursing this and jinxing this, it seems like everybody, for the most part, is really calm in the front 20 positions, and we're seeing about 15 or 20 drivers just immediately head to the back and try and stay away from this pack. So we're seeing the strategic racing already, Rents. It's not everybody up on the chip like they were in that last heat.
No, you want to save yourself for the end of the race. The one thing I was harping on this week already is you want to look up the end of the race. You're not looking at the beginning of the race. Anyone can win lap 3. It's can you win lap 20? Can you advance and lock yourself in to the duels? Can you lock yourself in to the duels? Could you get yourself into the LCQ? So, Jacob, the big thing is ride in the back for a little bit, try to figure out who's good, who's got some momentum, and who's doesn't really have it all there. Maybe the line might not be right. So I think guys are just trying to feel each other out, trying to figure out who they can work with safely.
Looking off the back bumper of Novak's car there for a moment, and if you're looking for Matt Quick...
Trouble turn 4, though. Trouble turn 4, middle of 3 and 4. Yellow flag out for the first time. It was about 15th, 16th, 17th in the field that the wreck happened, but the first yellow flag out on lap 3. So I would say the commentator's curse is well and truly working, Jacob, because I definitely am wrong about that one now.
Yeah, just a little bit. So field shuffling back up and trying to get things going again, and a lot of damage there as we see a couple of cars trying to escape the confines of turn number 4. That slows us down starting lap number 4. Getting a look at the replay here, and we'll see exactly what happened on board with the 44 of Rodney Cobb, who ended up with all the front end damage, and I think this is going to start pretty well ahead of him down the super stretch and into turn 3, and he's going to meet it, James, in the aftermath as you see everybody go into the banking in turn 3. Smoke, cars going everywhere, and bang.
Big hit there for the 30 machine, I believe, if we're going to dig. Goodness gracious, so many different cars in this field, but it was Dalton Cowden. It looked like they got a good chunk of damage too in the Rick Motec machine, another red and black car that really got pinged up, and he's back in 31st. So work to do for some of these folks. Also of note, Justin Champagne in the 38 got a huge amount of damage in that. Matt Stallconnect was involved in that one too. He's got nose damage, as was AJ Henderson, the controller king in the 03. So the big names in the back, Jacob, pretty much universally caught up in this.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the hard part of starting in the back of a field like this, Rents, is it puts you in the unfortunate position of being right in the middle of it if things go wrong like they just did here early.
Yeah, that was just a case of stacking up a little bit. I think some people weren't anticipating a checkup going into turn 3. It looks like, from my point of view, J.R. Hager and the 65 just kind of came up on the bottom lane, and nothing of his doing. It naturally progressively checked up going on the bottom lane. And when we got to that point, I just kind of feel like the 9 had nowhere to go, and then it just kind of turned into one of those Daytona incidents where you kind of have to think of the checkup well before the corner, because everyone's already on a line. They're already single file. There's not much more they can go, and nowhere they can go, or nothing they can do. So that's the box you put yourself in when you ride in the back. So if you got to burn that faster pair, now you put yourself, Jacob, in a really difficult position of, do you stay married to your strategy, or do you try to be a little bit more aggressive, knowing that you really have nothing more to lose at this point in the race? That's a tough one for some of these guys, because you're coming around to 15, maybe 14 to go on this restart. So you got to start putting yourself in better positions, maybe a little earlier than you want to now.
Absolutely right. So we sit at quarter distance when we come back around to complete lap number 5, and we'll get closer to the lights going off atop the pace truck so we can go back green. But Pike, I had just started to mention this before they began tearing it up there in the back of the field, but looking behind Zach Novak, if you're looking for Matt Quick, this is what I always love about that 89 of Quick, particularly for the Podium 500. The schemes on that car are absolute fire. I don't care. I don't care who you are. You can't go wrong with the multicolored tie-dye type effect on that 89, and he's very easy to find, especially because he's so often at the front of these super speedway fields.
That is a proper rainbow kitten surprise if I have ever seen a race car. I don't know if we can get a little bit closer look at the 89 of Matt Quick, but yeah, that is a laser light show mixed in with the rainbow kitten, mixed in with the death kitten, mixed in with flames, mixed in with a little bit of Tetris and neon. And did I miss anything, Rents? I feel like you got a good call on what's on here.
It's a car. I'm gonna say that it's definitely got a lot going on right there. So that man definitely knows what a good meme is these days. Solid meme on that machine. You know what? We're gonna start calling that the meme machine. That's its new nickname. Whenever we refer to the 89 of Matt Quick, he is the meme machine, Jacob.
We'll take it. Right now, he is going to be pushing Zach Novak when we get back underway here in about a quarter of a lap. Pace truck going to get set to make the turn back off the banking into the safety of pit road. It's Novak and Elliott White in row 1, Matt Quick, Connor Anton, row 2, Anthony Embry and Clint Spillman in row 3, Michael Finlayson and Josh Robin now in those dual transfer spots. Stephen Korosek, Timothy O'Connor, 9th and 10th, Ryan Honeycutt and Kevin Champagne behind them among the first 6 rows. Field coming back to the start finish line. Green flag is going to wave again, and we're back underway here in Heat 5 for the Podium 500. It's Zach Novak on the jump once again to turn 1. He and Matt Quick have been working together really well, and Novak gets away as they head for the banking.
They just about turned in the middle of this group between the transfer people. I saw Josh Robbins sideways as they came out of the tri-oval to start this lap. So a little bit tight there, a little bit testy. I'm wondering now if they might be ramping up the intensity back around 8th or so. They're definitely going nuts further back, Rents.
Yeah, Ryan Honeycutt looked like either he missed a shift or he got hit in the rear, and he kind of got put 3 wide right on the restart out of the tri-oval. As battle for the lead starting to heat up, Elliott White to the outside and the number 27. He's going to try to make some moves off turn 4 here, Jacob. Let's see if that top groove can finally start getting some momentum and draw alongside Zach Novak.
Elliott White trying to get the push from behind. Novak by a half car length as they cross the stripe. It's the 4 of Connor Anton trying to shove that 27 of Elliott White. Now they get the run. Now they're side by side as they head for turn 1. Further back, it's 3 wide. I believe that's the 9 of Kevin Champagne trying to make a big run on the 3rd groove.
Kevin Champagne trying to really charge here, and he started in 14th up to the 11th machine. You're not going to miss the Flying Arrows car, and he goes 3 wide there to go into turn 3, right to the outside of the 119, the Colin Keister Designs car of Timothy O'Connor. They are at 3 wide, right around that transfer spot to the duels, Jacob.
Off turn 4 and back to the line they came, and chaos and confusion is still abounding as they cross the stripe and head for turn number 1, and the caution flag waves as we work lap number 9. James, it was more trouble back in the pack. We had about 22 cars within 1 second, and it was further behind them that the trouble began.
Looks like the 34 of Dalton Cowden's day may well be done. He gets into the number 50 of Raul Alves. Those two come together on the entry into the tri-oval. And I saw Cowden get caught up in this. There were a few others that got swept up. Philip Bupp was involved at the back. Ryan Billy caught up in this one as well. Tough break for the AOD Racing driver. Cowden actually snuck off to the inside. I thought he actually made contact with the wall, but you see it on your screens here how everything sort of panned out behind these drivers. And a good thing for Cowden that he didn't get any damage in this because he was already down to a faster pair, so it was going to be curtains for his 500 if he got swept up. Renz.
Looks like Cowden's got a little rear end damage. Looks like the spoilers bent up just a tiny bit. That might not affect him. The biggest thing at Daytona that really hurts you is nose damage. Front end damage, aero damage kills you at a track like Daytona. Rear end damage, not as much. Dalton still got a shot. I would say the car is a little bit more worn than you'd like it to be, but it's one of those, he got the better of the 2 evils, Jacob, if I'm going to be honest there, because once you get that nose damage, the car in a straight line, if you're in clean air, done. He might still be able to keep up if you have nose damage, but rear damage is probably the best thing for it.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And no damage on a super speedway is good damage, as drivers would say. But it's certainly, as you mentioned, rear damage better than the alternative of basically being stuck as a pusher and not being able to lead a line. As it sits under caution, approaching the midway point of heat race number 5, Zach Novak, Elliott White, Matt Quick, Connor Anton have been the front 4 virtually all race long. Anthony Emery still rides in the 5th spot. Clint Spillman, Michael Finlayson, and Josh Robin are the 8 transfers right now, with Stephen Korosek and Timothy O'Connor the rest of the top 10. And I have to say, James, I'm particularly impressed. The drivers who started in the top 10 positions in this heat race continue to run in the top 10 positions with very little change to this point.
Very little change amongst the top 8. Just as I'm looking at it, the only swap is for that last spot to go into the duels directly with Josh Robin and Stephen Korosek. Everybody else is pretty much where they are. So we've not seen a lot of big charges, but Carson Nagy, how about a driver who originally was going to be, when we first talked back in December, slated for the preliminary race, worked to raise his IR and get himself above the preliminary race cutoff. Time trial yesterday, now is in a position to advance to the LCQ. If you're looking for an example of somebody who has taken this seriously and has risen to the challenge and decided to work on his craft in order to be better and to justify his position up here, Carson Nagy is an example that I think everybody in this field, not just this heat, but the whole 500 could look at and say, that's somebody whose blueprint you want to copy, because that's someone who's put in the time to get himself into the position that he's in.
Renser, as we get set to be inside of 10 to go when we come back green, if you haven't already ratcheted the intensity up about 3 notches, I would say you're going to really crank it up when we get back going, because with as much of a track position race as the first half has been, people are going to really have to start making moves if they want to get not only up inside the top 8, but really up inside the top 18 to be able to continue their days onward. Right now, the 9 of Kevin Champagne, who we talked about having a run at a top 10 spot right before the last yellow. Now, just as quickly as we talked about him, he's back to 18th on the bubble and needs to really gain a couple of positions to not be in danger here.
Yeah, I was just about to bring him up. Kevin Champagne in that Flying Arrows Ford Mustang looking pretty stout when he tries to make moves. He's not content with riding. He wants to get up into that top 8, obviously. That's where you want to be. So I would really watch Kevin here because, yes, is he in a transfer spot? Yes, he is. But at the same time, it's one of those, he's going to be making some moves on the outside line. He really likes right up against the wall where they're all kind of checking up. What Kevin's seeing, but it's not playing out because he's not having the help, is he's seeing the checkup in front of him. He just doesn't have the help to push him alongside. If he had even just one pusher, I could see Kevin Champagne throwing it a 3 wide, maybe turning this race on its head just a little bit, because when you see one guy go 3 wide, that's when multiple people start going, okay, if I see this, I'm going to do this with him because I can see that this is faster. So watch for the 9 here as the laps continue to widen down.
Field doubled up down the back straightaway. Novak and White, the front row, as they've been since the very start of this race. Matt Quick, Connor Anton, row number 2, just as they've been since the start of this race. Anthony Emery, Clint Spillman, Michael Fenlace, and Josh Robin. Those are your dual transfer cars right now. Korosek and O'Connor, Nagy and Mace, Honeycutt, Hager, McConville, Davis, McLean, and Kalen are your LCQ cars at this point, as now Champagne actually lining up 19th just on the outside looking in. It's going to be 8 laps to the finish, and it's still a lot of time, but if you get another caution, it's not much time. Pace car back to pit road. Novak ready to go. He's got Matt Quick on the back bumper, ready to apply the push once again. Green flag back in the air as they work through the tri-oval. Novak leads it as they head back to turn number 1. Half a car length in front of Elliott White, who's trying to rally back on the outside.
That was a clean restart for everybody right around 5th, 6th, 7th, so no issues there. And now the question becomes, how hectic does it get a little bit further back, down to like 18th or so? They're already 3 wide before they get to turn 2, so they're feeling the pressure, but it's calmer up towards the front, Rance Brown. Not too much besides the side-by-side off the restart yet.
Yeah, not too much with the side-by-side, but if you look right now, Zach Novak didn't really get that great of a runoff of turn 2, which allowed the 27 of Elliott White to get alongside of him down the backstretch. They're side-by-side all the way through this pack, and it looks like the top is starting to pick up more drivers than it did before. Watch for the momentum, Jacob, as the laps continue to wind down. Watch for that momentum to start moving towards that top line.
The problem is right now this is a 200-mile-an-hour roadblock as they head back to turn number 1. Gridlock, if you will, as if you were on Interstate 85. There is nowhere to go because they are stacked up bumper to bumper, side by side, 2 by 2 all the way through this field as they work down the back straightaway. Novak leads it on the inside by a half car length. White with the rally. We're coming back to 6 laps to go, this time by
Interstate 85, no, it's 95. We're right near Daytona, Jacob. Jeez, come on. Come on.
My brain is on back home, James. I'll give you that one for yelling at me. But you know what? 6 to go. It's go time. That's where the focus is.
Absolutely, that is where the focus is. And now how about Elliott White, who's drawn ahead of Zach Novak going into turn 1, Rance Brown. Not enough to drop down yet, though.
Not enough to drop down yet, though, but he's starting to show his muscle just a little bit more. I'm watching the fight for the lead. I'm also watching the fight for 8th place, the last spot to lock yourself in to the duels. As a caution comes out,
crashing in the back.
Lap.
Yeah.
Big incident there, Jacob. Yeah.
Yeah, that was about 15th on back. It was right around Triffin Davis, I believe, Jack Mace. Chaos ensuing, and that was most of the back half of the field right there. And this is, I don't know if it's going to put us into overtime proper, James, but we may be right on the cusp of about 2 laps to go here as we're going to get a look at the replay and see where all this started. But it was right around that 15th to 20th place area.
Yeah, A.J. Henderson got pinched there by Jeffrey Mathis. That's what started this. Mathis came up into the 0-3 machine and took him out. So that's stay over for A.J. Henderson. And then everybody else coming down in the back of this with a whole heap of trouble. But Kevin Champagne with a nice way to get out of it. He got clipped off that initial contact between the 0-3 and the 15, and the 9 car just went down to the bottom and made it work and managed to keep it off the wall. So Champagne, even though he's not in a transfer spot as of now, at least has given himself a chance to make it happen.
He gave himself the best opportunity by not hitting that inside wall, because at Daytona, it's so easy. We've seen it in years past, not only here on iRacing, we've seen it in real life, where guys will get turned off of turn 2, and there's nothing you can do. You're just a passenger. So for Kevin to save this car still gives him a fighting chance, and he's someone that's going to continue to keep making moves. But this is where it's going to, the intensity is just about to go right up right here, Jacob. I mean, I was just about to start looking at that fight for 8th, because they were side by side, not really given too much room between them. So everyone knows we're getting down into crunch time. This is the point of the race where you make your money. So it's anyone's game from here.
Shout out here, James Pike, the one of Jared Ikes from 40th on the grid, right 18th right now in the final transfer spot to an LCQ. Managed to get through the mess on the back straightaway and is going to, at the very least, have a shot at this before it's all over.
You know, it's just a little luck of the draw. We've seen people who had to start at the back not have any luck in these races. We've seen people who start at the back make it all the way into the heat races, like we saw in heat number 4. So, hey, Ickes has got a chance. He's an ERL veteran, Anthony Alfredo's league that you saw on podium last year. He's got experience with big-time drivers in big-time races, with big-time broadcasts. I don't think the pressure is going to be an issue for him. I think it's more going to be about how crazy it gets around him and how he can, if he has space to, react to what other moves drivers make right around that transfer spot, Reds.
Yeah, I mean, these moves are going to be interesting. I look at Jared Ikes in the 18. He's up in the final spot to even just advance beyond today. But I look around, just the 21's got a real good shot. If he can just protect his position for 8th, I mean, we got 2 fights at once. Let's just be real, or 3 really. Fight for the win, fight for 8th, fight for 18th. So it's not just about who's going to win this race. It's just going to be about surviving and putting yourself in a position to at least make the top 18. If I'm in this race, Jacob and James, I look to at least just make the top 18. You at least give yourself the chance of not stressing about the top 8, because if you start stressing about even just the top 8, that's when you start making those little mistakes. You start putting yourself in the position of, oh, do I need to make the wheel turn a little bit more? Do I twitch a little bit more with the wheel? Do I need to push this guy a little bit harder? You start overthinking, and the more you overthink, sometimes it backfires on you and you wind up putting yourself in a position where you don't even make it to the next part of the show.
I feel like this is a case where you just sort of have to do. You can't even like try and plan the strategy if you're back there. You almost just have to react. I think, you know, if you're going to try and set something up, do it under this yellow flag lap. You've got some time to think, but once we're green flag racing, you just have to react. You have to think. And let's not forget, Jacob, we've seen wrecks for these transfer spots into the LCQs with every single one of these heat races. I don't see any reason why this heat's going to be any different.
No, neither do I. Now, speaking of late race wrecks, another big thing to note here is the lights are out atop the pace truck. When we go back green, this will not be overtime number 1. This will be 2 laps to go in regulation, which means there is still the possibility for 3 attempts at overtime, even after this, which is just one more opportunity for the field to have a little chaos break out. Now, here's how they set it up. Elliott White actually was scored as the leader over Zach Novak when the caution flag was displayed last time by, so he'll be the control car for this restart. Novak 2nd, Connor Anton in 3rd, Matt Quick is 4th, Anthony Emery is 5th, Michael Fenlayson, Clint Spillman, Steven Korosek now up into the 8th and final dual transfer spot, Josh Robin, Carson Nagy, Timothy O'Connor, Ryan Honeycutt, Mike McConville, Triffin Davis, and Jack Mace, the rest of the top 15 18. From 9th on back, it is about trying to make it into the LCQs if you're 9th through 18th. Field in the hands of Elliott White, the control car for the first time in this heat. Heat 5 down to 2 to go as they come into the restart zone. Green flag back in the air. We're underway one more time, and this time Elliott White getting the big heave-ho from the 4 of Connor Anton. They try to get together while Novak and Matt Quick up on the high side of the racetrack are going to try to rally the troops as they head to turn 1.
The only thing I didn't like about that restart with Zach Novak is he didn't have his pusher right on the back bumper as they went through the gears. Elliott White completely clear of Zach Novak off of turn number 2. He holds the point down the backstretch.
Well, I was going to wait and see if White decided to go block the run that I knew that Matt Quick was going to give Zach Novak, but he decides to stay down low. Not a huge run, though, from the 90 and the 89, but still in position to transfer, and nothing wild yet a little bit further back in 8th or 18th, as White is going to lead them out of 4 for the white flag this time by.
Out of the bailout lap, white flag going in the air when they get to the start-finish line. It's Elliott White in control. It's Zach Novak on the outside with Matt Quick side by side at the stripe. It is White by a nose. It is Novak trying to rally. They head to turn 1 in the banking for the final time.
They're wrecking in the back, never mind, they're wrecking even further in the back, never mind. They're side by side for the top 10 positions. Anything is possible at Daytona. Can Zach Novak get the run up down the backstretch with the Mean Machine pushing?
Oh, they almost made contact down the back as Elliott White tried to block the run that time, but Novak's got his car ahead. They wreck in the middle of the pack here. That's going to shuffle things up for the heat races. We're going to have somebody sneak into this, but Elliott White clear by a nose of Zach Novak coming out of 4 to the checker.
Coming off turn 4, Elliott White, Zach Novak. They are going at it for the win. Down to the line, Novak to the outside. Novak with the push. Novak's going to steal the win in heat race number 5 as Elliott White lost the push. Coming to the tri-oval, Zach Novak wins it by 57 one-thousandths of a second. Matt Quick second. Elliott White shuffled to 3rd. Michael Finlayson is 4th. Connor Anton 5th. Anthony Emery, Mike McConville, and how about Triffin Davis stealing the final transfer spot to the duels?
Well, we said there were going to be wrecks to the line at the end of this, but goodness gracious, how nuts is this? And just looking at this last lap, I'm looking at the LCQ drivers. We have drivers who have no front clip whatsoever that have made it in. And also of note, another story out of this, the Champagne brothers are both going to be together in LCQ number 2. Kevin finished 10th, Justin finished in the 13th position. So they're not only going to be in that race, but they're going to be starting near each other as well. And we know family matters here a little bit in sim racing, but that's one story. But the other, the continued dominance of Richmond Raceway Esports in this Podium 500 today. Zach Novak wins his heat, finishes right where he started, and he's gonna go to the front and start on pole for duel number 2. They have been lights out so far in this year's Podium 500, Jacob.
That they have been. Zach Novak with the win in heat race number 5. Matt Quick, Elliott White, Michael Finlayson, Connor Anton, Anthony Emery, Mike McConville, and Triffin Davis. Those are your drivers that advance to duel number 2 later tonight. 9th and 10th are going to be among the front runners in the second LCQ. That's Jared Ickes and Kevin Champagne. And Ickes from 40th, James.
How about it? Yeah, all the way back there, and he made a big-time run. Robert Clavey, James Brown, his brother Justin in 13, Scott Warren, Raul Alves, who looked dead halfway through this race. I didn't think he had any shot at it. Josh Robin, Brian Baker, and Steven Korosek, the 18th and final man to advance. Matt Stolnick from Monday Night Racing, the first one on the outside, looking in with Aaron Adcock in 20th, friends.
Yeah, as we continue to keep looking here, I mean, I'm just kind of looking down through the list. Tough break for Ryan Honeycutt. He was actually up in a transfer spot to at least make the LCQ, and he was 11th on the white flag lap, and he's not going to advance. J.R. Hager as well. Carson Nagy was also in that wreck as well. A lot of guys that were in a position to at least make the top 18, Jacob, now find themselves just going home.
Indeed, and everybody behind 18th place done for the day and done for the weekend here on qualifying day for the 3rd annual Podium 500. And Gonna be a lot of fun, James. These last 2 heats you and I were on been a blast so far. We saw all the intensity and the action that we had hoped for, and we're gonna get ready to hand it off to the next bunch to take over. But yeah, qualifying day has delivered. That much we know for sure.
Absolutely, and I think just the amount of incidents we're seeing at the back, yes, people sort of lose decorum and they lose their own senses for a little bit, but it's the desperation to try and make this because this is so big. I think we're seeing all of that because everybody wants to be in the show on Sunday. That's how much it means to all of them. So we are seeing some wild things that I honestly have not seen from plate racing in a long time. There are also things that I haven't seen in any of the prior Podium 500. So it's a new level. It's different this year, Rents Brown, and you can tell it means arguably more, I think, to the drivers this year than it has in any of the years before.
Well, it's bragging rights. You're known now as forever a Podium 500 champion. And that's big, especially in the year where we've had more signups and more entries than ever before. Everyone wants to lay claim to say, hey, yeah, I won this race. That's why we're seeing this sort of intensity, because your day, your weekend, Jacob, ends today if you don't put yourself in a position to succeed. And what we're seeing so far throughout these first 5 races, anyone is willing to do anything to make sure that they get their hands on a chance, just a chance of making Sunday's show.
And with that, we're going to get ready to hand it off. Podium Esports coverage of qualifying day for the 3rd annual Podium 500 will continue in about 15 minutes time at the top of the hour with heat race number 6, but we'll hand it off to a bit of a different broadcast crew for that upcoming. Right now, congratulations to Zach Novak for taking the win in heat race number 5, and for Rents Brown and James Pike, I'm Jacob Seelman. We'll be back a little bit later on in the evening. Pike and I will, when it gets closer to time for the duels to officially set the grid. But we'll head off to a break, and coverage of qualifying day for the 3rd annual Podium 500 continues in just a few minutes here on Podium Esports.
An animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real. I'm feeling so ruthless. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. I do this for my town. Do this for my crowd, so turn me up real loud. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Yeah, so what are you afraid of? Those feelings are made up. Get in the game, your moment of fame, show them what you made of. It's time that we stand up, it's time that we man up. For anyone asking who is the best, we putting our hands up. My time, nothing can keep me from reaching the top. This time, like the last time, I'm moving so fast, I'm ready to ride. I'm ready to throw down, it's time for the showdown. I'm ready to rise, don't be surprised, I'll take on the world now. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. My town, my crown, we know what it takes to be reaching the top. We're reaching the top, we're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. My town, my crown, we know what it takes to be reaching the top. We're reaching the top, we're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. Lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Turning the track up, I'll never go back down. Hand over my heart, do this for my town. I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, my time. None of you people can tell me to stop.
Welcome to the 6th heat for the 3rd annual Podium 500 on Podium 500 qualifying day. I'm Justin Prince, alongside me is Taylor Burris, as we're getting all set to go for what's expected to be a very interesting heat. Taylor, a mix of competitive drivers who have run at the pro levels, as well as a mix of drivers in some of the top series in all of iRacing, as well as some of the more infamous streamers in all of iRacing are in the mix for this heat. And all of it to try and make sure they lock themselves in for either a dual spot or an LCQ spot.
That's been the theme of today's race. A lot of the biggest names in esports have come out here to race for the Podium 500. We've seen that, and in this one, it's no different. Drivers such as Justin Malillo, Justin Levine, Austin Derbyshire, and many more have made their way up into this race for a great racing action, of course, here today, as we are closing in onto the final races of the heats before we get into the LCQs. And I gotta say, watching all the races here today so far have been exhilarating and exciting, a little bit of drama and controversy, but that's what all it takes for the Podium 500 qualifying day.
Absolutely, and when it comes to how tonight has fared out so far for these drivers, how do you feel it's going to be, knowing some of the names in here and knowing how difficult it's been so far? What type of race do you feel we'll see for this heat?
Well, we'll probably see the same thing like we've seen all day. Drivers up towards the front of the field, just taking care of their stuff, making sure they stay inside that top 8. Now, if you go from 9th on back, it's going to be a hornet's nest of problems. A lot of drivers are going to be trying to be super aggressive in the beginning, and some drivers may try to be a little bit more cautious. They've seen some drivers who stay cautious actually make their way up through the field to get into the LCQ or into the duels later on tonight. It just depends on how cautious you're going to be and try to avoid all the mayhem that happens during the race.
Some of the names you mentioned are some of the talking points for these drivers. You mentioned Justin Malillo, for example. Drivers like Justin Fuller, Austin Derbyshire, Travis Brown in the mix, Ryan Hill, Brandon Coppinger, a notable name. Justin Lisenby will be in the mix for today. Liam Brotherton, Andrew Freenosh, and more, who are all quick on super speedways and are known for being quick at a variety of different racetracks. This is not going to be the easiest place to try and make your way into the top 18, let alone the top 8.
It certainly is not, and it's going to be very interesting to see who can come out on top with this heat race here today. I mean, that top 8 has been a phenomenal run right now. Just for the top 8 starting, you have Fuller, Holloway, and Kelly Dahl, your top 3 right now, and then you start working your way further down. You got Mark Dingham in the 24th starting position. He's a well-known driver when it comes to racing here on the iRacing service, and of course, one driver who we're probably going to be watching rocketing his way up through the field, Andrew Freenosh in that number 88 starting in 30th. That's going to be a show to watch.
Those are based on practice time, should note. Those are the practice time listings for the drivers. They have been in the mix of practice groupings for the past hour or so. And once again, keep in mind, it is the top 8 for these drivers at the finish who will move on. If there's a driver provisional, it does not apply for that shuffle on down until the dual races. The top 18 overall will be looking to try and move their way in towards an LCQ for today's action to try and see if they can have the chance to try and battle their way into the duels later on this evening. Now, keep in mind that today, 20 laps the distance for these competitors. All drivers just about set to go here at the virtual Daytona International Speedway to get back to racing here at this 2.5-mile circuit. Let's take a look at where we are once again in Daytona Beach, Florida, as these drivers look to take the high banks of Daytona with its 31 degrees of banking. The drivers today have been carrying speeds of up to 200 plus miles an hour and have really been battling some loose conditions with a very hot racetrack. Now, these drivers are all set to go. Let's take a look at your starting grid for heat number 6 for Podium 500 qualifying day. On the pole today, it's Lucas Cram with Liam Brotherton on the front row. They are 2 of the quickest drivers as well in practice. Justin Lisenby will start in 3rd spot with Will Norton from Nexus Esports in 4th. Brandon Coppinger rounds out your top 5 with Andrew Freenosh, one of the top drivers in iRacing in Road to Pro last season in 6th. Mark Mann starts in 7th with Ryan Hill in the 8th position. Kelly Dahl starts in 9th with Ty Bass rounding out your top 10, Taylor.
Starting at 11th will be the 0-1 of Travis Brown, followed by Latham Joyner in 12th. Brandon Panetto is starting 13th with Bill Hull in 14th. Reporter for eNASCAR iRacing Coca-Cola Series Justin Malillo starting in the 15th position, followed by Justin Fuller in 16th. Devin Henry, you probably heard him during the broadcast. He's starting in the 17th position, followed by Charles Bayer in 18th. Randall Nicholas starting in the 19th position, and as well, GameWorks Esports driver Mark Dingman.
Dustin Slider starts in 21st today with Mitchell Howell in 22nd. Shane White starts 23rd with Robert Vormwald in 24th position. Rounding out your top 25 positions, Jonathan Cross will start alongside Daniel Holloway, who'll be driving in the 21 machine today, while Sean Bondi starts in 27th alongside Channing Ballou, who'll be driving for Cale Gale Performance and Development. Our Cole Haas, known for his dirt performances, starts in 29th, with Ishmael Martinez rounding out your top 30.
Legacy Esports driver Austin Derbyshire starts in 31st, followed by Brockton Packard in 32nd. Egon Farrell will be starting in 33rd, followed by the Reaper Speed Labs number 19, Justin Levine, followed by Drew Halloran in 35th. Tom Mercer is 36th, Tyler Grinnell is 37th, Peter Bennett 38th, Kevin Bernheimer in 39th, and Nathaniel Pollard rounds out your 40-car grid.
As talked about, track very hot at the moment, 119 degrees Fahrenheit. Air temp is 78. Instant date currently set for May 15, 2021 for these competitors. Keep in mind that it's been aggressive so far in the battles for many of our positions today in this very hot surface. The question's going to be who will be able to punch their ticket straight to the duels and who will have to balance with the LCQs for this one. We're about to find out. As the Grit Marketing sponsored machine up at the front of the field, Lucas Cram, Liam Brotherton for Elliott Celery Sports on the outside. Green flags out. We're underway for Heat 6.
Cars getting up to speed right now as they come across the line as they're rocketing their way down the front straightaway heading into turn one. A couple of cars are jockeying for position right now as they try to get either to the bottom of the racetrack or up towards the top to see which one has the best momentum right now. But right now up towards the front of the field, it is going to be Lucas Cram and Liam Brotherton leading the way.
And it takes a little bit of time for that top line to develop sometimes. Well, this time, Liam Brotherton's got some big-time help. A big push for the Adam Lucas sponsor machine. He's now up to the point of control of the pack, right in front of Lucas Cram. Keep in mind as well, drivers had struggled with balancing temperatures when pushing this tight, especially after a couple laps in some of the practices in preparation as Cram wants to control the bubble.
He goes right up in front of that number 25 of Will Norton of the Next C Sports Toyota as they come across the line. That will let Lucas Cram lead lap number one as they continue on their way. Still going to be double file for about 5 cars deep.
And many drivers trying to find the way up that top line, looking, for example, the 99 curling the battle for the final transfer spots. That is Dahl with Andrew Freenosh to his outside. Take a look at the IRAP stunt shop on board as he's trying to build some momentum in that Royal Canadian machine.
Great runs down the Daytona Superstretch as they head down into turn number 3 as you are on board right now with the 31 of Justin Lisaby in that JDR Graphics Ford Mustang, trying to push Liam Brotherton up through the front straightaway to see if he can hold off against Lucas Cram right now, who's on the outside just trying to hold on as they continue to come across the start-finish line.
One of the drivers trying to push their way on forward is Moon Vision. Travis Brown trying to push his way on forward. He's now joined the battle for P8 at the moment. Keep in mind as well, the battle for 18th sees Randall Nichols holding on to that position with Justin Fuller with a bit of a buffer. Take a look at some of those cars. They're actually going 3 wide to the back of the pack.
Tight racing down there as you see Devin Henry on the bottom of the racetrack trying to hold on to keep in that position as they dive it into turn 3. 3 wide, he's on the bottom as he has 2 of the cars up on the top side of the racetrack.
And caution is out. Incident around 23rd on back. Involved Pollard, Farrell, Levine, Packard, Cross, and several others. And the caution is out for the first time coming on lap 4.
Looks like it started around car number 41, Shane Wyatt. Goes below the yellow line a little bit after getting a bit of a shove from the 20. That will send him up the racetrack, and then, of course, that'll cause a check to where the rest of the field behind him just goes all over the place. Channing Ballou, Justin Levine, Austin Derbyshire, all involved in several more cars, but they have a fast repair, but unfortunately, they're using it a little bit too early on for the race.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at this from on board. Massive, massive checkup right at the entry of turn 3. And that almost just seemingly snaked everybody else around to the back of the field.
couple of cars did almost try to make it through just about. I say one driver who came away pretty closely is the 21 of Daniel Holloway, who just about scathed through with a little bit of damage, but for the most part survived it for really well as he comes up and just barely gets collected up, but is able to get through with not a whole lot of damage as they continue on their way.
Take a look at Ira Kohlhaas driving the CEK Outdoors and JRS Automotive, I should say, machine. See, had that massive run here too, but ended up getting tagged from behind in that checkup effect.
That's one of the big things that we have to deal with here at Daytona is the checkup rate and seeing how much you can get out of the way quickly before a major incident happens. And we just saw that's going to be the situation that happens when people don't check up quick enough, and it causes a big one here early on as you're on board with Grinnell in that 32. He'll get taken out completely while trying to avoid the incident.
Significant damage for many of the drivers towards the back. That has seen Channy Ballou, Derbyshire, Levine, Farrell, Kohlhaas, Grinnell, Bernheimer, Pollard, Halloran, Cross all have to come down the pit lane for service this caution flag. So that leaves 16 to go, coming to 15 laps to go, and this in turn reshuffles the field a little bit. It gets a chance for drivers to take a bit of a breather here. And we talked about, for example, Travis Brown trying to make some moves. This gets him on the bottom for the restart. He's in 9th position, Moonhead.
Moonhead definitely doing what it takes to try to see if he can survive it here. Currently sitting in that 9th spot. He has to get around the number 88 of Andrew Freenaz right in front of them to get into the transfer spot. Another driver who is also right now in a transfer spot, Randall Nichols in that number 27. He was able to hold on and get that 18th spot in order to move into at least the LCQ later tonight.
Liam Brotherton, though, trying to control that front of the pack at the moment in the ESC machine with Justin Lisenby right on behind. At the moment, teamwork seems to be, and having friends, very critical if you want to make sure you move on from what we've seen so far early on, and that's what the top three have really done. Control the bubble and almost, it seems, work together.
Certainly is right now, and that's going to be the big thing, is finding who your friends are, who you need to work with, and who are your teammates out there. Of course, later on when it gets closer to the race, we probably won't see a whole lot of teammate working together right now, but as we are early on in this race, finding the right partners to dance with, that's going to be critical.
To reset your top 10, the restart on lap 7. It is Brotherton, Lisenby, Graham, Norden, your top 4 with Mark Mann and Coppinger in row 3. That's the top 6 with Dahl and Freenach inside the straight to dual transfer positions. Then Travis Brown's the first driver out of those slots at the moment, but in the LCQ positions with Ryan Hill in 10th. Then keep in mind that Brandon Pinot up from a 13 to 11, Ty Bass in 12th, Belowo from 15th to 13th, Joyner, Henry, Hall, along with Fuller and Randall Nichols are all inside the top 18. And for Justin Malil, known for his abilities on the super speedways as well, and for some of the various series he's organized across the service.
Yeah, great run for him right now in that number 53 Ford Mustang, holding strong in that 13th spot. Can he go up a little bit more in that UFI Ford Mustang? Well, we'll find out here when we go back Green Flag Racing.
Puts in a ton of effort as well, and all of eNASCAR as we look at Henry in 15th position as well. So has put in a ton of work, and especially in the past few months across the broadcasting world in iRacing. But how do you expect this restart to go with some of these drivers? It seemed that drivers just want to make sure they rotate in and out of the front.
Well, one of the things I've been seeing right now is drivers are a little aggressive right now up towards the front of the field, trying to see if they can get up to the front and leading, wanting to see how their car reacts while leading up through the fields. That way they know whether or not if they're going to be a good leading car or a better pusher car, as we'll see later on in the race. And one driver who definitely is wanting to do that is Justin Lisenby, as he'll be now on the front row against Liam Brotherton.
The big dog on the outside, Brotherton on the inside, off and away they go with the green flag. And already a few drivers electing not to use repairs, losing their front clips from the first incident, so losing already some time to the pack. But Brotherton up through the gears fairly well at the bottom.
Certainly is the case, as it's a hornet's nest towards the back half of the field right now, towards about the 28, 26 position, as drivers are trying to see if they can catch up to that lead pack. Justin Levine in the 19 leading it right now, but as the main pack heads down the Daytona Superstretch right now, it is a battle for inside the top 10 right now, as Liam Brotherton, Justin Lisenby side by side through 3 and 4.
Take a look at Freenot. She's trying to battle on the outside with Ryan Hill. Nowhere to go, though. That's the tough part. It's a back and forth at this point of the race. 13 to go. Him on the top line.
Top line starting to come into play right now, but it's a little bit tough as we see Will Norton as well as the 31 of Justin Lisenby trying to work together. Here comes help from the 60 of Brandon Kopinger as well as Mark Nan on the bottom, the Batman as people would say. He's trying to use that inside lane.
Take a look at him right now as he tries to cut on the outside line, and no one willing to make that third line quite yet in this race to try and make those aggressive moves. Most of them, they're trying to run their pace and trying to run up towards that front grouping, just control the momentum. Meanwhile, it is Sean Boundy who is in control of 18th position. He's trying to gain some positions.
Sean Boundy has definitely been a fan favorite when it comes to Podium Esports as the caution is out once again.
And it's again in the 20s as several drivers are spinning off in the grass. You can see some of them around, and it's involving some of those drivers just involved in the first caution.
Couple of drivers up towards at least the 24 of Brockton Packard and the 13 of Ismael Martinez getting together off of turn number 4, collecting several other drivers such as the 30 car. That is going to be Kevin Bernheimer involved in this incident as well. At least 3 cars collected in the damage.
Hard hit as well. That's for Martinez. Packard is the one in the grass. So at least 3 drivers involved there in this incident. They were already losing a fair bit of time to the pack. Now we'll have to regroup. Here's a look from the 30.
30 had nowhere to go as he tried to evolve it. There's the hard contact with him and the 13 as they continue on their way. And it might be too late as he's already used his fast repair.
Derbyshire also having to use a tow here. Let's take a look once again. And just looking right here, this is one of the main things is off the corner. Some drivers just struggling a bit at times once the tire wear starts to settle in after a few laps with a hotter track to stick to that yellow line today.
Certainly is the issue, and especially towards those who are at the back half of the field. I mean, it's still early, and they're having issues towards, the top outside the top 25, where they need to try to work together and catch up to that lead pack if they want to have a shot of at least getting into the LCQs.
And that's the tricky thing, right, is just trying to make sure you're in position to do so. Keep in mind, with the caution flag, Ryan Hill is in the final heat transfer. Straight to the duels. LCQ transfer is still Boundy at the moment in the 34. The biggest movers, by the way, with all these caution flags and some of the drivers who have gained some time is Tom Mercier and Peter Bennett, who I believe actually missed the start of the race and started from the pit lane. He's now up to 26th position.
Yeah, great run for him as well. Tom Mercier also started 36. He's moved up inside the top 26 as well. Another driver, a couple of other drivers who have worked their way up through the field. I'm looking through here. So far, everybody else has been minding their P's and Q's for the most part. Also, car number Justin Levine in the 19, he started in 34th. He's now into the top 30 right now in 28th. And Channing Ballou, who's now behind him as well. So it's going to be a tough break for those ones. They got to see if they can find a way to catch up.
Absolutely. Approaching halfway this time will be reached under caution. Again, your top 10 is Brotherton, Cram, Lisenby, Mann, Norden, Coppinger, Dahl, Hill, Freenosh, Brown. Currently the top 10. And to touch a bit on Travis Brown again, and Moonhead, he's really been able to build that Moon Vision brand a lot throughout 2020 and through the start of 2021, being featured by iRacing on social media for some of their fun events that take place in some of the later evenings, has also been able to build up a brand across the sim in general.
He certainly has. I mean, some of the races when it comes to the Moon Car events are phenomenal and very entertaining from start to finish. And I gotta say, watching some of them, you can't help but laugh because it's just so exciting. The announcers over there are phenomenal, and it's just a great entertainment to watch.
That's in reference, by the way, for the team branding in Moon Sport. Or what they've been able to do is we take a look at some of the drivers taking the when-to-go signal this time. And at this point, is there a preference from where you want to start off for these types of restarts? Because we've seen the bottom work well to start off the launches, but compared to past seasons, the top line's been bundling up really quick.
That's the thing. You've got to see also who is in your lane. If you have some stronger cars who've been up leading quite well towards the front of the field, you want to kind of be in their lane. So they could be towards the inside or outside lane. And also making sure you find that momentum from other cars. If you see a run coming, you need to try to get out in front of it to try and help you work your way up with that momentum from the other cars behind you. Usually, sometimes, especially early on, now later in the run it might be different, but early on drivers will try and work with you to get themselves up further up the field as well. Now late in the run, that may be different where drivers may try to take you 3 wide, put you in the middle, through the sucker hole as people would say, down into that middle lane where you lose position. So it's going to be difficult to see which lane comes out on top here early on, but towards the end of this race, we will see who has the strongest line.
Liam Brotherton, Lucas Cram, Justin Lisenby have been in control of how things have fared out at the front so far. They've been the 3 cars to beat so far, as these drivers have cycled back and forth for the point. Now, how will things fare with 9 laps to go? Restart coming from lap 11 to lap 12. Heat 6 of the Podium 500's qualifying day is underway as Brotherton up to speed with a good launch on the bottom.
Great launch indeed for Liam Brotherton, as he will now in his ESC number 10 try and get things wound up for his number 10 Toyota Camry as they come through turns 1 and 2. Lucas Cram as well as Mark Mann having some troubles getting that outside lane going, as Lisenby is definitely pushing that number 10. He's got to be careful though of the temperatures. These cars definitely have been getting up to 290 degree plus down the straightaways with these temperatures, so they got to make sure they keep them cool as well.
And they're not leaving a lot of space to be able to cool off the cars either, you see with some of the bump drafts. And keep in mind, don't push the pusher. That happened actually been on the top line where they started bumping each other.
Yeah, you can't be pushing in the corner. That causes problems. That can cause the big one here again at Daytona International Speedway for these heat races. They have to make sure that they take it easy in the corner. Utilize the pushing down the straights. Try to get themselves set up to where you stay on their bumper a little bit through the corners, but do not push. Otherwise, you'll have another incident like we've seen all day today.
You can see that right there. Mark Mann trying to keep that momentum on the top line. What a run from Mark Mann to hold on to 4th position. Now trying to get the run to take away 3rd. And now helping Cram on the high side with the push.
He has got a big push through the middle of turn 3 and 4, but couldn't make it work all the way. But not enough momentum as Brotherton and Lisenby still hold on to the bottom lane of the top 2 as they come down the front straightaway heading to the start-finish line. We are closing in on 7 laps to go.
Closing stages now for Heat 6 as these drivers try and find their way around the lines. And a bit of contact again in the middle of the pack. Cautions out around 23rd once more. Martinez, Packard, Mercier involved. Baloo also involved. He was that car you seen jutting out in the middle of the pack right as that incident started to progress.
A lot of big names involved in this one as we look through to see who happens. Daniel Holloway as well involved, and again in another incident as he had to go through the grass, but it looks like Balloon might have started this one in that number 26.
Yep, got to the back of the 68 and up into the air he goes. Talk about Moon Vision and Moon Head. How about Moon Shoes?
Well, that's a good one. Well, of course, we're here in Florida, and Space Coast is just up the road from here, down the road from here at Daytona International Speedway, and he definitely is a little bit more closer to the moon than everybody else right now.
Hard incident for those drivers as let's take a look once again from some of the drivers as they closed in.
Ooh, big hit contact that Ira Kohlhaas had to deal with to send the 68 up into the air.
We'll see. He was again towards the back of the pack. Here's Mercier once again. Actually leaped over one car. Several drivers losing their motors. Keep in mind that majority of the drivers in this group are still the ones who are involved in the first 2 caution flags. Not what they're going to want to see.
No, that pretty much is going to be pretty much almost a done deal for them tonight as far as making sure they are not going to have enough fast repairs to continue on their race. So their race probably will be done once everything is lined up.
So Lucas Cram with the caution flag is the race leader. Brotherton, Mann, Lisenby, Coppinger, Norden, Hill, Dahl, Brown. Along with Freenotch, the top 10. Holloway has put his car onto the tow truck as well with a blown motor. So now with it coming down to a couple laps, how aggressive do you expect the drivers to be if they want to try and make sure they go straight to the duels or to an LCQ?
For drivers inside the top 5, I'm pretty sure they're going to try to be calm, cool, and collective, making sure that they stay put. For drivers 7th on back, it's going to get aggressive. That aggression is going to turn up to 11. It's going to be ruthless for some of these drivers as they try to work their way up through the field. Some may play it smart, let the others in front of them cause an incident to where they can hopefully sneak through it. But for the most part, a lot of these drivers are going to be giving it everything that they have in order to get to one of the 2 transfer areas.
Who do you feel is in the best position then to try and make that big of a run?
Well, a couple of drivers that I'm looking at right now, Devin Henry, Justin Melillo, who are strong right now, they're right on that bubble area to hold on. But you have drivers such as Dustin Sluter, Mark Dingham, Justin Levine, who have been strong, also just being a little bit patient early on to try to get up through the field. Those ones could possibly challenge drivers such as Melillo, Henry, Sean Boundy. I mean, those ones are going to be ones to watch towards the back half. Now, those up towards the front of the field to get into the dual races automatically, drivers such as Andrew Freenage, Ty Bass, Ryan Hill, Kelly Dull, those are going to be the drivers you're going to have to be watching. And, of course, Travis Brown.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting how this plays out. Looking like there will be 3 laps to go with the restart on lap 17 coming to lap 18. By the way, you mentioned Levine, the highest running driver who was involved in earlier trouble in 22nd. And also, biggest mover, Boundy, the second biggest mover, is in 16th. Closing stages closing in, Taylor.
Certainly is. A lot of things are going to be happening here on this hopefully final restart. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, pretty much has been the phase except for, I believe, 1 or 2 heats where we had no green-white checkered attempts. But for the most part, the trends show that we at least have 1 green-white checkered attempt. So we have to be prepared for at least that.
There is the one-to-go signal. Keep in mind the following drivers are now out of the race, currently off the track. Holloway, Kohlhaas, Bennett, Pollard, and Derbyshire. Tom Mercier is still running, but he has lost a lap. As a result of the caution flag periods, he is the only driver running 1 lap down, is in range of the Lucky Dog spot. So, at the moment, 34 drivers have a shot to battle over the next 3 laps here, and this is about to get even more wilder than what we've seen much of the day, possibly.
It certainly has, and it's going to be electrifying. A lot of these drivers are looking forward to seeing if they can make it to the big show. Making it to the LCQ or, of course, to the duels to guarantee a spot into tomorrow's Podium 500 is an absolute honor. You have made it to a select group that very few people have almost made it to. And out of 300 drivers, to drop it down to what we have to the 43 is an astounding accomplishment.
Absolutely, and keep in mind that feature will take place tomorrow. Coverage starts tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time for 500 miles, 200 laps, $1,000 to win for the feature for the Podium 500. 3 laps to go in Heat 6 for qualifying day for the Podium 500. It's Cram and Brotherton, Mann and Lesby, Norden and Coppinger, Dahl and Hill. Inside the top 8, green flags out. 3 to go.
Big checkup on the start of this race here. Ooh, a couple of cars getting together. That's going to cause some incidents. That's trouble all across the start-finish line. Justin Levine, the 51 around. Caution is out again, and I got to say that restart was very, very nasty as far as not proper at all.
It was Randall Nichols, that 51 car you were mentioning, that got into Levine. Let's take a look from behind. There was a massive checkup where a couple drivers went where the rest of the pack hadn't gone up to speed yet and caused this snake effect.
Yeah, you see the accordion effect there. You see the contact and then more contact behind Levine that sends him and the 51 on Nichols around. And I got to say, I don't know what that was, but that was not a good restart whatsoever. We've seen some very interesting restarts throughout the day today, but that one was just a very slow, methodical restart.
And restarting a race is an art where you have to not only time it up to where you know where the run's going to be, but if you cause a checkup, it causes trouble. And in this case, one driver, if they jump too early, can cause that.
And that's the problem, and that's one of the things. I mean, the leaders I know are trying to time it right in order to get the best possible restart, but sometimes in this situation, it's best to just go ahead and try and go. Usually here at super speedways, you know, if you get supposedly get a good restart, you're only going to get swallowed up by the pack if you catch up. So you have to make sure you just have to keep going. Don't check up to cause this kind of incident.
Take a look at some more angles as for several, like Grinnell, he got significant damage in that one. Others, significant front nose damage from the hard hits. And of course, the difficult part is for some of those drivers, once again, is that adds additional damage for drivers like Fuller, like Farrell, like several others, and puts us into green-white checker territory.
Yep, so for everyone listening, we had 3 attempts of the green-white checkered here as we try to get ready for the first attempt. If a caution comes out before they take the white flag, we will have to do it all over again. 2 more attempts, and then of course the final one, if it caution comes out before they take the white flag, that will end the race. So however they finish once the caution flies.
Now keep in mind the drivers in the transfer spots. You've seen Dahl just now in 8th position, 18th spot for Devin Henry. But Henry, here's the tough thing, is going to have to deal with back-end damage, Taylor. And how much of a concern is that for you, where you have damage on the spoiler that's up in the air, as well as in the center of your back bumper?
It's going to be a little bit interesting to see because you can't be pushed with no back bumper. Now, if he had a little bit of nose damage per se, it might be okay to where he could be a pushing car. But since he really doesn't have enough to where he could be pushed, he might have to be a little bit trouble as far as making sure someone can help him. But we'll have to wait and see as Devin Henry will have to try and hold on to that position.
Henry, of course, one of the drivers, a part of Monday Night Racing action as well. And of course, does a lot of good work across the sim racing platform and some real world work. We're looking at Dahl, meanwhile, in that 8th position. And Dahl's been quietly just being able to stay inside the top 8 for just about the entire race.
He certainly has, and it's been a very commendable effort by Kelly Dahl in that number 99. He's been strong all day, just holding on to that 8th position all race long, which is very commendable. We'll have to see if he can hold on for these final 2 laps, if we can go 2 laps here for a green-white checkered attempt.
There's a look at Henry's car in particular. You see the Monday Night Racing banner, but you can also see that back end. Some of the cars in front, nice and clean though. He's been shuffled up, still in around 17th, 18th position. As we get that one to go signal this time by, restart will come in for what will be officially the 22nd lap out of 20. Lucas Cram, Liam Brotherton, Mark Mann, Justin Leisby, Norden, Coppinger, Dahl, and Hill will be the top 8. Freenosh and Travis Brown, Moonhead, will round out your top 10. Then it will be Bass Joyner, along with Hall and Bayer, along with Poletto and Melillo, I should rather say, and Henry, your top 18 at the moment.
Justin, one thing to keep in mind as well is we've seen during these heat races a big one happening on the last lap, and drivers who may be outside that top 18 could still have a chance of coming into a top 8 or a top 18 finish as long as they play it smart and avoid whatever accident that happens in front of them. So that's something for some of these drivers such as Fuller, Mark Dingham, Justin Labine, Shane Wyatt, Channing Ballou may still have a chance to make it into either the duels or the LCQ, depending on how aggressive everyone in front of them race.
Remember, the top 8 finishers in each heat goes directly to the duels. 9th through 18th will go to a last chance qualifier. 19th or worse is eliminated. Lots of pressure for these drivers to perform, to make sure they avoid any trouble over the course of these 2 laps. If we take the white flag, that'll be a race to the checker. If we have an incident that brings out a yellow before the white, we'll have a second green-white checkered attempt. There is 3 available for this heat. Green flag's out, 2 laps to go.
Getting things up to speed right now as a couple of cars are trying to get slotted into the line they need in order to get going. Oh, a couple of cars getting together towards the back half of the field is very interesting to see. But now the cars are getting up to speed as they head into turn 1.
Drew Holland and several others amongst those cars bumping and banging. You see with some of the damage. So the drivers in the mid-pack losing some time, and several more snaking around now. In the front group, to the bottom of the racetrack goes Travis Brown. He has to bobble his way around. He gets shuffled out as a result as they go 3 wide to the back of the lead group.
We talked about that aggression happening, and here it goes. The 88 of Andrew Freenos goes to the top side of the racetrack. He has help from the 16 of Ty Bass. Will it work?
Greenosh with Lowline Racing looking to gain some momentum. Ran with that team during the Road to Pro campaign in 2020. He's now got some help with the car in front. White flag is out. Heat race is official. The question is, who will get the transfer spots as Brown's now found some momentum on the bottom.
Big move right now for Brown as he's trying to make it work. Oh, contact up in the middle of the top lane. Big one is coming here as they're wrecking in turn 1.
That means 10 cars are in the lead pack. That crash is about 11th on back. More cars spin to the inside. That's Mark Mann spun around. Now it's down to 9 cars in the lead pack. At the front, though, to the inside goes Brotherton. Coppinger tries to give the squeeze. Here comes Lucas Cram looking for the heat race victory. Gets a shove from Hill. Off the final corner, Brotherton hugs the yellow line. Checker flag wins. He'll take the checkered. Brotherton wins Heat 6. Cram, Coppinger, Hill, Norton, Moonhead, Hall, and Lazenby move on in the top 8.
Now here's going to be the question, who will make the top 18 right now? There is a battle throughout the field as cars are all over the track to see who will come out on top as they come across the line. Waiting to see.
I believe it's Ty Bass. Ty Bass from 22nd last time by will end up being scored around those positions. We'll have to see. Believe it's Mercier. Yes, Tom Mercier is 18th.
Tom Mercier is able to do that. And get this, a couple of drivers. Mark Mann was able to overcome to get 14th after being involved in that incident. Justin Levine, who started 30th, gets in 15th. He will go to the LCQ.
Let's take a look at that finish as what a run once again for Brotherton to be able to hold on up at the front. All these drivers were able to stay out of trouble. Everybody else was involved in several big ones. Near 3 wide at the stripe. All while the modifieds had to run their way around the racetrack to move on.
They certainly did. Several modifieds had to race each other to the finish here at Daytona International Speedway as they try to get that position they need. And for several drivers, they were able to do that, but unfortunately for drivers such as Andrew Freenage, Randall Nichols, Kelly Dahl, Justin Malillo, Sean Boundy, Mark Dingman, they are done. Their night is over.
An incredible stretch as Liam Brotherton burns it on down. He'll get to celebrate as the heat race winner for the Podium 500 qualifying day. He gets it by 43 1/1000ths of a second over Lucas Graham for today's action. As he celebrates, he'll get the chance to bring the glory in this one as we take a look now at your unofficial race results. Cram in second, Hill, Coppinger, and Moonhead, the top 5. Also moving on directly from the heats to the duels will be Norton, Hall, and Lazenby.
As we look through the rest of the field right now, in the 11th position is going to be, of course, Justin Fuller, Devin Henry, 12th. Mitchell Howell will come home 13th. Mark Mann in 14th. Justin Levine, 15th. 16th is Shane Wyatt. Charlie Bayer in 17th. And Tom Mercier, he will get the final transfer spot to the LCQ, while Ty Bass and Andrew Freenage round out your top 20.
Randall Nichols finished 21st with Latham Joyner 22nd. Halloran Kelly Dahl in 24th was in the top 10 for much of that run before incidents. Malillo among the drivers in the sandwich in turn 1 and 2 on the final lap, along with Bernheimer, Packard, Boundy, Martinez, Dingman, the top 30.
31st goes to Jonathan Cross, followed by Dustin Sluter in 32nd. Egon Farrell will come home 33rd with Channing Ballou 34th. Daniel Holloway will come home 35th with Tyler Grinnell in 36th. Ira Kohlhaas 37th. Peter Bennett 38th. Nathaniel Pollard 39th. Austin Derbyshire rounds out your 40-car field.
And Taylor, an interesting finish to this one with a battle of who could survive to the checkered flag almost on that green-white checkered. Your thoughts on how that broke down, because that was insane.
Well, like we brought out during the caution, we knew that they were going to be aggressive probably from 8th on back, because that's where drivers are wanting to be right now. And unfortunately, some of the drivers got a little too aggressive and it cost them a chance. For some who were towards the back half who were able to avoid it, it was what they needed. But unfortunately, for some of the biggest names that we in this split that we talked about who had a shot of it, unfortunately, their day is done. They are done. They cannot do anything else. This is where their racing for the chance to head to the Podium 500 is done. So unfortunate for them, but for those drivers who we just talked about who were struggling, got involved in early incidences, they were able to find a way to make their way snaking through the field to take home those finishes.
And you have to feel for the driver who is just shy of that lead pack, was the last of the drivers who was able to make it through the craziness, was Brandon Ponetto. Have to give him credit of being able to get through all the incidents, was around the mid pack once everything started to break down, but ends up being just 1.8 seconds back of the race win and about 1.5 seconds where it needed to be. You have to wonder if there was any more luck towards his way, how he'd be feeling if he got the direct shot to the duels, if he could get himself there.
And that's why we run these races, because it's just a determining factor to see who can come out and survive. That's what these heat races are all about, just trying to survive. If you can do that, you're guaranteed a spot in either the LCQ or into the dual races. That is one of the most critical things drivers need to realize when it comes to racing for the Podium 500 glory. And survival at Daytona is probably your biggest rule of thumb when coming here to race in any form.
Absolutely at this point. And now that many of the drivers have found their way towards the show, what do you think is going through the mind now, knowing there's still a couple more groupings to determine who will be among them, who will be racing later on tonight?
Well, for the drivers who are guaranteed a spot into the dual races later tonight, they're more focused on trying to find out where they're starting so that way they can get an idea of where to put their cars in order to have a better starting spot for the next day for the Podium 500. For drivers in the LCQ, trying to see who is in their LCQ. Maybe find someone they are used to working with, a teammate, a friend, or somebody that they can trust in order to work together with. Only the LCQs are a little bit about 10 laps longer, but still very critical to find out who's going to be your best dancing partner in order to have a shot of making it to the duels.
Just a few minutes away from the next heat race. Hand things over to the next crew. When we come back on the other side of this break, you're watching qualifying day coverage for the Podium 500 once again here on Podium Esports. Stay tuned.
Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome to the Podium Esports live coverage of qualifying day for the third annual Podium 500 live from iRacing's virtual Daytona International Speedway in Daytona Beach, Florida. My name is Keenan Kuzin, and I'm joined here alongside by Gary Weaver. Gary, you never commentated together. This is the first for both of us, but hell of a heat we got going on today. Heat number 7 as the drivers are beginning to roll. Really quickly go through the starting order for you here. Car number 1 going to be Logan Helton in the 63 machine. David Brown starting second place in the 83. Alec Martinez in third. Cosme Onishu in number 4th spot. Jonathan Wall in 5th. Alex Russell in 6th. Jeremy E. Miller in 7th. Clayton Davis in 8th. Rick Cybrans in 9th. And Steve Richard closing out the top 10.
And see the rest of your starting grid scrolling by on your screen as they make their way off the banking of turn number 2. This is going to be something. The entire top 18 drivers still have a chance to get into at least the first or second LCQ, and at this point, well, heat number 7, Keenan, like you mentioned, and this is going to be one of the most stressful heats for these drivers here.
Yeah, honestly, this is the first time I think these guys have had a go or go home scenario. So the top 8, for those who are unaware, are going to be advancing into the duels. The 9th through 18th will have one more shot in the LCQ. You come below 9th, 18th position, you're going home. And we have 41 cars currently on the track coming into turn number 4. We are ready to go here with our 7th heat of the day. Almost done here. Almost we may be ready to move on to the duels, but unfortunately, or fortunately for us, we still have a little bit more action to go in these preliminary races. Pace truck is off. And we are green for the 7th heat here for the qualifying day for Podium Esports 500. A little bit of separation on the top line. Logan Helton gets a hell of a jump. Below the yellow line is the... Oh, he's dropping back. Okay, good strategy already being seen here. Thought we were going to see him move below the yellow line, but I believe that was the 18 that we saw moving back, not wanting any piece of what's about to happen here. Long 20 laps, Gary.
Yeah, it's Alec Martinez. I'm not sure if that's the best strategy, considering he just basically went from all the way from 3rd down to 40th at this point. Not sure what the strategy is there. Maybe hoping that everyone wrecks or some kind of issues, but regardless, they're side by side up front. The 83 of David Brown leads the outside lane. Logan Helton in the 63 leads the inside lane by 1 car length.
Yeah, everyone's trying to get settled here. Probably just banking on some wrecks. We have seen at least a couple of cautions throughout the race so far, or throughout the heat so far. So don't be surprised if we see some more. Might see some calmness here, but I've got to imagine when, again, like I said, it's a go or go home scenario. A lot of these guys are going to be hanging out all on the line, especially with the last 5 or so laps to go. But right now, just looking like there's a holding pattern. We have the 42 car. Randy Baker looking maybe just peeking below the yellow line there. But for the most part, everybody giving each other some gap. Not a whole lot of pushing happening right now. We're going to have to see some movers in the back, much like the qualifying race or the preliminary race on Thursday. There is that top 8 that we're looking for, but there is also 18th and below. There will be 2 separate fights that we're going to be seeing here. Is that people trying to make it in to the duels, and those who are maybe a little bit farther back just trying to survive and be able to make that LCQ.
And that's going to be the key thing here, especially the second LCQ, where the first one has already been pretty much set. So again, going into this, it's everybody, like mentioned, in the holding pattern. Surprisingly, at least for me, it's very, very static in terms of movement on the inside versus outside lane. Everyone relatively even, as we just take a look around the drivers that are hovering around the 8th place position. At the start-finish line last time by around, it was Clayton Davis in position number 8. So it's going to be something to very much keep an eye on. That, again, already down to 8th place, it could come down to maybe 1,000th of a second for all we know. In fact, last time around, it came down to a few thousandths of a second, actually.
Yeah, that's the fun part, I guess, about Daytona for us, and the stressful part about these drivers is you can drop from 4th to 8th and just having one line being a little bit stronger than the other. As we say, a little bit of a run now coming from that outside line, the 83 car of David Brown leading the train up on that high side. Looking like he has, is that Cosmin Ionescu behind him possibly in the 84C. Splash Go Graphics, Cosmin Ionescu. Always got one of the best looking cars out there on the grid, even if they have some little eyeballs on the back. But Cosmin really trying to race his way in. Doing a good job so far as he's almost at the lead of that outside line. Just trying to, you're not really seeing some really aggressive racing so far. But looking a little bit further back, they are starting to get a little bit more spread out. See the 57 of Jonathan Wall taking a peek below the yellow line. Again, yellow line rule. Do not believe it is in effect for these races, but it's at driver's discretion. If you're going to send it below the yellow line and end up booping somebody off in turn 3, obviously we're going to be a little bit upset about that. But if we got 3, 4, 5 wide coming to the line, it's all gravy, baby, as we're seeing a little bit of separation now from these lower cars. Looking like the guys in the top 8 are really comfortable running close to each other, and then everybody else behind is just trying to survive, waiting for that inevitable wreck. That is only a matter of time here on a track like Daytona.
Right now, it's going to be just still side by side. Everyone just continuing to hold their line and not make too many moves. This is very, very different from what we've seen in the earlier heats opening today, essentially. So it's a very interesting change to see really how less people are willing to take risks here when they're very sure that they're about to make it in. They're not really fighting for the lead all too much. They're there up on the outside. David Brown with the 84 still pushing him, but at the same time, it's really only just to keep pace. It's not really to make a pass.
We already have cars coming out of the pits, possibly an incident that we may have missed.
That's actually Alec Martinez, I believe.
Oh, no way. We got Russell Hancock on the back straightaway slow in the 41st position.
Correction, that was a 68 of Kyle Payne.
I was going to say he dropped back, but he didn't drop back that far. Alec Martinez is way back there in 38th position, but it's not who we are looking for right now. Caution is out on the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen. Caution is out. See if we can get eyes on that. Not happening in the lead field. Obviously, back of the lead field.
33, Michael Witt.
The 33, Michael Witt. 93 of Matt Hummel. Looking like maybe... Yeah. Oh, that was...
Oh.
Yeah, that was the unfortunate side effect of online racing there. I think looked like the 93 just went down a little bit, trying to make it 3 wide, and just got punted from another round from the 88 car of Joshua Slate. I don't know what it looks like for you, Gary, but they weren't even close on my screen. But maybe, yeah, just got thrown up into that 33 car, and then all hell broke loose after that.
It could have also been the fact that actually that unfortunately may be it, but man, oh man, the fork especially just getting tagged right there with, as we see from that onboard shot. Man, Shoemaker unfortunately just nothing else he could do there.
Yeah, that's we have Ionescu and Shoemaker in our heat today, so that's we got to get those guys hooked up, and we may be able to see them push to the front. But gonna have to reset from this damage, and we'll have a little mental reset that we have to see maybe some of those drivers at the back that we saw back. The 18 of Alec Martinez, a great example of that, waiting for a wreck to come. Now, do you chance that's the only wreck that's happened? Or do you maybe foresee that there's going to be a little bit more tussling that's happening? We have, I believe, about 13 laps to go. Nearing halfway here in heat number 7 of the Podium Esports 500 qualifying day. Again, we still have heat 8 and 2 LCQs coming up for you on twitch.tv/Podium Esports. Do not go anywhere. Lots more racing left for you this afternoon.
All right, now this is great essentially for some of these drivers. Like you mentioned, it's that mental reset that helps out. And as I double check the scoring once again, Alec Martinez as well, in a way had a good idea. But at the same time, though, he fell all the way back, fell out of the draft. Currently sits in 31st after starting in 3rd. So that 18 of Martinez Just not sure what happened. It's going to be a huge heartbreak, essentially, that he was, for some reason, had to drop back. But in the meantime, the 8th place and 18th place positions, well, Clayton Davis is in 8th, so he really didn't go anywhere after starting in 8th. Very easy drive for him. And then 18th is that number 26 of Drew Ballesteros, after starting 24th as well. Great charge for him so far.
Seen a couple cars in the pit lane, but looking like most of it is damage repair. Not really seeing anybody from this lead group coming in. But yeah, again, like we said, there's 3 separate races, I guess, technically going on here. Race for the win, race for the top 8 transfer spots, and the race for that 9 through 18 being able to make it into the LCQ. So again, for these guys hovering around the high teens, low 20s, you know, I don't. 8th is possible, but a more realistic goal is being able to sneak into that 9 through 18 gap and give yourself a second shot in the LCQ. Especially those from the outside looking in, as you said, Kyle Manger, the 24, 20th position, 38 of Ryan Johnson in the 19th position, and then the 26 of Drew Ballesteros just hanging on, being the gatekeeper of the transfer spot right now. As we're going to have the field bunch back up.
It's going to be exactly 10 laps to go here up on the restart, and something that is going to be quite, not exactly unique, but quite interesting, that of course has been the pattern throughout this entire event as well. 8th and 18th are starting up on the outside lane. They don't have the advantage on the inside.
No, they're at the mercy of whether that line decides to get up and go or not. And restart's very crucial here at these super speedways such as Daytona, Talladega. If your line doesn't go, you could lose 3, 4, 5, 6 spots before you get a chance to either drop down into the bottom and be able to get comfortable, or be able to regroup with that outside line and be able to get some sort of momentum going on the outside. Lights off on the pace truck. Unless I'm blind and can't see them on, which is also possible. But we're double file here, getting ready to go green once again in heat number 7. In 1 heat left to go, ladies and gentlemen. We are almost there. The field for the first LCQ is set, so you will be seeing that again later on to this evening. As the pace truck is off, Logan Helton still at the command of the field. We are green once again in the 7th heat for the Podium 500. Not a bad start for the guys below, but the outside line, the first 3 cars went and nobody else went. A little bit of separation on the back there of the field. These guys are going to have to get a little bit more bumper to bumper if they want to make something happen on the outside. Logan Helton, though, very much in control of this field. Jonathan Wall getting back to his back bumper, trying to make something happen on the bottom. Almost clear of that outside run on the 83, but not quite, as the run is coming back for the outside. This is the momentum of this double lane racing.
Right now, Jonathan Wall probably maybe wanted to do, for all we know, we really won't know unless it happens again. If he cleared the 83, would he have moved up to the outside lane? Because it's a staple of super speedway racing, essentially, but would he have been willing to take the risk here is that main question. However, the outside lane shut that right down, and they're charging hard up on the outside.
Again, this is going to be a very different race from what you're going to see on Sunday. They are not technically racing for P1 right now. They're racing for positions in the duels, but they are not racing for the money, the bragging rights, the actual overall win. All the top 8 need to do is just finish in the top 8, and that's the biggest hurdle of the weekend of them complete. They're in the race at that point. That bottom 8, the 9th through 18th positions, need to be completed for the LCQ. So you're not seeing individual runs for individual positions. You're trying to get yourself into a bracket right now. You're trying to make sure you're safe and you're as far up as you can be. So you might see them get a little racy towards the front. It's the 83 car possibly being able to lead a lap here, and looks like he does. David Brown to the point on the outside, but big shove from the 57 of Jonathan Wall to Logan on the bottom, who has been in control of that bottom line the entire time. Little bit of squigglies going on in the back here, as we are very much 2x2 almost the whole way down the field. Very organized, very clean so far. But there is a little bit of separation going on at the back, and we're going into that second fight looking at the 18th position, being currently held by the 43 of Jonathan Morris. Gary, they're looking like they're pretty calm up front, but a little bit of craziness going on in the back.
Maybe even in the front as well. Jonathan Wall, I was about to say, is playing with a little bit of fire there, at least through turn 2 last time around. That was a bit too close for comfort, and at this point, I wouldn't really risk pushing mid-corner, especially throughout all of this. Everyone very much staying off the bumpers, and now they have to. Now that the caution is out once again, huge crash in turns 1 and 2. James Krahula, one of the drivers involved. In fact, probably got tagged by the 16.
Yeah, we're going back to look at that again. Oh, yeah, and again, these guys are racing. These guys are going to be a little bit more desperate at the back. You're going to see them try to race for 8th, try to get themselves locked in, but if they don't, it's not the worst thing in the world. They still have that LCQ. These guys at the back are going for broke, but it looked like Adam Lichty just turned left into the 56 of Josh Bonwell. Just came down, wasn't clear. And the 56 catches a 16, and then it's on from there. So that is your second caution of the day.
Man.
Yeah, just misjudged the width of the nose on that Toyota Camry. Did the 22 of Adam Lichty. But thankfully happening towards the back of the field. Not really, wadding up a bunch of race cars. It is going to slow us down one more time. At least one more time. Probably have about 5 or 4 to go. Gary, all things considered, been pretty calm so far. We have seen 2 yellows, but they've been relatively towards the back. Other than that one that caught about 4 or 5 cars up, this one was pretty tame. Looking like the guys at the front know what they're racing for, and the guys at the back are being reasonable. But going into this restart, whether this is the last restart or the beginning of the end, if you know what I mean, I've been pretty calm so far. So what are you thinking that is going to happen here now? 4 laps to go and a hell of a lot on the line.
Well, considering that the pattern that has been occurring lately is everyone just really making contact more in the back rather than more at the front, at least for the front portion of this field, I think that they'd pretty much be just trying to keep this calm, keep it smooth, and just get to the end. They all know that this is, for some of them, their final shot at getting in. So I'm pretty sure that really these drivers just want to take their time, not really risk anything, and just, again, get to the end. One of the drivers that is right on the cusp of getting in at the moment overall is John Morris, and that is the number 43, sitting in that 18th place position, just hovering back, just making sure that he actually gets in. He started 19th, so really wouldn't be too much of a change for him, but again, starting up on the outside lane, Austin Coop could get that inside lane, or could get that 18th place position on the inside lane on that restart.
And if we're looking at those battles, we also have to look at the battles for the top 8. So Gary Sexton, the first one on the outside looking in 9th position. Steve Richard on the 10th position will be on that outside line. Hunter Wayward in the 21 car, 11th. And Kenneth McCullough he stole my number though, in the 03 machine. See, at least in a Toyota. He's in a Chevy too. Upset. Upset. Disrespectful.
It's only the better manufacturer, and we all know this.
You know what, Gary? We'll talk after. But those guys, again, are going to be outside looking in. Again, they're safe. They'll be able to make it in the LCQ, but why add that stress to yourself if you don't have to? They're going to be looking to capitalize on mistakes coming from this top 8 group. If they don't get a good restart, someone's sleeping on the line, a clever move, maybe pushing it 3 wide will be able to seal the deal and get themselves in that top 8. Again, not the biggest deal if they don't make it, but that LCQ is going to be 40 very, very, very hungry drivers fighting for not a lot of real estate.
It's going to be for very little real estate, if any, and that's going to be a very stressful thing, as well as this being a stressful thing. Lights out on the pace truck. It's going to be not entirely a green-white checker situation, of course. We are still going to our schedule, 20 laps at the moment, 3 laps to go, but if a crash does happen, either on this restart or maybe even coming to the white flag, if the leader doesn't get it in time, that's going to be most likely even worse. And I think at that point, drivers will start to really make moves.
Anything can still happen here. Again, we've been seeing maybe a little bit calm up at the front, but with only 4 laps to go or 3 laps to go here, when we're going to go green, that is not a whole lot of time. That's just under 3 minutes of racing. If we stay green, that's a big if. Big, bold, underlined, 28 font size if we stay green.
Don't forget the italics.
Don't forget the italics. I don't know why that got me so much, but it did. But if we stay green, that is just under 3 minutes to get something done. So again, you're in the top 4, you're pretty safe. Just got to hold your line. Maybe make some smart decisions if you see the outside line, if you see someone sending it 3. But for the most part, you can stay calm, stay focused, and you're in the show. That your job is done. You've completed what you needed to do. Someone like Cosmo Ionescu has been doing that all night as well, just staying very, very clean up top. Clayton Davis as well. I believe he's been in the top 8 for most of, if not the entire race. But he is the keeper of the top 8 right now. He is holding the key as we are coming down. Pace truck's off. Logan Helton, surprise, surprise, leading the field once again as we go green. 3 laps to go here in heat number 7. Oh, we already have issues. Oh, they're already turned. Does he save it? Someone getting the bumper in the back. Caution, no. Big wreck coming off the tri-oval. Big wreck. Just looks like someone didn't go. Gary trying to get eyes on that, but I saw the 43 get a piece of it of John Morris, apologize. Yeah, just
I think
looks
you had
like
about 5 different starting points at that point.
That's what I'm seeing right now. Looks like the 43 tried to get a good jump, but maybe just left a hair too soon. Got to the back, and then when he checks up, everyone behind him, hey, baby, there's 3 laps to go. Can't have that. Then just gets pile driven by the 24 car of Kyle Manger, and then it's an accordion effect from there. So just trying to be clever. Again, if you look at what position John Morris is in, the 18th position. We'll have to see from race control if he holds on to it. But like I said, the real aggressive racing is going to come from that 18th back, because these guys are in dire straits right now. They need something to happen. This has to happen for them, or they are done. They will be in the stands for tomorrow. No second chances.
And the thing is, for that restart, it most likely, in a way, they kind of, there's a way to word this where my brain is not kicking in just yet, but pretty much with this, that pretty much eliminates that 1 extra lap chance that these drivers have had to maybe get in. So for all we know, this could be a butterfly effect going into the main event. So it's a lot to really think about, and really start to think about your moves going into these green, white checker finishes. It's, should I make this move? Do I have to make this move to keep this position?
Yeah, we really have to take calculated risks now. But at the same time, Gary, these cars at the back, like, again, I keep mentioning this, but it's so important. Because you see those guys up front, and they're, especially in the top 8, again, they're safe. They don't have to do anything. They're just have to make sure they, maybe the 7th and 8th have to do a little bit of defending, but for the most part, they're good. That's mutually assured. But this back group is gonna be the racing probably the hardest, because they have the most to lose. And that's got to play a factor as well, especially because we have the green, white checkers. There's no time left. Something has to happen now. And I think that's what you saw with the 43, is like, I got to make something happen, because I am way out to lunch right now, and I have to get something done, or else I'm going home. I need to make sure that I'm at least in the LCQ, so I can give myself a shot later on this evening to be able to make it into the big show tomorrow.
In fact, sitting on the very edge of that is the 24 of Kyle Manger. Boy, oh boy, I've seen him around a lot. I forgot specifically where, but I know his name is familiar for sure. And man, if that isn't again starting on the outside, well, the thing is, the 31 of Jared Sabert actually has rear end aero damage, so this in a way could, nope, never mind, forget what I just said. He's been giving an EOL penalty, so Jared Sabert still has aero damage on the back of his car. now it's going to be John Morris restarting on the inside, who doesn't seem to have any damage really by the looks of it, to his car. At least nothing too major, except a few scuffs here and there.
I guess they viewed Kyle Manger as a danger.
Oh my gosh.
I had to get one in. Rents isn't here to be the pun god. Somebody has to do it. But as we're getting lined up 2x2 here again, if you guys are not following the Podium Esports channel, we have so much more action for you in the next 24 to 48 hours. Please hit that follow button, hit the bell when we go live tomorrow with the main show of the Podium 500, the third annual running, most ever entrance into an independent iRacing hosted event. If James Pike was here, he'd be able to tell you the exact number, but I know it was north of 360 drivers total registered for the Podium 500.
I'm just watching chat being disappointed at the pun that you just made.
Yeah,
but,
yep, I wanted to make them upset. Jamie Wright with the excellent Booker T reference. I am right there with you, my friend. But again, calm before the storm here. Green, white checkered. It is really, we have 2 more attempts after this. Would not be surprised if we see basically the exact same thing happen again as someone just trying to be clever on the start. But Logan Helton has basically either led or been in the top 2 or 3 of every lap. That bottom lane just holding strong. Much like GME Stonks, just holding. Doing his best, trying to make sure he's got the best chance for himself in the duels. As the Chevrolet Pace Truck is going to take a hard left. And here we go. Is this the final restart? Unlikely. But here we go. Green flag again. Outside line getting an excellent jump that time. Very even with the inside line. Nose to tail. A little bit of separation from the 20 to the 30 car. Oh, 81 backing right off. Not sure what happened there. Maybe missed a shift or bounced off the limiter, but the 81.
Oh, the 11.
And there they go. There they go again. Is they going to save it? No. Caution being thrown. I think, Gary, that stemmed from the 81. I have to go on his onboard. I'm not sure what happened there, but he just stopped. He hit a wall. I don't know what happened with Steve Richards. Steve Richard. I said every name but the one I was looking for.
Even I don't know either. That may have been it for the 81 machine. Just did not get going.
And he got going. It's like he missed a shift or something, because he was there, and then all of a sudden he just wasn't going.
He really stopped to avoid bumping the 13 is all. That was.
Oh yeah, he like got off the throttle completely. His speed went down. And then
again, back with the butterfly effect. I think that shuffled out. I think the person who's worst off, you see him there in the replay, the right side. There he is, the 11. But as well as everyone else just getting collected in that. My goodness.
And I think Michael Witt in the 33 car probably had the least amount of fun. 43 car coming up, shoving him into the wall. And then, who is that? The 28 car of David Emmett just driving right underneath them. Excuse me, sir. I have races to win. I do not have time for your games. Just disposed of him. This is scrappy here in the back half of the field. Two completely different races happening right now.
I feel like it's 3 at this point. There's one for the win, there's one for 8th, and then there's one for 18th. This is a lot. That is for sure.
Yeah, it is a bit of a cluster here around that LCQ transfer position, so I'm going to have to wait until they're at least single file for at least a lap. We'll be able to tell you who is the keeper of 18th, because that happened right around that area. But Richard, I would love to know what happened to Steve Richard, because he was right on the bumper, and then I don't know if he just lifted too much or bounced off the limiter, but he dropped like 5 or 6 miles an hour, and everybody had to go scrambling to not run over the 81. And unfortunately, actions have consequences. Just like that Sonic fan kid told you, your actions have consequences.
It took me a second to realize what you were referencing.
I was gonna do the voice, and other people don't. No.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, Pike's gonna get
That would be a bit of a stretch. I'm pretty sure chat would be even more disappointed with you if they aren't already.
I'll take disappointment. That's fine. My parents have been disappointed in me for 27 years. It's not. I'm used to disappointment. It's Pike sending me a DM saying your services are no longer required. That I'd be a little bit more concerned about. But yeah. Well,
in the meantime, though, the second green-white checker attempt here coming up. I'm not nervous. You're nervous, especially for Clayton Davis and Gary Sexton, who both are 8th and 9th. They basically have not gone anywhere. In fact, now that I realize it, I don't think we haven't really reached turn 1, essentially. Well, more turn 2 in a full green flag since our before green-white checkered attempt.
Yeah, that happened. Both those wrecks happened basically on the start, the front straight. Either they were initiated in the tri-oval, or just outside of the tri-oval, or coming into 1 there. But I'm also nervous for Austin Coop. Starting about that 18th position, we're seeing some cars with damage. Austin got a little bit of shot in the bootay in that 53 car, but he is currently the last transfer. Everybody behind that, Thomas Miller, David Dunwoody, Russell Bratka. Oh, no, that's not Russell Bratka's not on the track. So looking right now, we have 36 cars on the lead lap. And only, like we said, only 18 are going to be able to race again. But what are you looking at, Gary? Are you looking at the 18th spot? Or you're looking at 8th? Because like I said, it's two completely different fields right now.
At this point, I really have no idea. I'm pretty sure I'm definitely keeping an eye on 18th because these are where the drivers have rear end damage. I'm seeing maybe Carson Bowers in the 51 who restarts 23rd could maybe somehow have a remote shot. That depends because, again, I'm really just going off of who has how much damage on the spoiler of their car.
Honestly, I'm pulling for that 26 of David because he drove underneath a guy. And if he drives underneath a guy and puts this car on the show, I don't know if he has T-shirts for sale, I don't know, his stickers, or if he's got a sponsor that's got I am buying something. I need to see that. That is the storyline of this race that I need in my life. How did you make it into... He can do it, I believe. I believe it in my heart. I need to see a man drive underneath another man and make it into the race. That's the kind of comedy that I need today. But we are lining back up. One more attempt after this one at a finish here. Get this done under green. I am completely way far behind. That is embarrassing. We are green once again. Final restart, hopefully. A lot cleaner than the last one. About even, looking like about 8 or 9 cars back. We are nice and clean. Richard being able to get the car going this time. Coming into turn number 2. A little bit of separation at the back as there has been, but they're pretty well bumper to bumper in this lead pack, Gary.
Now the question is, can they make it to the white flag? If the leader crosses the start-finish line for the white flag, and if they wreck after the leader takes the white flag, that is it, essentially, at least for the drivers that have wrecked out. Whatever happens at the white flag, as they still remain side by side. Emick charging his way up through the field, and drivers can be trying to defend for 18th place.
Yeah, coming to the white flag, the race is official at this point. We get another yellow. That is game over, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, the keeper of the 8th spot is Clayton Davis. He has been hovering in that bubble all night. 18th spot currently being held by Thomas Miller, all alone on the racetrack right now. Not double file at all. He's the first car leading that second pack. So everybody in this lead pack is currently safe to a degree. One car below the yellow line. The 13 car already turns the 20. The 13 gets into the 20. Gary Sexton putting the bumper to the 20 car. And all hell is breaking loose now. Anything can happen now. Gary in the wall flipping into the catch fence. Multiple cars involved. The yellow line rule strikes again. As we got cars coming to the lead line, coming down, and checker that your winner is going to be Logan Helton hanging on the whole race, more or less. Being able to grab that big win, but hell of a race coming to the line as the rest of the field is wrecking behind them.
And for the 18th spot, across the start finish line with a blown engine, believe it or not, it is Corey Ensing. Wow.
David made it in! Yes! My boy. He's 15th. Let's go. That's all I wanted.
The entire back half of the field, look at this whole last lap replay here. Sexton tried to make it work under the yellow line. It did not work, and he unfortunately paid the price for it, and so did the back half of the field. There it is, and here just comes everybody colliding through, trying to Days of Thunder it to absolutely no avail. Sexton ends to stay on his roof. Wow.
You know, Sexton paying the price for that move. He tried to make something happen just to get... He was in the 9th position, Gary, going into the back straight, trying to get himself locked into that position. But let's ride on board with Jeffrey Marconi here.
Wow.
Yeah, just nowhere for Macaroni to go. Getting caught up. He's the one who launched Gary up into his lid. 42 car involved. 30 car involved. 27 of Matt Hummel, or 93 of Matt Hummel involved. The 17th place in the 31 car, Jarrett Sabert involved. Adam Leakey, we've seen earlier tonight, also involved. That was huge, and that was right around that transfer spot. Thomas Miller, who was in 18th, crossed the line in 13th.
And luckily for Alexander Russell, he was actually able to nearly get 7th place, but a 3-wide finish essentially for that 8th place position, and he does come out in 8th. Just what a race. What a great job, though, for Logan Helton to lead that entire race.
Yeah, kind of a huge bummer for the 69 car of Clayton Davis. Clayton was hanging on to that 8th spot. He was either 7th, 8th, or 9th the whole race, and he is your first car that will not be getting a direct transfer into the races. And we're hearing word now the 13 has also been disqualified from the race, unfortunately, in the 33rd position, so his day was done regardless. But paying the price for that move, that's super unfortunate. But your top 8 have transferred. That is Logan Helton in the 63 car, 57 of Jonathan Wall, David Brown in 83, Jerry Miller in 4th place, Cosman making it through in 5th. It was hovering around that spot all night. Jared T. Darling in the 6th position, Hunter Hayward in 7th, and Alexander Russell, as you said, Gary, in the 8th spot. So all of those will be making it through into the duels. And those having a race in the LCQ, 9th through 18th. Gary, what do you got?
We have Clayton Davis in a 69, able to at least finish in 8th place. Steve Richard went absolutely nowhere on paper from starting 10th to finish on 10th. Ryan Johnson absolutely got a wonderful break through that last lap calamity, going from 18th to 11th. Of course, not in the final lap in the race overall. Austin Coop finished in 12th. 13th was Thomas Miller. 14th was Russell Bratka. 15th was David Emig, a person who drove under somebody else to still make it into the race. Kyle Manger, who apparently was not in enough danger, I'm sorry, chat, finishes in 17th, and Corey Ensing finishes in 18th. From 37th in the race to 18th. Corey, I think that'd be the hard charger of the race.
Yeah, that's driver of the day there for sure, and just sneaking his way in to be able to give himself a shot. But unfortunately, the rest of the drivers going home who will not be participating in the rest of your events this evening and tomorrow. John Morris in the 19th spot. James Krahua, almost said Kalua. That's not a problem. Kenny Kibbe, Josh Bonwell, Carson Bowers, Alec Martinez, who we saw drop from 3rd position. Fortunately, that gamble not paying off, finishing in 24th spot. Brandon Peters in 25th. And Matt Hummel, David Dunwoody, Jarrett Siebert, Adam Leakey, Rick Sebrance, Drew Ballesteros, Kenneth McCullough Jr. Unfortunately, not doing the 08 or the 03 car, the service there that it needed. Gary Sexton, Chris Simmerd, Jeffrey Marconi, that was the worst. Randy Baker, Chris Shoemaker, Michael Witt, Kyle Payne, Joshua Slate, and Derek Nickel rounding out the rest of your field. If I pronounce your name wrong, I will be in the chat for the rest of the day. Please yell at me. I hate pronouncing people's names wrong. It's the worst, but reading's hard. But that's going to do it for heat number 7. We have one more left to go before we break into the LCQs, which if you guys thought this was brutal, this was a dogfight, this was aggressive, you have seen nothing yet.
An animal stuck in a cage and I'm ready to break out. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. This time, like the last time, you better get ready to race to the top. I'm ready to do this, show you what the truth is. I step on the field, it's time to get real. I'm feeling so ruthless. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crowd, so turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Yeah. So what are you afraid of? Those feelings are made of. Get in the game, your moment of fame. Show them what you made of. It's time that we stand up. It's time that we man up. For anyone asking who is the best, we putting our hands up. My time. Nothing can keep me from reaching the top. This time, like the last time, I'm moving so fast, I'm ready to rise. I'm ready to throw down. It's time for the showdown. I'm ready to rise. Don't be surprised, I'll take on the world now. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down. Hand over my crown. Hand over my heart. I do this for my town. I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. My time. None of you people can tell me to stop. My town, my crown. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. My time.
Hello, race fans, and welcome back to Podium Esports, continuing coverage of Podium 500 qualifying day. David Schildhouse here, joined once again in the booth by Devin Henry to bring you the final heat race of the day. 8 more drivers will lock themselves into tonight's duels. Another set of drivers who finished from 9th to 18th will go to the LCQs. Devin, it has been a wild day of racing, and for the guys in tonight's final heat race, they've been watching this stuff all day long, probably sitting on their nerves, and now they finally get to go out and execute. How do you think it would be different for somebody in this last heat race?
Well, I would like to think that you'd be able to study. I was in heat 6, and I cannot figure out how some of the drivers came from outside the top 35 to grab a top 8 and put themselves into tomorrow night's Podium 500. You got to see all the intensity. You got to see all the line changes, most importantly. Now can you go and attribute that to your own race? Who's been studying, watching all 7, and who's just coming home from work and hopping onto the sim and trying to do their best here tonight? I don't know if you're really going to notice that or not, though, because some drivers, when it comes to plate racing or super speedway racing, know better than others. And of course, the better qualifying position you have, and the better off you probably are.
It's been my observation throughout the first 7 heat races today that the drivers who start up front typically tend to finish up there as well. Most of the wrecks have been towards the back half of the field, around that 18th to 20th position, or even further back from there. So I think you have an inherent advantage if you are starting up front in this heat race. But I know for me, if I'm in this last heat watching some of these races, just to see how some of these guys have been approaching the race, knowing some of this stuff is out of your hands when it comes to super speedway racing. But at the end of the day, we've seen anything goes, especially on the last lap. Some controversy, some yellow line racing going on. We saw it in our first heat race that we covered back in heat number 3. Saw it in just the previous one in heat 7. It's the Podium 500. This is a big deal. Everybody wants to get in, but not everybody can get in, Devin. So really, it comes down to how much are you willing to risk to get your spot in tomorrow's race.
And of course, a vital part of that is restart, right? Because that's where you're able to gain the most momentum. We've had 2, maybe 3 restarts per race on average lately. And if you're able to execute on your restarts, that helps bring you forward a position here, a position there. Every single little position helps. Hitting the gears right. Everyone's playing their own little mind games on restarts. Do you hop your line right after the start-finish line or going into turn number 1? All split-second decisions. This isn't really something that you can like theorize in your head and go, you know, man, we go green. I'm jumping down from the top to the bottom. We're past 3 guys. If it ain't there, it ain't there. If it's there and you didn't want to go there, maybe it's time to go.
I think adaptability is really the big key. You got to be flexible when it comes to these restarts. And I think that's why we've seen so many issues on restarts. People have a preconceived plan of what they're going to do when that green flag flies. And then suddenly something changes and they got to make a choice in a split second. Sometimes they get that choice right. Sometimes they get it wrong. But let's take a look at the starting grid for this 8th and final heat race and see who's lining up where, as we will send 8 more drivers into tonight's duels. On the pole is going to be the number 37 of Jesse Atchison, a very accomplished super speedway racer. And to his outside, another one of those who you got to keep an eye on. That's going to be Will Cooley. Matt Forcappa will line up in the 3rd position. Seth Noel from Nexus Esports in 4th. Gavin Jones in 5th. Christopher Tate to his outside in 6th. Brandon Holder will line up in the 7th position. Joey Stats in P8. Jason Rajcock in 9th. Trey Edson in 10th. Alistair Topley in 11th. And Colton Zimmer will round out the top 12.
John Theater will start off today in 13th. Craig Arvantes will start off outside of row 7. Justin Boletto starting off in 18th. Anthony English, or in the 18 car, English outside of row number 8. Max Brady will start inside of row number 9, and Donald Johnson starts off in 18th. Row number 10 looks like Christian Stanford on the inside, Michael Meredith on the outside. Brandon Key starts in 21st. Eddie Kerner, he's won a couple of things, including the Landon Castle qualifying showdown. Hey, the Vargas East Street Stock Challenge. He's looking to keep on going here throughout the race.
Old Eddie Ball, yeah, P22 for him. Jason Dinsmore in 23rd. Diego Villalobos in 24th. Chris Schubert 25th. Steven Ellis in 26th. Dylan Thomas 27th. Johnny Avila in 28th. Maxwell Kennan in 29th, and Kyle Noel rounds out the top 30. The rest of your field will be Bladen Edwards, Muntasi Major, Carson Trites, Jordan Brockwell, Maximilian Heilich, Brady Floyd in 36th, Shane Mullins, John Adams, keep an eye on him all the way back in 38th, Bob Hutchings, and Sean Lazen there in the 40th and final position. Devin, as they go down the back straightaway on this warm-up lap, 20 more laps, one quick repair, a sprint race, you called it earlier today when we were covering heat race number 3. These boys know what they got to do. If you're in the top 8, you got to hold on to your position. If you're somewhere outside of there, you got to fight a little bit harder.
These 20s certainly go fast, and you have to realize if we're getting cautions, that doesn't give you a lot of opportunities for the grid to shuffle and move around. If you do get those long runs, you have to realize, where do I need to go when to maximize every single draft that you get to get yourself up to the front.
Field works off a turn 4. Pace truck is going to head to pit road. That'll put the field in the hands of Jesse Ashenson in the Platypus machine. Green flag in the air, and heat race number 8 is underway as Ashenson and Will Cooley steam off towards turn 1 for the first time.
The outside lane, a little bit discombobulated. It's not going to hurt them, though, coming into turn number 1. Still about 2 rows deep throughout most of this field. Remember, guys, the top 8 go to tonight's podium, or excuse me, the Podium 500 duels. But remember, 9th through 18th still a lot to drive for as well, as they will move on to tonight's LCQs coming up later tonight. So a lot of guys, we saw a lot of desperate moves earlier on in our first 7 heat races.
3 wide, a little bit further back in the pack. That's Eddie Ball. Eddie Kerner coming up through the middle, splitting David Johnson and Michael Meredith to put Kerner up inside around that top 20. He's already making the big moves on in that number 98 machine. Not one to forget about there. They're 2 wide across the stripe. First time by, give it to Jesse Ashenson by a nose. Will Cooley still leading that outside lane.
And there you see some drivers trying to figure out, making those last-second decisions. Do I move up? Do I move down? Right now, Craig Arvantes stuck on the outside in the number 43 machine. He was inside a transfer to the LCQ, and he has been flounded way outside, and now the top 20.
Third lane forming up. That's 2 cars, nose to tail. Max Brady, no surprise there. Max Brady leading with Justin Botello. Old J-Bo leading that third line, high, wide, and handsome through 3 and 4. Car is going to fly, though, and kill that run as we got a mess. Huge wreck in 3 and 4. At least 10 cars go around, including Carson Treatis. Muntasi Major involved. Chris Schubert's involved. Craig Arvanitis, you just mentioned, involved there. Colton Zimmer, John Theodore, and others.
Well, David, you said it was 3 wide. You want to guess where this thing starts? Right around where we're 3 wide here. Just behind them. And I don't know if that's reaction there or what was happening, but the 44 machine gets a little bit slid up, slid down, gets into a quarter panel, and that's when all the chaos happens.
Yeah, it's Anthony English in the number 44. I was watching for a few laps. He just seemed really uncomfortable in that middle. Not able to really, I don't know, feel out where he wanted to be. And he got into turn 3, and I think he came up on Colton Zimmer a little bit quicker than he anticipated. Pulls the car hard left, right rears poor John Theodore, right in front of Eddie Kerner. Kerner's involved. I mean, it's just a whole host of cars just piled up here in 3 and 4 on the banking. A huge, huge wreck. These guys will have one quick repair to get, but you hate to use it this early in a 20-lap race.
Well, up front, a story with Jesse Atchison, a 2010-2011 Coke Series driver with a pair of iRacing Daytona 500 wins. He was on the waiting list, the Nexus Esports driver, to get into this race. I think that he was probably the first or the second to be on that waiting list, but so many registered for this race. He went ahead and made a lap last night in qualifying, and now running up front, this is a guy who almost didn't make the field because he registered late. Now a chance to move himself into the duels tonight. Meanwhile, you see all the chaos and calamity back here. Everyone, even the smallest little bit of damage here, not going to help you on the front end when you're at a super speedway.
I think the list of drivers not involved in this wreck is going to be considerably shorter than the list of drivers involved in this. It just was enormous. It's really, it's so hard to get through these wrecks when it's trying to slow down. These cars don't stop in an instant. Do your best to start slowing down. Some a little bit better than others, Devin, but a lot of cars on pit road to grab that quick repair. At least 15 cars, I think, came down pit road to grab a quick repair some other sort of damage. But man, oh man, just an enormous crash. Eddie Kerner, I will say, looking at his car, did not take his quick repair. The damage to his number 98 was not severe enough to warrant a quick repair. He looks to have escaped, considering it broke out right in front of him. Relatively lucky.
Yeah, and that can be a tough one. Sometimes in the cockpit, some guys do have spotters or crew chiefs that will be able to take a really good look at any sort of damage, but sometimes when you're alone, you don't really know if there's a little bit of a cave-in on the front end or something. You're not sure what's going to happen. And this has mixed up our top 18 immensely. Steven Ellis, who started in 26, the guy who I get all my hockey news from, he is now in a transfer position into the LCQ. He will hold that final spot. He's a part of Monday Night Racing that we have here on Monday night on Podium. And right behind him is Max Kennan, another member of the Monday Night Racing group. Yeah, so I assume that they're going to be pretty nice with each other, but Max Kennan has a little bit of damage that might hinder him here on this restart. Just a little
bit of damage. Yeah, I'm taking a look at it here. That front end, and front end seen better days. I'm just going to call it what it is. I don't see a hood on that thing. That's really not optimal. So I don't know who's. Oh boy, this. Keep an eye right around that car, Devin, because on this restart, there's a very good chance that he's not going to go. And there's going to be a huge stack up, but we are one to go at this point. We need somebody to run down there to the pit box for number 25, Maxwell Ken, to let him know he doesn't have a hood.
Max, look out, dude. Look out. Yeah, we'll see if he can hold it pretty stably. So, yeah, we will find out what happens around that 18th transfer spot. But you just saw a moment ago, the top 8 now trying to solidify themselves. It's Joey Stats there in the 8th position, the black number 26, holding on to the final spot. And I tell you what, David, there ain't nothing in the world like knowing that there's a target on your rear bumper.
Ain't it fun? Ain't it fun? Yeah, well, it just makes you drive a little bit harder, I guess you could say, knowing everyone's gunning for you. Let's take a look at the top 10 here for this restart. Your pole sitter, Jesse Atchison, is going to lead him back to the green. Matt Forcappa there in the 2nd position. Will Cooley 3rd. Seth Noel in 4th. Gavin Jones, Brandon Holder in row 3. Christopher Tate, Joey Stats in row 4. And Jason Rajcock, Jabo, Justin Patello, who was just in front of that big wreck, now in that 10th position, up from the 15th spot. So Jabo on the march. Definitely keep an eye on him. Already escaped with his life once here as we come into the restart zone. Jesse Atchison looking for another good restart. Pace truck gets out of the way. Green flag back in the air, and we are rolling 2x2 all the way through as we get back up to speed. Devin Good pushes all the way through. A little bit of a gap there on the bottom lane, but everyone seems to be getting away pretty well.
Yeah, but that top lane just did not get going. There's about maybe a car length and a half gap on the inside lane. That'll close up here in turns 1 and 2. But you see the top 2, Atchison and Cooley really got a great jump there on the inside lane, and that just gives you that little bit more of a buffer. And hey, I think Will Cooley isn't satisfied here. He's going to go for P1.
No, Will Cooley on the march. That's the move you want to make. You get that opening next to you if that top lane isn't there. He did exactly that. Got a great push from Matt Forcappa. Now will take over the lead. Forcappa there in 2nd, 3 wide behind him. One more time, Jabo and Max Brady, just like before the caution flag, using that 3rd lane. Here comes the 20 of Jabo with Max Brady pushing him.
Whoa, 3 wide up here this early. We now have 14 to go. That means that there's 6 down, and we are 3 wide up here for the 2nd position.
Yes, sir, says the Jabo crowd as they see their man leading that outside lane. They're going to need a little more help if they're going to make this thing work, but for right now, they're at least up to that 3rd row. It's going to take a few more cars in that 3rd lane. Max Brady's really going to have to be careful with his temperatures if he's going to be able to continue to push Jabo, but right now, that 3rd lane, at least there in a few cars, side by side for the lead for the first 2 rows.
Jabo doing everything that he can up on that outside lane. Just not a great amount of cars. Losing his help now. And this is going to be hurtful. Now he's going to slide back. No help in that outside lane. And David, that 3rd lane just didn't really get large enough to keep going. And now Brandon Holder in that white number 5 on the outside trying to push his way up to 2nd. Trying to give Seth Noel that little bit of an edge in the lead.
3 wide a little bit further back in the pack. That's Alistair Topley now 3 wide with Max Brady and Christopher Tate there around that 10th position. Brady and Jabo sort of swapped positions, but with only 2 cars, you really can't get it done. Now Jabo's going to be in a position to push Brady up there. How long can they make that push? Again, with only 2 cars, it's going to be difficult, but I give them credit. At least they're trying.
3 wide again. Someone blew up.
1 car up in the wall. That's Brandon Holder. And now the 41 gets spun around as well in front of the field. Oh, this is going to be big. On to pit road. They're still wrecking across the field on the front straightaway. Through the grass goes a few cars. Through the pit road, a few more, and they are wrecking it up big. Jason Dinsmore and others in a steaming pile here in the front stretch grass.
Well, this brings back unsettling memories for me because I've done this one before. The 5 machine of Holder was just absolutely pushing as much as he could up in the front of this pack. And you'll see here going down the front straightaway, the engine expires. And when they are 3 wide behind you, just chaos. And watch how fast this happened for the second group. Not a thing that the 68 car could do there to try to just even relatively avoid that. His front clip is gone. A lot of front clips are gone.
That is just so unfortunate for Brandon Holder. Loses the engine. We've talked about it throughout the day, managing your temperatures. Once again, to the 280 range, you're really playing with fire. And to lose an engine while running that far up in the field, yeah, unfortunately for Joey Stats, nowhere to go, no time to react to that. Just a bad deal all around, and you really hate to see that. But the amount of cars that got tore up after the fact as they continued to pile in all the way down the front straightaway, through the grass, down pit road, on the racing surface as well. Boy, oh boy, Heat 8 has really given us 2 huge wrecks within the first 8 laps.
And I know everyone just talks about ARCA brakes. Oh, guys probably didn't slow down enough. But I think that when you come to a race like this, something that's prestigious as the Podium 500, it comes down to desperation. I mean, you have a fast repair. I wouldn't necessarily put that in my plans to use that. But if you have to use it, and there's a giant wreck in front of you, if you just hold the gas down, just throw up a quick prayer to whoever you want, and try your best to get through it, sometimes that's just the idea, the desperation to move up from 20th to 8th in the span of, what, we've had 2-3 lap green flag runs? So when your green flag laps just are that short, you need to find something else. And I think that some of what we've seen tonight in these 3 heat races, or 8 heat races, excuse me, where guys get into each other after a wreck happened, that's just the desperation of guys not wanting to lift. And it helps out guys like John Theodore here. He's moved up 5 spots. This car is one of the cleanest in the field. It's hard not to have one of the cleanest in the field. And he still has rear end damage. So that's just the nature of the beast.
That's a good observation there. John Theodore was caught up in the first caution of this race. Can report Eddie Kerner did take his quick repairs. He got caught up with a lot more damage in the second incident. So Eddie's used his quick repair, and a lot of people had to use theirs in that one. As you noted, Devin, a lot of front clips missing, and you just can't race with a car that's in that shape. So 2 huge wrecks here in heat number 8 before we even get to the halfway point. One just because of a little bit of a uncertain feel, I guess, from behind the wheel, and the second one because of an expired engine in front of the pack. And it's just a helpless feeling when you're in a wreck like that. There's a lot of emotions that can go through when you're part of a crash that comes from an expired engine. It happened to me last weekend in a big event, and it caused me to have some emotions because that's one of those things that, I don't know, for me, it's, you have so many things out of your control, but engine temperatures, that's just something that I view as well within your control, and you have to monitor that. And when you don't take care of that and you put yourself in a position where you blow up and it impacts so many other people, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Now let's look at who benefits from all these cautions, the survivors, if you will. Sitting in 12th right now is Jordan Brockwell, and Jordan started this race in 34th. He is up 16 spots at the halfway point. 2 spots behind him, John Adams. He started 38th on the grid. He's now in the 14th position. I will never say safely, but they are now in transfers. Even Bob Hutchins, he was in 39th. He's now up to 16th. The survivors, the guys, I'd rather be lucky than good every day of the week. And there's a chance just by avoiding some of these wrecks, you put yourself either into the duels or at least give yourself a shot in the LCQ tonight.
That's an excellent point. Jordan Brockwell up 22 positions, as you noted. A little bit of damage to that right rear, but that he should be okay with that. He's got John Adams there behind him to push. JA is a good man to have behind you. Let's take a look at the top 10 for the restart. Will Cooley will lead him down. Seth Noel to his outside. Matt Forcappa in third. It's going to be Jesse Atchison, the pole sitter, in fourth. Joey Stats, fifth. Gavin Jones in sixth. Trey Edson, seventh. Christopher Tate in eighth. Jason Radchcock, ninth. And Jabo, Justin Botello, will round out the top 10 for the restart here as they come down into the restart zone. We saw Will Cooley make that big move to get the lead on the last restart. How will he get away here, or will Seth Noel get some good traction with a push from Jesse Atchison? Green flag back in the air. Heat race number 8 is back underway as Jesse Atchison dumps poor Seth Noel, goes to the bottom lane, cuts off, and now rides in the middle. He's got plenty of options there.
Joey Stats in the black 26. Something happened with his automobile because he just stopped on that initial start, and the entire outside lane said, thank you. And Fork by Atchison was able to just go straight down to the bottom. Now Stats able to get back together, and we are back under yellow again.
Oh, we got a car flipped over on its nose, looking like Tony Hawk out here in turn 1. That's the 51 of Carson Treatise. I don't know what in the world just happened to him, but he was racking up a 5x combo there as they went off into turn 1 and 2. Got hip checked. What in the world was that? Maxwell Kennan was, oh, look at the stack up at the back of the field. This all starts from just, I don't even know how to describe this, Devin. We got cars going 5 wide below the yellow line on this restart, and Maxwell Kennan came back up onto the apron, lost control, and just sent the 51 of Carson Treatise around, flips him over, up and over. Oh my goodness.
This is just, I don't think I've ever seen a Cup car flip quite like that. On board here with Kennan. And this was interesting to say the least. This was herd mentality here, because you see Kennan was just following another car in front of him and just was not able to get back on the apron well. But yeah, I got to give style points though at the very least. I mean, I've never seen that before.
I'm feeling nostalgia all of a sudden, but I mean, the restart was so jumbled up. It was just, we had, who else was that? Max Brady. Leave it to Max Brady to go make big moves like that. He pulled it off. Yeah, he pulled it off okay. I think a lot of this, Devin, is due to the cars who didn't pit to take their quick repair. They're slower to get up to speed with the damage, and it's just, yeah, it's a scramble drill to try and keep your momentum, not lift, and try and get some spots. Good Lord Almighty, that was wild.
And I can't tell. It's kind of hard to see, but potentially when Stats just had that poor start, that could have backed up the inside lane enough, because that's where they were going 5 wide. They were diving down to the bottom, so it looked like that was an issue with the bottom lane. And so that might be a result of someone that far up in the running order. And guys are trying to get the greatest jump in the world here on 9 to go, and they just go for it. So it's hard to tell if something that far up in the order had something to do with that stack up in the back, but if it did, that's just another product of the super speedway racing.
It didn't help. I mean, a lot of this starts because Joey Stats had the front end damage. Remember, he was right behind the car that blew up for the second caution of the race. And so he got all that front end damage through that when he had nowhere to go. So I'm not surprised that he's a little bit slow to get up to speed on the restart. Looked like he was okay once they got going, but it's just an accordion effect all the way back through the field. But he was far from the most damaged car. Somebody just didn't go. I mean, when you see a big jumble like that, somebody just wasn't going, either had way more damage than they even realized, or who knows what. But that was a wild scramble, and unfortunately leads to poor Carson Treatise getting absolutely flipped over. The Bud Light machine has seen better days. Somebody shook that poor thing up and just sprayed it all around. Bud Light Seltzer, to be exact. Nice looking car, but oof.
Well, this will allow us to get another restart, and Will Cooley back up front again, the 2017 eNASCAR Coca-Cola Series driver. And he has had himself some success in the past calendar year, if you will, when it comes to Daytona. Finished second in the Podium 500 last year, finished sixth in the Firecracker 400 last summer. So looking to tack on what he hopes to be a heat race victory here in the Podium 500 to get him back straight, either starting very well in the duel and potentially up to 500 tomorrow. So a good spot for him, and Cooley obviously was not satisfied being in second. He wanted that first place position, and then all of a sudden second was 3 wide, and I'd say, you know what, Will? That was a good decision.
Oh boy, you know, I looked through the field. I just did a quick check, like to see who's got big time front end damage that might cause another wild restart here. Joey Stats still has that front end damage. So if let's see, who's that behind him? That's Trey Edson behind him. If I'm Edson, I'm a little bit concerned right now, just knowing what happened on the last restart. So that's going through my mind right now if I'm Trey Edson. But other than
that, shove him, just go. Because I mean, he got up to speed. He got up to speed eventually.
You have a choice. I mean, unless the outside's open, you can force your way through. But I mean,
or you can do what we saw in that last restart that caused the yellow.
Yeah, I don't want them to do that. I want green flag racing. That's just me. I'm
just saying there's more options. There's more options.
There are more options. Not all of them good. Let's take a look at the top 10 here for this restart. Will Cooley and Matthew Forcappa once again on the front row. Jesse Atchison, Seth Noel in row 2. Joey Stats, Gavin Jones in row 3. Trey Edson, Christopher Tate, row 4. And Jason Rajcock, Jabo in row number 5 there, Devin.
Well, this one is going to be fun. With only 5 to go here when we take the green, those guys outside the top 18 and outside the top 8 will have to make some quick decisions. It is hard to go many places in just 5 laps at Daytona.
Got to make decisions in a short period of time. Pace truck is off. Green flag back out. Let's see how they get on now. Everyone seems to be getting up to speed relatively well at the front of the field. I'll keep an eye on the back here, Devin, as, they're starting to do it back here. So far, no crashes. We're good.
Stats had a much better takeoff there. Still wasn't great. And one driver flying to the outside. I don't think that this is a good move here. All stuck out to dry is Seth Noel, and he has lost himself a transfer into a duel now.
Seth Noel's got the parachute out for some reason. Really just dropped out of there. I'm not sure if it was damage or something else. It looks like he's got damage because he's dropping like a stone all the way down the back straightaway, and not good for him. That is bad times. If he's got quick repair, he's going to need to use it. He slots back in the line on the bottom. Should be okay. Single file on the bottom for the first 2 cars. It's still Will Cooley leading them back across the stripe.
Forcappa on the outside here, being pushed by Gavin Jones, trying to make this outside lane start chugging along, because P8 right now is being held by Rajcock. And right now, in the 924 car, he has the target on his back. And you see that splash and go car. We saw him fall back earlier, but Patello's starting to move back up to the field.
Have Jabo there on the outside line. Now he's got a new man in his rearview mirror. All the way from 38th place position, John Adams now into the top 10, making it an even 5v5 there in the first. Oh, we got contact! Big problems there on the front straightaway. Atchison up into another car. Jordan Brockwell's around. They're piling up huge in the tri-oval. That's half the field, if not more.
That's more.
That is so many more. I don't know what in the world just happened there, but Jesse Atchison kicked that thing off out of 4, and oh my goodness, we have lost a lot of race cars.
I don't remember if it was James Pike who said it earlier, but I don't understand how every heat race has become, I think, 10 times more intense. So this is 8 million times more intense than heat race number 1. There was an advantage to being heat race number 1 apparently, because goodness gracious, you see the white 12 car, the guy who got, I don't want to say the most damage, but the most damage first there, riding in the 4th position here, just a little bit unstable on the bottom line. And it's hard to tell, maybe got a little bit of a push, but the 37 car sitting in the 3rd position, turned around and collecting cars like a magnet.
As I look at this, Jesse Atchison eats up the apron coming off of turn 4. Car washes up the track right into the path of Gavin Jones. Jones has nowhere to go, gets fenced. Atchison loses control. It's like 3 separate wrecks right here as we go on board with Jabo, and what a miss it was. I don't know how he made it through this thing, but he was one of only a few who did.
Well, let's ride along here. On board. Look at those hands turning the steering wheel and able to make it through.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that is just, it's a parking lot. It was a parking lot at the start-finish line here at Daytona International Speedway in heat race number 8, as we have lost a significant amount of race cars. Eddie Kerner killed in that one once again. But it all starts up front from that 3rd position. Jesse Atchison losing the bottom there out of turn 4 and kicking off the, I mean, if we had 2 big ones before lap 10, this was the major one.
And this one will completely change the landscape of this race. I mean, 500,000 cars involved in this wreck. I mean, even that wreck right there is inside of an LCQ transfer. And this has brought John Adams plus 30 on heat race number 8 from 38th to a transfer spot. He is now in P8, and if he can hold on to 8th place, we need to get at least a hard charger graphic for him or something, because goodness gracious, what a run up through the field for John Adams today.
That is absolutely right. I'm sure Alyssa's right there by his side cheering on and probably shotgunning a Miller Lite 3 at this point if he holds on to this thing and transfers in. What a drive for John Adams, former Coke Series winner, making his return to sim race and showing up in some of the biggest events that you can. Oh my goodness, this if he can hold on to this thing, that's a feel-good story right there.
And I'm trying to look and figure out exactly who is where crossing the line. Steven Ellis had to tow. He came by the line in 10th. And so even guys who thought that maybe their car was going to be good enough or something else happened there at the end of that caution, there is just so much for every driver to figure out. And I think we're going to have our least amount of finishers in a single race, because I don't know. This is where I wish iRacing had a fast repairs left section, because goodness, I mean, I would have to think that 3/4 of the field have used a fast repair. Maybe half the field have had to use, well, I guess there's not 2, are potentially out of this race.
Well, somebody just blew up. Steven Ellis, your hockey newsman, just blew up under caution, so that's going to be the end of the road for Steven Ellis. I look at the cars at the back half of what's left of the field, and it ain't pretty. It's not a pretty sight right now. There's so many destroyed race cars missing front ends, rear ends, hoods, back bumpers. It's just this. I don't know if we got enough cars to cause a big one left anymore at this point, but good God, this heat race number 8. You'd think it was the actual race. You'd think they were racing for $1,000 right now.
You would think so, and yeah, the intensity just seemed to ramp up every single race. I guess being in Heat 1 was actually a benefit.
Find the benefits where you can. Look at the top 10 for this restart, which might be the final one. Matt Forcappa will lead him to the green with Will Cooley, Joey Stats, Christopher Tate, Trey Edson, Jabo in 6th, Jason Rajcock, John Adams in 8th, Chris Schubert now up into the top 10, and Mutasi Major rounds out that top 10. Haven't mentioned Mutasi's name yet. What a name that is. That's a big power name right there. I like that. See if he can put a major run together. I'm sorry, that's a terrible joke. Boo, boo, I know. Oh,
hey,
brother,
David, how about the amount of cars without a front end on this restart?
Too many for my liking. Green flag back in the air. Here goes Forcappa firing off good with Cooley to his outside. Joey Stats with the beat up front end.
And
pushing
we're wrecking.
Forcappa ahead.
We reckon.
And just like that. Oh no, it's yeah, well, they found a way to do it.
Why did you have to say that this might be the last one?
I said I've seen this movie before, Devin. I have literally seen this movie before.
Now, okay, so I guess we need to analysis this one as well. And I think that this one begins with all the cards without a front clip. And let's just watch along.
Oh no. That was Chris Schubert firing off from the 9th position, I think.
You are correct.
And he did not go. Yeah, I mean, he's got about 250 horsepower at best in that car, and it stacks up the entire inside line. Oh my goodness.
And some of the outside line gonna pay for that one. And that once again comes down to desperation and most likely not having a fast repair left.
All right, I'm gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. You got to have some regard for your fellow competitors out there. And if your car's killed, why? You can't just start like that in the 9th position. What do you think's going to happen?
That is occasionally the mentality of sim racing.
Oof. Well,
this is like a Martinsville race.
Fired off. It's like Martinsville and Bristol got together and said, "Hey, let's do this twice and see what's left." It reminds me of Kevin Harvick at Talladega a million years ago, you know? Some people say he didn't do that intentionally. I'm hard-pressed to believe that.
Well, regardless, I don't think anything here is intentional when it comes down to some of these wrecks that we've seen, but we are, in fact, going to have a green-white checkered now, and Forcapa is now in the lead. So for those of you guys who forgot about that, Cooley and Stats, we saw Joey Stats have some issues taking off 3, 5, 12 restarts ago or something like that. And I don't know, so far so good, David. He has kind of figured out whatever damage he has to compensate for that. He's had some good restarts and will again restart on the inside row here. Well, okay, speaking of that.
Oh, sorry, I had muted. My bad. I had a hotkey map to mute my microphone. Don't mind me. Yeah, I think Joey Stats is in a great position. The front end's got some damage on it, but I don't think it's going to be an issue. He's been fine on multiple restarts now, so I think he's in a good spot. I'm going to do a little sweep of the field here and see if there's anybody that absolutely worries me. Jason Dinsmore rocking a NASCAR modified. Donald Johnson rocking a NASCAR modified. Kyle Noel is pretty well destroyed. Chris Schubert, we already know what happened with him. Eddie Kerner. I mean, all these are just around that top 10, top 15. Johnny Avila, Anthony English. Oh, brother.
And how about
I don't know. I don't think the wreck's going to come up front. I think the wreck, if there is another one, is going to come from another one of these modifieds.
Well, you know, we had that wreck a few cautions ago that it was actually inside of the top 5 where the wreck began. Since then, though, it's been a product of those damaged cars from that wreck causing some cautions here. And that's also mixing up your first few rows. One guy gets a good restart and you beat someone down into turn 1 and the caution flies. You just picked up one more spot, which is the equivalent of 4 more spots in your duel or LCQ, because these 4 heat races are being split from one LCQ/duel to the other LCQ/duel. So every spot that you gain here is worth 4 spots in your next race tonight.
Well, that's 4 less people I got to pass the way I see it. I like that. But, I mean, Devin, based off what we've seen so far in this race, is anything predictable right now?
I think we're 7 for 7 on last lap wrecks within an LCQ transfer spot at minimum. So there's that for you. You're welcome.
Is that another one of your podium trends of the race?
You know, actually, I think it's the same trend. It just kept on trending, actually.
Ooh. That's impressive. It went viral then, I guess.
Yeah. I will add unfortunately, asterisk unfortunately on that.
Yeah, that's not one that we actually want to see keep trending. Hopefully it stops. Take a look at the top 10 for the restart. It will be Matt Forcapa. In P1, Will Cooley to his outside. In P2, Joey Stats. Again, a little bit of a beat-up front end, but he's in good shape. In third, Christopher Tate in fourth. Trey Edson and Jabo in row number 3. John Adams now inside the top 8 in 7th. Jason Rashcock in 8th. Muntasi Major in 9th. And Jason Dinsmore, who's got half a race car, in the 10th position. Yikes.
Still a chance, though. There's a few guys who have came from outside the top 30, and now all they need to do is survive, I guess. So we'll see.
A lot of uncertainty in that voice of yours, Devin, and I don't blame you. We have no idea what's about to happen. That's why we watch. Pace Truck heads to pit road. Field in the hands of Matt Forcapa. Green, white, checker. Green flag back in the air. We are rolling. All clean through the first 9 cars. Here comes the scatter way back through the field.
They're all starting to shuffle a little bit further back. This is near your 18th position for that final transfer. The LCQ, one car nearly goes around. It's the 15 of Kyle Noel. He was in the 12th position. He's now flying back outside of an LCQ spot. And we're wrecking off a 2.
They're wrecking. Yeah, we're wrecking again in turn 2. John Theodore goes around. Max Brady was involved. Oh, no. It's just... It's just pure desperation, Devin. That's all I see is absolute desperation. People on the apron, people driving 4 wide with no room to do it, and just you hate to see it.
And most of this is happening in the back there, and that's just trying to push the issue with a slower car coming through. And instead of checking up and maybe losing a couple spots, taking the risk of wanting to gain those few spots, and it goes backwards. I guess the 03 gained maybe a couple spots on that. I don't know if it was worth it, though. There's so much damage on that car. So Ryan on board here with Thomas, shoots the middle, shoots the middle, shoots the middle. Just didn't have enough room there to really make it work. He kept it straight, but he has a plethora of damage on both sides there.
It's just, there's more that could go wrong than more that could go right in a move like that. And I mean, I get it's just desperation. That's the best word I can use to describe what is making these guys do what you're seeing on your screen right now. I know it doesn't look great, and I know we don't like to see cautions, but if there's a chance to get that 18th position, even with the craziest of moves, I'd rather be 18th with the crazy move than 19th and not have tried it, I guess.
So there's Noel there, just getting a little bit clipped in the left rear quarter panel, lost all of his momentum, and I might be missing a little bit of that get-up speed with that hood damage. And he gets through. No, never mind. He's going to have a little bit of damage there, but what I was going to say is I know that no one in the race probably agrees with me, especially the drivers in the top 6, top 7 who haven't been a part of a wreck. I've actually been enjoying this. This has actually been enjoying to watch for me. But I do want to slide back a little bit. You remember Eddie Kerner, David? You remember him when he wrecked, and then we're like, oh, who knows what's going to happen with him? Yeah, he is now up to the 15th position. You remember Max Kennan, who had no hood, and we were going, that's not going to work. Well, he's up to 13th. So through all of this chaos, a number of drivers who had difficulties early now have an opportunity to at least salvage an LCQ spot out of this. So even Seth Noel, who we saw fly almost outside the top 20 due to whatever issue that he had inside the top 5, he's now up to 12. So he can actually strike and potentially get back into the duel.
And they're not racing for nothing at this point. I mean, that we do have to hammer that point home. There is still plenty on the line to get into the top 18, to at least get in the LCQs, which will be coming up after this race is done. So the crazy moves and all that are for a reason. If you can get into the top 18, it doesn't matter how much of your race car is left. If you finish in, 9th to 18th, you're going to the LCQs. So drag whatever type of race car you got at this point into that spot and survive. It's a war of attrition right now. Eddie Kerner on the right side of it. Craig Arvanitis holding on to that 18th and final position. Brandon Key in 19th trying to get it away from him. Arvanitis got a lot of damage on the back bumper, that number 43 SCP machine. Brandon Key looking relatively okay. Not a lot of damage on his number 33 or 25, whichever it is. So that's really the thing. If we can get 2 laps of racing here, these damaged cars, they're done. They need these quick cautions. That's, I think, the only thing that's saving them.
And believe it or not, we still have over 25 cars, it looks like, on the lead lap. So in my mind, that means that there are 25 cars who have an opportunity to get themselves into the duel at this point.
Unreal. If you had told me 20 laps ago that we'd be right here, I would have said, it's possible.
So let's see here. I'm waiting for these guys to count down. It looks like we might actually have about 30 cars on the lead lap. So there is still plenty of opportunity. That means 12 guys in this field, or on the lead lap, I should say, are not going to make this field. But that also means that 12 cars right now are outside looking in and definitely still have a shot to at least keep their day alive in the LCQ tonight.
I'm going to take a big sip of water right here, Devin, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be yelling by the end of this thing. I think we're setting up for a really interestingly, excitingly, amazingly great finish. I'll put it that way.
Well, I think we're going to have to be, because officially this is our final green, white, checkered. So we will see how that happens. Which flag will come out first to end the race?
Oh, bro. Well, let's hope the trend stops. I want to see 2 green flag laps. Is that too much to ask? Well, I'll tell you who doesn't care, who just would be fine to see a quick yellow. Matt Forcapa, because he's your leader. Will Cooley to his outside. Joey Stats 3rd. Christopher Tate in 4th. Trey Edison 5th. Justin Botello in 6th. Jason Rashcock 7th. John Adams holding down that 8th and final transfer spot into the duels tonight. Montasi Major 9th. Brady Floyd now up into the top 10 from the 36th position. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, you thought you seen something good up to this point? You ain't seen nothing yet, because we're going to do it one more time. Pace truck to pit road. Matt Forcappa on the gas. They are rolling for the final time here in heat race number 8.
And I'll be honest, about everyone inside the top 15 got a good-looking jump on that start. So it looks like this will be a firm battle for these top 18 spots. We are still 2 by 2, about 5 rows deep.
We got cars spinning back in turns 1 and 2. 4 of them. That's it. It's over. Yellow flag in the air. Lock them down. Spots are done. And we just couldn't have nice things in heat race number 8. And looks like we'll see how the scoring shakes out here. Craig Arvanitis was the first one to go around in the 43. And it just escalated from there. Somebody with a big flop over on the banking as well.
So it is time for some drivers around the 15th position and back to try to do some quick math in their head while they're coming back to the line. One more time, we'll go on board here. Just a little peek there. And when you check up, the guy behind you taps your bumper, and then you go for a ride.
It was so unlikely we were going to be able to get 2 green flag laps just because of the huge disparity in the conditions of race cars out here. There's just no way, unless all the super damaged cars were in the back, there's just no way it was going to work out. So it looks like it's going to be Matt Forcappa who pulls down the win here for heat race number 8. He'll just have to come back to the line one more time to wrap this thing up. But just, unfortunate, but not surprising, I guess you could say.
I mean, it is intriguing how you asked me about, at the start of this race, being the last group to go. And again, I wish I remembered which one of our broadcasters said this, but literally, if you watched all 8 heat races today, it got more and more, I don't want to use the term ridiculous because that kind of sounds negative, but in some ways it was, in a lot of ways it wasn't though. You saw the intensity ramp up literally every single heat race today, and that just comes down to the pressure that guys put on themselves. Hey, they paid 10 or 15 bucks to come here. They want to make some money.
Well, they got an experience for their money. Some of it was good, some of it was bad, but it's really good for Matt Forcappa. He will win heat race number 8. A well-earned victory for Matt. Started in that 3rd position, survived a lot of chaos, and will go on to race in the duels tonight. Joining him will be Will Cooley, who comes home in that 2nd position. It'll be Joey Stats there in 3rd as they go down their cooldown lap. Christopher Tate will come home in 4th. Trey Edson 5th. Justin Botello in the 6th position. John Adams, the feel-good story there, all the way from 38th to 7th. He's in the duels tonight, along with Jason Rashcock. Going to the LCQs, and in the top 10, Brady Floyd and Seth Noel.
And now for the rest of those going to the LCQ. Finishing in 11th is Max Kennan. Eddie Kerner making it up back to the 12th position. Dylan Thomas will wind things out in 13th. Diego Villalobos will be in 14th. Brandon Key 15th. Anthony English will make the LCQ in 16th. Craig Arvantes in 17th. And your final transfer will be Max Brady to the LCQ. And unfortunately, John Theodore and Maximilian Heckel will be going home.
Wow, what a, by the skin of his teeth, Max Brady, a lot of dramatics there. You feel for John Theodore being the first car out. Johnny Avila crosses the line in 21st. Alistair Topley in 22nd. Montasi Major restarted in the top 10, got crashed out, finishes in 23rd. Kyle Noel, 24th. Jason Dinsmore, Chris Schubert, Jordan Brockwell, Gavin Jones, Sean Lezen, and Christian Sanford round out the top 30.
And if we weren't already in the Hard Luck Award drivers, here they are now. Bob Hutchins, who made his way up the field, as well as Jesse Atchinson, Blaine Edwards, Michael Meredith, Stephen Ellis, Colton Zimmer, Carson Tritz, Brandon Holder, Shane Mullins, and Donald Johnson round out your final heat race for the 2021 Podium 500.
Unbelievable. Devin, we were treated to 8 unique, exciting, wild, dramatic, controversial heat races, and that just sets the LCQs and duels for later tonight. Nothing's guaranteed at this point. Just some people moved on, some people went home. you really got to wonder what's going through the minds of some of these guys. A huge relief if you're one of those who made it into the duels tonight. A smaller amount of relief if you're one who fell to the LCQ, but at least you know you got something to fall back on. And for the guys who finished outside of the top 18, a lot of heartbreak, I'm sure, a lot of thinking tonight about what they could have or might have done differently.
And that's Daytona. And one time you are in position, you think that you're going to have an opportunity to at least have a shot at the podium 500, and then it gets taken away from you, or vice versa. When you start 38th, David, I don't think the expectation is I'm going to almost make the duels here tonight. But hey, that is how we work here at Daytona. It doesn't matter what kind of race that you're putting on. And I think you made the point, every single one of these races was unique. And while, yeah, there was cautions here, cautions there, and different circumstances throughout, every single one of these races had unique circumstances, unique conclusions as well. And I think that that was very interesting, that all 8 races felt distinctly different. And now we still have 4 more to run tonight.
I'll tell you what it breeds, I believe, is a feeling of accomplishment for those who are able to move into the duels, or at least the LCQ. It's a big accomplishment, and when you suffer a setback, maybe overcome it to finish in the top 18 at least, a guy like Eddie Kerner who held on and got in even with a destroyed race car, you persevere and you don't quit until the end. Again, it just highlights how much it means to these drivers. They want to be here, they want to advance, and for some of them, they managed to get it done. Daytona is wild, and we saw some wild racing here tonight, and it just sets up for more great racing later tonight. We got LCQs coming up next. We got a couple of those. We got the duels later tonight, longer races, hopefully a little bit cleaner, but you never know when there's this much money, this much bragging rights, prestige on the line. We're race car drivers. We do weird things to get all that in our hands.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to, and that's why we see a lot of the intensity. That's how we see Heat 8, Heat 7, Heat 6. We're all so, I don't know. I was in the cockpit for Heat number 6, and that was ridiculous. I couldn't even imagine being in the top 6 here in this race, or trying to weave through the wrecks here in Heat number 8. But now we move on to the LCQ. The day moves on a little bit. We're going to be in late afternoon, and we are going to have these full 40 car fields, David. I hope you're not starting 40th, because only the top 8 will move on to the duels. And if you transfer out of the LCQ to the duel, still no guarantees, because we're only taking the top 17 out of the duels to fill up 34 positions here tonight.
Well, let's bring James Pike back up into the booth. James, we just completed 8 heat races. A lot of people have seen some things they maybe have never seen before, and that's just the appetizer. We still have to get to the main event for at least today's sake with the LCQs and the duels, but my goodness, we've been treated to some racing today.
We have indeed, David Schildhouse. And before we go off for a little bit, we're going to take a slight break before we come back online at 7 tonight with the first LCQ. But just a note from Race Control that they're working through at this point, trying to piece this together. But when the caution came out during that last heat race, there was an incident between Donald Johnson in the 67 and Manazzi Major on the back straightaway. Major was in a position to transfer into the LCQ and got turned by Johnson as they were slowing up for the yellow. So timing and scoring is manually going back to find where the field was at the moment of yellow flag, which in this case represents the end of the race because it was the third green-white checker. So what is going to happen is that Major is going to get his spot back, which should be about 9th or 10th, I would say. The LCQ2 grid is going to have it officially, but he will get his spot back, and then everybody else will be bumped back down so that the finishing order matches the order of the field when the yellow flag came out to end the race. So just one of those weird sort of scoring glitches that Race Control is working through there, but it will be reflected in the grid for the second LCQ, which is scheduled to go green at 8 p.m. this evening.
All right. A little more drama. I mean, what's a race? What's an event like this without a little bit of drama? But, I got to say, just for me, James, a huge shout out to everyone who's running race control and taking a look at all these things and getting this all right. There's so much on the line, and these things are a little bit tricky. So I don't know how many people out there I can speak for, but I'll speak for as many as I can when I say thank you and good work, everybody behind the scenes at Podium Esports, for making sure everyone ends up where they should be.
We're trying to make sure that we get it right for everybody. And yeah, I know there are going to be some people that end up on the bad side of the stick, but better to just follow the rule book the way it's set. I know it definitely bites for a few folks, but just trying to do right the same way. We've tried to do it as best we can over the course of the day. So we'll set it up there. Devin Henry, final thoughts on this heat before we sign off, at least for a little bit.
I mean, it was wild. I mean, even if you take away some of those cautions, it was exhilarating from start to finish, especially when you get all those restarts as well, and you're just trying to hold on to that top 8. There's no real cushion when it's the top 8 going. And guess what? We're about to do it again. And instead of top 8 goes on and then 10 more get to move on to the LCQ, it's just 8. It is just 8 drivers who move on. So I think we're going to see that same intensity moving forward here as we go to the LCQs tonight.
Think you're right about that, Devin Henry. We'll be back on air at 7 p.m. for the last chance qualifiers, 2 of those, and then the Tool Duel races at the end of the evening that will properly set the grid for tomorrow afternoon's Podium 500. But for now, how about we go raid some fella named Jabo? Seems like he's in a good spot. I feel like that's a solid move. So we're going to go hang out with Justin Patello here in just a bit, but we'll take a quick break here for our team. We'll only be off air for about 35 minutes, I would say. So you guys hang tight, go hang with Jabo for a little bit, and we will see you all in half an hour for the start of the last chance qualifiers. The Podium 500 qualifying day continues later on this evening.